Everybody, welcome to the panel discussion on tobacco harm reduction. We are going to discuss this from different perspectives. This is Amanda Wheeler. Thank you for that, Amanda. This is Ace Salagupta from End Cigarette Smoking in Thailand. And last but never least, Dr. Colin Mendelsohn.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, everybody. Welcome. Thank you for joining us today. I guess the best way to start off is let's talk about the stories of how we got involved in tobacco harm reduction. I would like to start with you, Amanda, because I haven't spoken to you before, so welcome. And please tell us how you got involved in tobacco harm reduction.
Thanks for having me. I will try to make a long story very concise. Many years ago, my husband and I were both very heavily addicted cigarette smokers. He was a 2 to 3 pack a day smoker. I was a pack a day smoker. The stakes were very high for me. I had cancer when I was 19 years old. I went through a year of chemotherapy, radiation, was very, very ill. Unrelated to smoking, but suffice it to say, when you go through cancer and cancer treatment, it's strongly recommended that you stop smoking. And, despite going through all of those health issues, I continued to smoke for another 10 years after that. I tried consistently for 10 years to stop and never found anything that worked for me. And then, one weekend, my husband was going into the smoke shop to buy his usual couple of cartons of cigarettes for the week. And, he ran into his first encounter with a vaping device. This was back in 2009. He purchased it, he tried it, and was able to quit smoking in a weekend. Obviously this was something when you're in a marriage, you don't want one person smoking and one person not. And so, I started vaping. I had a very similar experience. It took about a month for me to stop smoking entirely, but for the first time in my life, it really wasn't a struggle. What I noticed is I felt so much better. I smelled so much better. Food tasted better. I wasn't, waking up, coughing up things every morning. And so it was probably the easiest way I had ever encountered to quit, and the only way that was truly successful for me. It was driven by that personal experience, that we wanted to share it with other people in our community. Like back at this time, vaping was not prevalent in the United States at all. There weren't a lot of products in the marketplace. And so, we opened up a business in our local community, and 10 years later, here we are. We have 6 vape shops now. We both continue to be smoke-free all these many years later, and just wildly successful. And we've been able to help tens of thousands of other adults in the United States quit smoking. It's something we're very proud of. We really got involved in the fight for advocacy probably in about 2014, just as a result of wanting to defend our business and to defend our customers from things that we started to see happen in the United States, and been very heavily involved in advocacy ever since.
Excellent. Thank you for doing that. I know plenty of people in the States that, have actually converted and switched over, and it's people like you that have helped them. Because I remember when I was still in the States, all we could get at the very beginning were those little Ciga-like things, and they were useless. So thank you. Ace, next, give us your story, please.
Thanks for inviting me here, and greetings to, I don't know what to say. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. But my story is that I was a smoker for probably almost 38 years. And I have tried every way to quit, including the quit line and the quitting clinic in the States back when I was there. I tried to quit. I really tried. And I did quit cold turkey probably about 20 times. It worked every time. But the next morning, I just went out to 7-Eleven and bought another pack of cigarettes.
Yeah.
Finally, I found electronic cigarettes about 10 years ago. Actually before that, but it didn't work. And after the cigarette, then I got an advice from a friend saying, every time you feel like you want to smoke, pick up an electronic cigarette instead. And I did that. And since then, I never looked back. I never touched a single cigarette. And it's become really stinky, even, the smell.
Mm-hmm.
So I did really quit because of vaporizers by using electronic cigarettes, and it had became my passion because, like Amanda, I have a lot of close ones who smoked, and I did really help them quit by introducing to electronic cigarettes and the proper way to use it. And I mean, hundreds of people around me got a better health because of electronic cigarettes.
So yeah. And also I want to add, and if you would kind of articulate on this, Asa, the screen keeps moving, so that's why my eyes are jiggling around. I'm not losing my mind yet. A group of you from ECST actually went and did chest x-rays and health checks as well to prove. Can you expand on that a little bit?
Yeah, of course. A few years back, I think it was we did what we call the World Vape Day before the actual World Vape Day. So to coincide with the World No Smoking Day, I started by, like about 10 years while I was still smoking. I did the chest x-ray and there were spots in the x-ray. And the doctors, the directors of the hospital, actually, he was very concerned, but told me to quit smoking, and I still couldn't. And a few years back, I just realized, I say, hey, why not do some chest x-ray? And the doctor also advised me to do like the blowing the lung capacity test. You have to blow into the tube to check the lung capacity. And he was surprised that all the spots are gone and my lung was really in good health. And so I invited the members of ECST, which our Facebook group, we have like about 100,000 people, and we just gathered like about 20 something, about 2 dozens people to do the same. Especially we want the people who did some chest x-ray in the past that have some spots, and all of them results are the same. The results of our x-rays are really healthy, and we have some comment from the doctor said, the age of our lungs looks younger than our actual age. So yeah, pretty much that's what we did. About 2 dozens of us, we went and have the chest x-ray and lung capacity test.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing, actually. Now, Doc, you're here, you're listening to this. You are one of the few GPs and medical people that actually understands and believes in THR. What is your motivation for helping people get off of combustibles?
Nancy, thank you so much for asking me, and congratulations on this outstanding exercise. The video said it all, didn't it? I don't know if we can really add much to that. It was fantastic. Look, I guess I'm the odd one out. I've never smoked, I've never vaped, but I grew up in a cloud of smoke. My father was a smoker. He was a doctor, knew how bad it was, couldn't quit, and he and my father-in-law both died from smoking. And I became a GP, developed a special interest in smoking, became involved in teaching and research, became known as the smoking doctor because there weren't many doctors involved in smoking. But even as the smoking doctor, I was having very low success rates. Most of my patients were not being successful, and it was very frustrating for them and for me. So as we became aware of vaping in the mid-2010s, I actually went to London. I spoke to Peter Hayek, Martin Dockrell, Clive Bates, who really piqued my growing interest in this field. I came back to Australia thinking, great, we have all this evidence, everyone will listen now. I wrote an article for the Medical Journal of Australia, and there was pretty much dead silence. And this was incredibly frustrating. I found vaping in my practice was working extremely well, although there was a lot of hostility to it. So I became more and more involved in advocacy and in trying to educate doctors and the public about vaping, because as we all know, there is so much misinformation. And my career since then has been about advocacy. I've been involved in teaching, doing lectures on vaping and research, and trying to challenge the establishment, which doesn't want to change its traditional direction um, and just isn't really interested in tobacco harm reduction in Australia.
Why do you think that is? In general, that the medical profession, a lot of people seem so, they just don't even want to acknowledge it. They don't want to look at it. What is it that causes them to be like that?
You know, it's not about the evidence. I naively thought, well, we'll show them the evidence. Here is the most popular quitting aid in the Western world. Here is the most effective quitting aid. And it's an aid that people are willing to use, and it's working. And you would have thought that would do the job, but it's clearly a lot more than that. And I think what's happening is, as Clive was saying, is that people are opposing vaping for all the wrong reasons. It's all about the abstinence ideology, moral issues, big tobacco, vested interests, financial interests, political agendas. And I think they justify their opposition by things like, which are going to sound much better, like, oh, but we're just thinking of the kids, or we can't let the tobacco company take over. And then they maintain that bias with, confirmation bias and conformity bias and groupthink and all that stuff. So it's very hard to argue the evidence with people who are actually not about the evidence. Even though they're medical practitioners, they're not looking at the evidence, and they're not accepting the evidence, as Clive said, or was it Eden? Even when the evidence is there that they're asking for, they won't accept it. So that's what we're up against.
Yeah, interesting that you brought that up about, there is this ideological idea that vaping is a big tobacco construct. And this is going to come back at you, Amanda, because what's going on in the United States, besides being shocking and appalling, is do they realize that they're trying to hand the entire industry to the enemy and killing an entire billion-dollar industry? Can you explain that? Because that is just defies logic.
I think they are aware of it. I think they want to treat it like the elephant in the room. Maybe if we don't acknowledge it, maybe we don't have to have an honest conversation about that. In the U.S., who these actions are going to benefit. The United States-based advocates spent years warning the FDA, warning the United States Congress, warning anyone who would listen, that the way regulations in the states are being handled are going to hand a monopoly over this technology to big tobacco, who they claim to be the people that they hate and who they're operating against, when in reality, it seems that they're doing everything they can to ensure that big tobacco has a monopoly over this space. Things like the Food and Drug Administration's application approval process, what's going on the last few months here. 93% of the applications from small and independent businesses have been summarily denied. Those companies have no option now but to fight in court. There's an outrageous tax being proposed in the United States Congress right now that every stock market analyst that I've seen cover this has said, their big tobacco stocks they recommend people immediately purchase, because this tax will give such a boost to big tobacco companies over small and independent businesses. And so I think it's when people pretend that they're not aware that these actions will directly lead to a monopoly, I think it's feigned ignorance. I don't think it's very authentic at all. There's certainly been more than enough of us attempting to highlight this issue.
Do you think that they're going to try to create a separate MSA for vape like they did with tobacco? Do you think that might be what's behind all of this?
I do. I think, 5 companies are easier to regulate than 500 companies, right? This whole process with what we've seen with market authorizations, with recent PACT Act requirements for reporting sales taxes, and that also included shipping restrictions. And now what we're seeing with this proposed federal vape tax, for the first time in United States history, a federal tax on vapor products. I think that is all pieces that they're putting into place to pave the way to a vape MSA, certainly.
Yeah, because that's another thing we've been dealing with in Asia, is that, for example, I'll give you Malaysia, right? Malaysia is going to legalize, but they're going to tax. A lot of governments, because of COVID, are losing revenue. And they're going to try to claw back as much of that as they possibly can through taxing whatever they can possibly tax. Which brings me to Asa, because Asa is interesting. He lives in a country where the government has a very high vested interest in tobacco. How does this all play out for you, Asa, when you're sitting here listening to all of this?
Yeah, it's really funny because like you just said, Thailand has its own tobacco cigarette production manufacturing plants, whatever you want to call it, but still it controlled the majority of cigarette and the people who smoke and we produce our own cigarette, which are like kind of well known all over, and the brands and everything. And yeah, it's difficult to say because like they are fighting harm reduction, and we are trying to say. I had been at lately. I was with the at. I had to be at the parliament every week. I was part of the subcommittees to kind of like to lift the ban. It was the discussion on how to tax cigarettes, tobacco, and electronic cigarettes. So we are trying to give out the evidence, the scientific evidence, saying how safer electronic cigarettes compared to regular combustible cigarettes. And I have been blamed by some doctors here, saying that I belong to tobacco industry and I shouldn't be within that subcommittees. Why other people who receive direct funds from big tobacco here in Thailand, the tobacco manufacturing company, are allowed to come out and speak in public and sit in many committees. So there's a big conflict of interest going on here, and yeah, like you said, it's weird. And for those of you who still don't know, Thailand had we still have a law on it is illegal to import, to manufacture, and to distribute electronic cigarette, including you cannot vape at a place where it's a no smoking zone. So electronic cigarette had already been categorized as tobacco products, but still, like you cannot import, you cannot distribute, you cannot manufacture electronic cigarettes, and that leads also to bribery, because like police, there will be some very few policemen saying that since it is illegal to import, manufacture, and distribute, then possession and the act of vaping itself is illegal, which actually, by the law it is not. But that's how bribery is going on. So it's really confusing time right now, and it had been for several years, and that's one of the things that we are fighting for. And so it's a big conflict of interest going on here.
I think there's a big conflict of interest in the entire situation and what's going on with that big meeting, that's virtual meeting that's happening right now, that Ethan mentioned at the end of his presentation, that person who I choose to call Voldemort. I want to ask Amanda something about Voldemort. I haven't forgotten you, Colin. We know that individual has tried to flex his muscles quite strongly in low and middle income countries. What is his influence in his own home country?
It can't be overstated. I don't know how familiar people around the globe are with the American two-party system, but Voldemort, as you say, is quite entrenched into one of those political parties, even attempting to run for president as that party's nominee, and has been a very heavy donor to everyone in that party that is in a major position. of power, and a major funder of candidates at all levels of government, a shadow funder of all of these NGOs that push for taxes and bans and push for FDA to remove products from the market and deny application. So that influence is felt very strongly in the United States. The level of funding that has gone to anti-vaping media and advertisements in the United States has made public opinion here on vaping quite toxic, to the degree that the majority of adults feel that vaping is just as bad or worse than smoking, specifically because of the hundreds of millions of dollars that were spent on advertisements to malign a really life-saving technology. And so it's very insidious at all level of government. I mean, you can take it down to individual city government decisions all the way up to the United States Food and Drug Administration. It's pervasive everywhere.
Okay, so it's not he's flexing his muscles, quote unquote, everywhere. Leads me to Colin. One of the things that I mean, even though I sound like I'm from New York, and yes, I'm originally from New York, I do live in New Zealand. One of the things that always amazes me is the difference between New Zealand and Australia. Now, I still to this day don't quite understand why they're so diametrically opposed when it comes to tobacco harm reduction. Do you have any insight on that?
Well, Nancy, one of the issues is that we think in Australia that we're pretty good with tobacco control. So we have certain organisations and individuals who think they've done a fantastic job and therefore they're untouchable, and the way that they've approached tobacco control should continue. And to some extent, I think they're protecting their legacy. But they're trying to say, look, we've done such a great job, we don't need things like this which are potentially risky. And I think they've been driving a lot of the debate in Australia against vaping. It is very distressing looking across the Tasman and seeing, our Kiwi cousins taking a very different and so much more sensible view, as they have in so many other things. New Zealand's been quite progressive in a whole range of other social issues. But in Australia, we are very conservative, and I do think the $17 billion in cigarette tax is playing a role in Australia. It's our fourth biggest tax. We have the highest cigarette prices in the world. New Zealand's not far behind. But I think New Zealand has definitely been more progressive. Mind you, there was that court case in New Zealand where PMI took the Ministry of Health to court, and that kind of turned things around the corner. But still, I think New Zealand was more in favour long before earlier in the piece.
Yeah. I have a question from the audience. You ready for this, people? Here we go. In the Philippines, Malaysia, and Indonesia, vapes are now included, or shortly will be, in the tax code, which is a nod to the financial disruption that they have caused. A loss of tobacco tax revenue, etc. Regulation of the actual product, proportionate or not, is yet to be tabled in these three countries. In our view, the view of the panel, is this a viable and sustainable step towards a more reasonable regulatory approach from more enlightened governments? Especially considering that the governments of Malaysia and the Philippines are both signatories to FCTC. So that the decision to regulate and not ban, does this automatically mean that other COP9 countries or delegates will echo the position or not? What are your thoughts on all of that? Kind of complicated, yeah. The summary explanation is that there's going to be countries that are going to be going to COP9 and they have progressive regulation. Do you believe that those people speaking out and speaking up for that is going to influence other delegates and possibly help turn the tide towards risk proportionate regulation of reduced harm products?
I think anytime anybody can credibly speak out and speak up on behalf of reduced risk products, that at a certain point you have to hit a critical mass of voices bringing that perspective, but someone's got to break the ice, right? And so anybody attending that can be that voice to deliver that message, I think is a ray of hope that others may follow in their footsteps and start building up some sort of critical mass to change. As far as the specific question on Philippines, Malaysia, and Indonesia, I will leave that to someone who has more expertise in that part of the globe than I do. But I think pro tobacco harm reduction voices speaking up are always going to be helpful.
Colin?
Yeah, like I agree. I mean, the more people we have, the more countries we have supporting tobacco harm reduction, I think there is a critical point, tipping point, where we are going to break through. As Ethan suggested, though, it's not going to be a quick process, and it was shocking hearing the decades of struggle they've had in the same game plan of the war against drugs as we're seeing now, and the long time it took. People just don't seem to have learned. So it's going to be a slow process, but this is definitely part of it, getting people on side, countries on side, and gradually building a consensus in that direction.
Yeah, I mean, the question remains. I mean, how do we know how do governments know what their delegates are actually saying when they're there? And then how do we find out? Because it's so secretive. We really don't know what they're saying or what they're doing. And that, that brings us to the next issue of, we're sitting here and we're trying to advocate for something. And it's very possible that if we go to somebody who's, a representative and they say, yeah, we support you, that doesn't necessarily mean they're going to go and actually represent that point of view. They may just follow the party line. So, I mean, really, it boils down to we have a lot of work ahead of us, and it's on many different levels, And usually the first port of call for most people is they go to their GP when they want to quit smoking. And that first port of call, unless they get somebody like Colin, are basically they're told patches, gum, whatever is available now. I don't even know. Here in New Zealand, if you're a vapor, you're not supposed to be listed as a smoker. And some GPs still continue to put you down as a smoker, which is illegal. But, people don't want to fight it. Okay. So Colin, as a doctor, say I want to go, I've tried everything I possibly can. Okay. And I'm going to go to this GP, and this GP is going to turn around and try to put me on the same crap that didn't work the first time. How do we break through that?
Well, the problem is that the patients do need to see the GP in Australia. I mean, otherwise there are huge fines for possessing and importing nicotine. So the patients need a prescription, so they have to go to the GP. And the GPs have been getting negative messaging about vaping for decades now, or for many years, from the AMA and from the various health authorities. And now from the College of GPs, which is our professional organisation, they've said, yes, look, you can do this, but the subtext is we really don't think it's right, and you need to be very, very careful, and you can only do it under these conditions. And the message to the GPs is clearly, we don't really support this, and the GPs don't know anything about it. Like, they've read the alarming media headlines, and the studies show that GPs get their information from the media. They haven't had training, they haven't got time to do their own research, so the GPs are mostly opposed to vaping. There's about 80 GPs in Australia publicly who have said that they will write nicotine scripts out of 41,000 GPs. So we've got a big problem. We've created this model which isn't going to work. And the GPs are very worried because the government has classified nicotine as a medicine, but it doesn't meet the criteria of medicines. Normally with a medicine, you expect a certain level of quality, follow-up, analysis, government support, TGA approval, that's our medicines regulator, but they don't have that. And then being asked to prescribe it, and therefore they're responsible if there are any problems. If the patient buys a dodgy batch, the GP is responsible, but the GP has no control and no assurance that the products are okay. So GPs are anxious about that. But I think most importantly, if they did some research, they'd find out that it does have an important role, but they just don't know. They don't know how to write a prescription. They don't understand the benefits, and basically they're being told not to do it. So in Australia, it's this model that's being set up is bound to fail, in my opinion.
Do you think it was developed? I mean, there's some people that I've spoken to, and they've said, well, the reason they've done this and the reason they're doing all these bans is because they need the money from the tobacco excise, and that they're putting the money ahead of the health of people. But yet, they can prescribe nicotine like replacement therapies, and I believe that they're starting to use nicotine for some neurodegenerative, I said it right, diseases. So how does that, I don't understand, how does that, it doesn't compute.
No, the tobacco tax is our fourth biggest tax in Australia, and you'd have to be naive to think that that wasn't a consideration. And if we allowed vaping, we could have a vaping industry, and we could get tax from that. We could have an industry which employs people and collect GST and all the other benefits of having an industry. But you know, the experts have decided that that's we just can't allow that, because you know, people really should just quit smoking, and they should just quit nicotine, and that's the direction they're taking.
Okay, Amanda, are doctors like that in the States too?
Yeah, I don't, it's not been my personal experience that there are very many doctors at all in the United States that are progressive on this issue, that promote tobacco harm reduction. I think most doctors in the United States are, you know, have very bad information about it, or not quick to promote it at all. I've heard from a lot of vapors in the United States that have actually, you know, made it a point to have an ongoing dialogue about this with their personal physician, to kind of share their personal experience with their doctors, to help educate doctors on what's going on with people's real lived experience, to hope that might change some minds. But you know, for now, I would say the medical community is very anti-vape here, especially with what went on with the Ivali cases last year being conflated with nicotine vaping. I think certainly made the opinion among the medical community worse as far as vaping is concerned.
Yeah, because one of the things that's very interesting that I've noticed, thanks for that, Amanda, is that Australia can be influenced by America, and then Asia is influenced by Australia. So it's kind of got this whole trickle down effect thing going on. We have a question from Pippa for you, Colin. The science in Australia seems to get drowned out at government decision level, although great science is being done at the University of Queensland, for example. How can real science get heard at the government level?
Look, I don't think the government wants to hear the science, Pippa. The evidence is very clear now. I mean, the national, what's it called, the NIHR in the UK just did a report recently which clearly said that vaping was the most effective quitting aid, more than Champix or Chantix, more than NRT, more than bupropion or Zyban, Wellbutrin. So we know it works, and we know, you know, the College of GPs says, of physicians in the UK says it's no more than 5% as harmful, and it's the most popular product. I mean, it has the most potential to improve public health of just about anything that we have, and the evidence is there, and yet they're not listening. And that's what I said before. It's not about, you can't engage them on the evidence, because even when they have the evidence, they say, well, we haven't got it. But even when we have it, they're not interested, because they have their agenda, they have their reasons for doing what they're doing. They may not even realise what they are, and they justify it with all sorts of silly arguments. But the evidence isn't going to cut through. I think what's going to work is political pressure, because this is a political decision. And I think the solution is going to be a mass movement. The number of vapors is growing rapidly in Australia, and I think vapors need to get active. Ring their members of parliament and let them know that vaping is an important issue that they're committed to. Go and see their MPs and let them know that this is a voting issue, and there's enough voters in every electorate to make that message very loud and clear, because that's all they care about. They don't care about the evidence, they care about getting elected at the next election.
It's insane. That's so insane. Amanda, in the States, I haven't forgotten you, Asa, don't worry. In the States, I know the CASA is very active, and they do a lot of call to actions and things like that. Is there a reticence on a lot of vapors' parts for not wanting to get involved and not wanting to just stick their neck out?
You know, we are living in interesting times in the States right now, as everyone around the world is. The political discourse in our country right now is just absolutely out of control, on many topics. And I think there's a sort of fatigue that sets in with people. Certainly this has been a long battle that consumers have been waging in the United States, and there was quite a bit of fatigue that had set in over 2019 and 2020, and of course, people are dealing with their own personal struggles during the pandemic. It was a tough year. What I've seen this year, particularly in the last 3 to 4 months in the States, is a renewed consumer interest in getting engaged, a renewed interest, even from many small business owners who are also vaping consumers. And so I do think that is starting to pick back up. Back in, the 2015, 2016 era, we had a very loud, very vocal community of vaping consumers here. And I think that, they were sort of worn down over time of so many battles lost. We went through very tough times in 2019 and 2020 with vaping laws and vaping regulations around the country. And I think a lot of people got very discouraged. But I think right now what we're seeing is that people are starting to pay attention again. Some of that outrage that people feel is starting to come back in the form of actions. In the US, it's estimated that about 6% of adults use vaping products. So that translates to about 15 million people. And, if we could just get a fraction of those people really mobilized to take action on this, like Colin said, we would see a huge and quick change in the tides here. And it's just a matter of getting all of the vapors informed and providing entryways for them to get active on this. And CASA certainly is doing a wonderful job of that here in America.
Yeah. We have a question. I'm going to ask Asa to answer it first, and then I'll ask your other two to please explain or answer anyway. In the panel's opinion, to what extent do you think a government has the right to determine what an adult can put into their own body, in this case, lower harm products, particularly given the easy access to cigarettes? Asa, you're up first.
Yeah, that is a trick question. The right that the government, the right that the government have, actually, no, they don't. Especially, the basic human right. And if you want to compare like combustible cigarettes to something that they had categorized, and I'm using example in Thailand here, that they had categorized electronic cigarette as a part of a tobacco product, while according to the question, like cigarettes are being sold everywhere. I mean, every nook, every street, every sublet. I mean, you just walk around, you can buy cigarettes any and everywhere. Why something that is safer is definitely a safer alternative. Like I've mentioned earlier, that I did some chest X-ray and whatnot, and you don't need a chest X-ray to tell that your health it's much improved after you quit smoking. And so it's really weird that the government, while letting something that is more harmful to your health be sold anywhere, everywhere, but they still denied the right to access something that is definitely safer. I mean, I'm not even saying safer or more harmful, but since if they had already categorized it as the same kind of product, and so why ban, and why so much fuss and ado, and lots of misinformation coming out trying to get people. One point that I've heard some doctors, some anti said, they said they don't want to introduce new products into the market. But you have to consider that like in the States, we don't have that much vapors, but I imagine we have 1 to 2 million vapors in the country, while the government still look at there's a national statistic organizations that they did all the stats and whatnot. And they said, well, they had estimated from their questionnaires, they said that there's about 70,000 vapors here in Thailand. And I'm going like, excuse me, like I have over 100,000 followers. There was once one of our web pages that we had almost 500,000 subscribers. And so,
Yeah.
it's kind of like, where did you get the money? 70,000 vapors. I said, like, like, and
Minimize.
we had asked several weeks, saying, who did get to do the question, who did they ask, and nobody said, like, not me, and of course not me, and not any of our vaping communities. So, but the
Yeah.
answer is no. But that's weird, because like they shouldn't decide on what we put in our body at the first place, the basic human right. But then again, the doctor in the big meeting about 3 years ago that I went to, that I attended, I was invited, and said that the minute you pick up a cigarette, you lose the basic human right. So I mean, that's kind of a mindset that I couldn't accept it. The
Yeah. No.
minute you pick up a cigarette, you lose the basic human right.
Yeah. Yeah. No. I remember you telling me that. Amanda, what's your take on that?
Well, the question asked the panel's opinion, right? And my
Yep.
opinion is absolutely not. They don't have the right to tell us what we can put in our bodies. But the government that I live under exercises that right on a fairly frequent basis. But they're very picky and choosy on how they do that, right? If I wanted to smoke, 2 packs of cigarettes a day in this country, I have the freedom to do that. If I wanted to drink a fifth of whiskey every day, I would have the freedom to do that. If I wanted to smoke cannabis from the time I woke up until the time I went to sleep, I could do that in certain parts of the country. If I wanted to take psychedelic drugs, I could do that. And in other areas of the country, I can even take much harder drugs and be supported in doing that in a more safe fashion, right?
Yeah.
But when it comes to this one particular area, vaping, the official position of the United States at this moment in time is that there is exactly one product authorized, legal for sale in this country for consumers to put into their body, and it's a product that nobody has used in many, many years, because it's about a decade old technology that's sold to no one at this point, and that is the only product that our government says we have the right to put in our bodies at this point. So, in my opinion, no. Do they exercise that hypocritical right as often as they can? Yes, they do.
Okay. Thank you for that. I agree. Colin,
And yeah,
Australia.
look, I just think it's such a case of government overreach. I mean, in a liberal democracy, the government has no right to say to people what they can put in their bodies as long as they're not harming anyone else. And it comes back
Yeah.
to the harm principle by John Mill, which is that, adults should be able to make those decisions as long as they're not hurting anyone else. And there's other issues here. I mean, there's the whole autonomy issue. People should have the right to do what's best for their health. We know that vaping will improve health, and government should be supporting that, and yet they're taking away that right from people. And particularly they're taking away that right from the most disadvantaged groups in society. There's a social justice issue here as well. They're saying to people who smoke much more heavily and have much higher rates of smoking-related disease, people who are most vulnerable, no, you can't use that either. We're going to tax the hell out of you, but we're not going to let you take this way out. And it reminds me of a quote which I'll give you from Grover Norquist, who said, people should decide what they do and don't put in their body. It's none of their government's goddamn business. And
Yeah.
he's the president of the ATA in the US, and I think
Yeah.
he says it very well.
Yeah. We have a statement here. You would think the government would realize how much money they would save from future medical expenses due to smoking by allowing the safer alternative. You would think. I remember a discussion, though, in saying that. I remember a discussion I had at GFM with people from the UK. And I remember one of them said, well, you know what, maybe the government doesn't want this because, if the people cark it, that's less money they have to pay in their old age. And I thought that was the most horrible thing, to say. And now here I am, like 5 years down the road, and I'm thinking, what's that about? We're in a strange time, especially now with some countries trying to say that vaping doesn't help with COVID and the smoking COVID thing. You would think with the smoking COVID thing, they'd be like, all right, you know what? If we think smoking is hurting people or causing them to have more negative reactions to COVID, maybe we should allow this. Nope. It's nicotine. The problem is nicotine. And that's the thing I think we need to get drill down to the root cause. Why are they so against nicotine? What do you think, Asa?
What do I think? Why? I really don't know. But what is funny is that what they are supporting, put it loosely, is they are supporting something that has stronger nicotine strength, like if you know the nicotine patches and the gums and the spray. It contains much more nicotine than even cigarettes itself. I mean, let alone electronic cigarette or vaporizers that has like much less nicotine. I mean, the strength of what they support and what they say that should be the correct smoking cessation, they contain lots and lots more nicotine because they think that people are dependent on nicotine while I don't know. I don't think they realize that it's not the, yes, of course, it's nicotine that got you addicted, but it's the same as sugar and caffeine and monosodium glutamate and other substances that are all over the places and are allowed, while nicotine itself it's yes, it's got you addicted, but it's not what got you killed or what make you ill. It's the tar and it's the combustion
Yeah.
that is
No,
the main culprit.
yeah, that's why I don't understand these whole very low nicotine cigarette thing that they're trying to push that here in New Zealand. And I'm just kind of like, if combustion's a problem and people are going to smoke those, they think that people will just stop smoking because they're not getting their nicotine hit. Yeah, Colin. I know, it's just like, what? One question I have for Amanda on this, because she's got you have the vendor perspective, and I want the vendor perspective on this. When you look at this as a vendor and you look at what the FDA is doing and you look at how the government seems not only not accept tobacco harm reduction, but don't really give a damn about an independent, business, SMEs. I mean, what is your recourse? Because I'm sure that it's going to happen in other countries. If it's happening at your country, it's going to happen everywhere else. What would you say to them if they encounter the same thing?
Well, I will say I'm very proud of the business community in the United States right now. Sorry, it's late at night here. I've got my
Okay.
little daughter in the background here who's
It's
supposed
okay.
to be in bed. But, one of the things that the business community in the United States is doing a very good job at is fighting the FDA in the federal appeals courts here. And so far, every case that's been brought in the United States Federal Court of Appeals, the judges have ruled in favor of the businesses so far, not in favor of the FDA in any of those up to this point. And those cases are still in the very early stages. But I would say, use every legal recourse you have available to you until you've exhausted every single one of them. I mean, the court system is really that final frontier in the United States in our checks and balances system of government. And so it's been heartening to see some of the rulings that have come down in the last couple of weeks, because that really was our last avenue of recourse to what the FDA has done here. And so far, some of the early indications have been quite positive.
Okay, but yeah, good. That's good. That's heartening. I have one last question for the panel. If Voldemort, and we all know who Voldemort is, had endorsed vaping instead of demanding a prohibitionist mindset from the recipients of his largesse, would we be less concerned or even support the pernicious corruption of so many countries on THR? So let's just say Voldemort, instead of pushing for bans, was pushing for countries to adopt THR. How would we feel about that? Would it still be just as bad as him pushing bans? What do you think, Colin? I'll give it to you.
I wouldn't have a problem with that. If he was pushing a measure which would improve public health, I'm all behind it. If he was pushing a strategy that was strongly evidence-based and which was going to save lives and cut out the black market and solve all the other problems, I haven't got a problem with that. That's what any decent person would do.
Even though it's corruption? Even if he did it by corruption?
Oh, if he did it by corruption, I didn't see that part of the question. Well, I don't know if I could support that, but certainly if he used his money to fund groups and influence the World Health Organization and political parties in a legal sense, and he was doing it for all the right reasons, I wouldn't have a problem with that.
Okay. Asa? Thanks, Colin.
I totally agree with Colin. Like anyone, actually, not the Voldemort himself, but anyone who wants to turn around and support harm reduction in any type of form, I'm all for it. But that would, going back to say, like, we'll have to say the corruption is another thing that we have to think about. But as long as, okay, let's face it. There no such. I don't think there's you cannot get rid of corruption, but it's on the degrees, more or less. And if some type of form of corruption occurred, why benefits the people in general? I'm all for it, really, because it's one way or another. Corruption will happen, but if it happened to benefit the people, the health of the people, and going towards our cause, hey, I'm all for it too.
Yeah, exactly. Amanda?
I spend a lot of my time dealing with corrupt government actions and corrupt actors influencing the government, and I certainly don't want to be the one dishing that out to accomplish a goal. It's that classic question of, do the ends justify the means? And I think that we can win with truth and hard work and loud voices on our side. And there is funding that has to happen, but I don't think any of that needs to be corrupt in any type of way. There are plenty of non-corrupt ways to fund advocacy and to fund getting a message across. So I'm not really one that's going to say, we should use their same terrible means to justify the ends, because I think we are in the middle of a very noble fight. And I'm maybe naive, but I'd like to win it with truth and justice and just a lot of hard work on our side.
Yeah, Asa, you want to say something?
Yeah, definitely. I'd also agree with Amanda. What I just said, I didn't want to sound like we will stoop down to the level of corruption. Of course, what we had done, what we had been doing for so many years is we give out the correct information. We are honest. We are really honest about our passion. It's our passion, and we are honest about it. And of course, we don't want corruption to be part of us. But what I was saying is that if the opposition, the antis and the people who are opposing to us want to turn around and, like, I don't know, some kind of corruption occurs, that will benefit people. That's why I said, I'm okay with that, but not, of course, not us. We are fighting for the right to benefit our health, and we are doing it cleanly. We had been doing that for many years, so that's what I was trying to say. But I'm not saying that we should go out and give bribe people, give bribe money to officials and things like that.
Yeah, no, because two wrongs don't make a right. I mean, to summarize it, I mean, if the funding followed the truth instead of promulgating lies, it would be justifiable. You know, the high road.
Yeah.
Let's just say if it took the high road. I mean, it's one of these things that, you know, Colin will know this, Asa will know this, Amanda, you're going to find out. Most people who know me know this. I'm always saying, let's take the high road. Don't sink to their level because two wrongs don't make a right, you know, kind of thing. It just that doesn't work. That's pretty much what we've got. I want to know, anybody have any final thoughts they'd like to give to the audience and the people that are watching us? Colin?
Yeah, I just keep coming back to the fact that we need to keep our eye on the goal here, which is, I'm sorry about that light on my face, which is what's best for health. We get distracted by, you know, the war against nicotine. We get distracted by we've got to bring down the tobacco industry. We've got to stop smoking. Well, or we've got to stop tobacco. But really, what we need to do is stop smoking, because that's what's causing the harm to public health. And that's where our focus should be. Is this measure, whatever we're doing, is it going to help the health of people? And we get distracted by so many other priorities.
Yeah, it's true. Amanda?
You know, my final thought here is it's always darkest before the dawn, and I think certainly we're at a very dark time in vaping policy in the United States, and I don't think we're alone in that. I think around the globe, many of us are at a very critical juncture in the way this is going to go as far as how tobacco harm reduction is handled, or if it has an opportunity to continue to exist in various countries around the globe. And so my message to anybody watching, I know we're all in very different struggles depending on where we are, you know, in the world, but none of us are in this alone. We're all fighting every day for this. And, you know, when you feel discouraged, when you feel like giving up, just remember there are so many like-minded people that are absolutely cheering for you and your efforts and what you're doing. We're all fighting our own struggles. And I think we can all win this together because we're all fighting together. And I believe in us very strong.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you all for joining me today. I know it's late for you, Amanda. Thank you. You're going to sleep so well tonight. Thanks, Ace. Thank you, Colin. Thank you, Amanda. Thank you to the audience for joining us today. I hope you enjoyed that. And Careful will be back tomorrow, same time, discussing nicotine. So make a note of it, and I will see you all then. So until then, stay safe, stay well, be good. Thank you.
Bye.
คนไทยเจอกัน
Bye,
บ่าย
everybody.
3ครับบ่าย3เจอกันสวัสดีนะครับก็ greetings to we're gonna be discuss in Thai languageผมสูบบุหรี่มาประมาณ 37-38 ปี
20 กว่าปี
ประมาณเกือบ20 ปี
สูบมาเป็นเวลาเกือบ30 ปี
จนถึงอายุ 25 ปี
ประมาณ 20 กว่าปีนะ
การเข้าปีที่ 20
30 กว่าปี
16 ปี
มาไม่น้อยกว่า5-6เกือบ10 ปีแล้ว
ไม่ต่ำกว่า 20 ปี สูบบุหรี่มวนมาตั้งแต่อายุ 16 ปี
13 ปี
5 ปีแล้วครับ 8 ปี ประมาณ 12 ปีครับ
เกือบ 20 ปี
20 กว่าปี
22 ปีนะคะ
16 ปี
เฉลี่ยแล้วสูบวันละซองหรือซองกว่า
วันนี้จะสูบประมาณ2
สอนเนี้ยตกวันละ3 ซองนะครับ
คราวนี้อยากจะเลิกบุหรี่แล้วลองหลาย ๆ วิธีมากไม่ว่าจะเป็นการกินหมากฝรั่งการหักดิบ
แปะแผ่นนิโคตินปากเคี้ยวหมากฝรั่งและคาบบุหรี่ไปพร้อมกันหักดิบหลายครั้งแต่ก็ไม่สำเร็จนะครับ
ก็ไม่สำเร็จสักทีนะ
ไม่ได้ผล
และพยายามเลิกมาหลายรูปแบบแล้วค่ะ
ก็ยังไม่สามารถเลิกได้นะครับ
ผมก็เลิกไม่ได้
แต่เลิกไม่ได้ก็ไม่สามารถเลิกได้ครับ
ช่วงหลังๆสุขภาพเริ่มทรุดโทรม
ร่างกายมันเริ่มไม่ไหว
จนเมื่อ10 กว่าปีที่แล้วได้พบกับบุหรี่ไฟฟ้า
บุหรี่ไฟฟ้าช่วยให้ผมเลิกสูบบุหรี่ได้
แต่ในส่วนของบุหรี่ไฟฟ้าหรือว่าเว็บไบไลเซอร์บุหรี่ไฟฟ้าตั้งแต่
สูบบุหรี่ไฟฟ้าเมื่อ10 ปีที่แล้วสมัยก่อนเทคโนโลยีมันยังไม่ดี แต่ตอนนี้เทคโนโลยีมันดีแล้วเพจบุหรี่ไฟฟ้าคืออะไร ที่แนะนำว่าบุหรี่ไฟฟ้าสามารถทดแทนการสูบบุหรี่มวนได้
ผมสามารถเลิกบุหรี่ได้ตั้งแต่วันแรกที่ใช้เลยนะ
มาเลิกบุหรี่ได้ก็เพราะเวปไลเซอร์
เวปไลเซอร์นะ
เวปไลเซอร์
เว็บไลเซอร์
ใช้เว็บไลเซอร์
ใช้เวปไลเซอร์นะครับ
เว็บไลเซอร์เว็บไลเซอร์นี่แหละครับเว็บไลเซอร์
บุหรี่ไฟฟ้าทดแทนครับ
บุหรี่ไฟฟ้าค่ะ
ส่วนตัวที่ผมใช้จะเป็นน้ำยาสายขนมอย่างเดียวเลยครับกลิ่นผลไม้ครับผม
เป็นสายขนมครับผมเป็นสายผลไม้นะครับ
ผลไม้ฟรุตตี้อะไร
ผลไม้
สายขนมเป็นหลัก
จะเป็นสายขนมนะครับจะสูบสายขนมครับกลิ่นขนมเป็นหลักครับกลิ่นขนมเป็นหลัก
ขนมกับผลไม้เป็นหลักนะครับ
หลังจากมาสูบบุหรี่ไฟฟ้าแล้วผมไม่หันกลับไปสูบบุหรี่อีกเลย
ผมเลิกมาได้แล้ว
1 ปีนะครับปีกว่าแล้ว
มา3 ปีแล้ว
ปีครึ่ง7-8 ปีละ
2 ปีละ 7 เดือนละ
2 ปีละ
6 ปีแล้วครับ
เกือบ1 ปีแล้ว
ไม่กลับไปสูบบุหรี่อีกเลยนะ
ผมเลิกสูบบุหรี่แล้วนะ
ผมหยุดสูบบุหรี่มวนได้ถาวร
บุหรี่ไฟฟ้าทำให้สุขภาพผมดีขึ้น
ทำให้สุขภาพดีขึ้น
สุขภาพดีขึ้น
ให้สุขภาพของผมนะครับดีขึ้นอย่างเห็นได้ชัด
ทุกวันนี้สุขภาพก็ดีขึ้นค่ะ
บุหรี่ไฟฟ้าช่วยให้เลิกสูบบุหรี่ได้จริงบุหรี่ไฟฟ้าปลอดภัยกว่าจริงๆบุหรี่ไฟฟ้าช่วยชีวิตได้จริงๆ Okay. Thanks. And for the CC, thank you for saying that the CC, the closed caption, coming up perfectly, and the on-screen translation actually is not. Is what everything is what I did, because I'm pretty sure that when a lot of people in Thailand will be difficult to speak English, and so I asked our followers to speak in Thai, and then I myself personally put the translation and then place it in different places. That's why the CC is all over the places, but just to make it more dynamic, so to speak. So on this session, I'm gonna turn into Thai, and actually เดี๋ยวรอให้มีภาษาไทยขึ้นมาก่อนจะได้เปลี่ยนเป็นภาษาไทย so I'm gonna switch into Thai as soon as I can see that there are some Thai people coming in and talk. So I'm not the one who's doing the editing and pulling people in. I'm just a panelist, and this is my session. So asking the operator, if you see Alexis and other people from Thailand, please pull them in and join me. เดี๋ยวก็จะมาthanks Mowgli. Yeah, trying my best. ก็ลองดูนะครับมีคนไทยมาดูหรือเปล่าเพราะว่าจะเล่าให้ฟังด้วยว่าเมื่อเช้านี้ช่วงเที่ยงสินะของเราก็คือจริงๆแล้วตั้งแต่11 โมงเป็นต้นไปเนี่ยก็มีอันหนึ่งคือ Clive Bates เนี่ยที่ผมหันไปเนี่ยยกอันนี้มาดีกว่าเพราะว่ามันมีสไลด์ของ Clive Bates อยู่นะฮะเป็นอย่างนี้โอ้โหอีวงกลมก็นะฮะแล้วเดี๋ยวจะมาอธิบายเป็นภาษาไทยนิดนึง so I'm gonna do some explanation in Thai translate for those Thai people who couldn't understand what this morning Clive was talking about. His slide was really really good มันเป็นสไลด์ที่ดีมากๆเลยแต่ว่าก็คงจะกระโดดข้ามไปเรื่อยๆนะก็เผื่อใครมาชมตามหลังก็ได้Clive ก็พูดเยอะแต่ว่าอยากจะตัดมานิดนึงก็คือว่าตัวหนึ่งที่ทางหมอฝั่งเราเคยเอามาพูดก็คือRCP วิทยาลัยอายุรแพทย์นะครับ Royal College of Physicians เขาก็บอกว่าถึงแม้ว่ามันจะไม่สามารถที่แบบว่าจะโอ้โหติ๊งตองเดี๋ยวขอปิดก่อนก็แล้วกันเรื่องของความเสี่ยงที่เกิดขึ้นจากบุหรี่ไฟฟ้านะยังไม่หาเป๊ะๆไม่ได้แต่มันก็มีหลักฐานพออยู่แล้วว่าอันตรายเนี่ยมีไม่เกิน 5% แน่นอนไม่ยอมเปลี่ยนหน้าซะแล้วเขาก็ทำเป็นสไลด์ขึ้นมาให้ชมต่างๆมันมีบาร์มีอะไรขึ้นมาเยอะเลย นะแล้วก็ไปพูดถึงเรื่องอีวาลีเนี่ยว่าเป็นเกิดขึ้นจากบุหรี่ไฟฟ้าซึ่งจริงๆมันไม่ใช่ไงมันเป็นการที่แบบว่าเอาวิตามิน E แอซิเทตแล้วก็เคยขึ้นไปแล้วนะฮะแล้วมันก็จะมีพีคขึ้นมาอยู่มันก็จะมีเป็นบายอย่างนี้ขึ้นมาตรงกลางเสร็จแล้วก็ปุ๊บมันก็หายไปเพราะว่าเมื่อรู้ถึงว่าอะไรที่เป็นสิ่งที่ก่อให้เกิดอีวาลีแต่เดี๋ยวมาพูดถึงเรื่องนี้เรื่องหนึ่งก่อนI just wanted to speak out also in English because just this afternoon time in Thailand right now it's 3 p.m. and around 1:30 p.m. right afternoon, right after what we did this morning session, a group of health advocates that they call themselves health advocates, they blame me for being employee of Big Tobacco. เมื่อเช้าเมื่อบ่ายนี้เลยสดๆเลยก็โดนเบลมโดนหาว่าผมเนี่ยทำงานคือหาว่าท่านชัยวุฒิ who's the เป็นรัฐมนตรี DES กับไม่ว่าจะเป็นกลุ่มที่เขาตั้งขึ้นมาเพื่อพิจารณาเรื่องบุหรี่ไฟฟ้าเนี่ยก็บอกว่าไม่ถูกนะไปทำผิดกฎ FCTC มันเพราะว่าไปดึงมีผมกับคุณมาริส2 คนที่เป็นทำงานให้กับบริษัทยาสูบอันนี้ผมบันทึกเก็บเอาไว้หมดแล้วนะเพราะฉะนั้นก็ I've been blamed so I probably sue them back ก็คงจะต้องมีการฟ้องร้องกันเกิดขึ้นบ้างแหละเพราะว่าอยู่นิ่งๆมานานละโอ้โหอะไรกันโอเคดีเลยคราวนี้เรามีเพื่อนแล้วโอ้โหแบบแสบอ่ะอาจารย์ไอซ์มาแล้วคุณเล็กสวัสดีครับเราจะลุยภาษาไทยกันแล้วล่ะ
สวัสดีค่ะ
เขาบอกว่า vapors are already banned in India waves same as in Thailand เราคุยภาษาไทยตอนนี้เรามีเวลาอยู่ประมาณ50 นาทีเมื่อกี้ก็เปิดคลิปมีอาจารย์ไอซ์อาจารย์ไอซ์ใส่เสื้อสีเหลืองอีกแล้วเดี๋ยวคนก็หาว่าเสื้อเหลืองหรือเปล่า ก็เนี่ยมีของเมื่อเช้า Clive Base เดี๋ยวผมจะเอาตัวของ Clive Base เนี่ยไปย่อยแล้วทำเป็นภาษาไทยเมื่อเช้าก็ได้ชมคุณเล็กซ์ก็น่าจะเห็นอยู่อาจารย์ไอซ์ไม่ทราบติดต่อหรือเปล่าก็มีเนี่ยอยู่มี Cochrane Review อย่างเงี้ย
ทุกท่านนี่พูดได้ดีมากเลยเมื่อเช้าแบบได้เข้าใจบริบทการเคลื่อนไหวรอบโลกด้วยว่าแต่ละประเทศเป็นยังไงกันบ้างแล้วอย่างเช่นสหรัฐนิวซีแลนด์ออสเตรเลีย
มีคอมเมนต์ภาษาไทยมาแล้วค่อยใจชื้นหน่อยไม่งั้นเมื่อกี้นั่งเหงาก็คือเขาก็บอกว่าเรื่องของ harm reduction น่ะมันคืออะไรมันคือการลดความเสี่ยงแล้วก็จะต้องเข้าไปคูณด้วยจำนวนคนที่ลดเห็นไหมสไลด์ของไคลฟ์เมื่อเช้านี้โอ้เห็นแล้วชอบมากเลยแล้วก็
อันนั้นเล็กมาไม่ทันเลย
อะไรนะ
เล็กมาไม่ทันตอนที่เขาพูดสไลด์เข้าไปตอนเกือบจะเที่ยงละ
เขามีอย่างนี้ฮะเขามีไอ้ 7P ฮะ value proposition ที่เป็นตัวนี้มาทันไหมอันนี้ก็ดี
no
ผมทำตอนอเมนด้าขึ้นนะครับ
ฮะมันก็จะมีเลยว่าการโปรโมทใช่เขาก็จะพูดถึงว่าไอ้ tobacco control ก็คือต้องไป degrade value หมดไม่ว่าจะเป็น price คือราคาก็ขึ้นราคากระหน่ำเลย promotion คือห้ามโปรโมท place คือห้ามโชว์สินค้าถูกไหมฮะ product ก็คือตัวผลิตภัณฑ์positioning คือการวางตำแหน่ง people คือคนแล้วก็ packaging ก็คือ packaging ก็คือ package คืออะไรนะซองใช่ไหมภาษาไทยก็เรียกอะไรนะ packaging บรรจุภัณฑ์7 ตัวนี้ทุกอย่างก็คือ tobacco control การควบคุมยาสูบมันดึงปุ๊บตามมาหมดเลยซึ่งจริงๆพอเรามาพูดถึงอันนี้คือพูดถึงภาพรวมของทั้งโลกเลยเขาก็บอกว่ามันไม่ควรหรือเปล่าถ้าการเวฟเนี่ยเมื่อมันเป็น harm reduction มันเป็นการลดภัยเพราะฉะนั้นมันก็ควรราคาก็ไม่ควรจะแพงควรที่จะโปรโมทได้การวางสินค้าจัดแสดงสถานที่เนี่ยก็ควรที่จะให้คนเห็นอย่างน้อยก็จะต้องดีกว่าบุหรี่นะครับตัวผลิตภัณฑ์เองตัวการตำแหน่งผู้คนแล้วก็บรรจุภัณฑ์มันก็ควรที่จะแบบเขาก็บอกเขาเข้าใจมันมีคำเตือนอยู่บ้างแต่ว่าไม่ใช่แบบว่ามาซะแบบเวอร์วังไปเลยซึ่งตอนนี้มันออกมาไม่ว่าจะเป็น smoking หรือ vaping เขาก็
อัน
คอ
นี้
ม
เรา
เพลให้มาเป็น2แผ่นอย่างนี้
เราสามารถ
คือ
พู
มั
ด
นเหมือน
ใน
กันเลย
ในสถานการณ์ในเมืองไทยได้ปะครับ
ได้ครับก็เนี่ย
พอ
เรา
ดี
คุ
เมื่
ย
อ
ถึงส
กี้
ถา
เนี่
น
ย
การณ์ในเมืองไทยเล
ผ
ย
มเข้าไปฟังของไลฟ์สดของน่าจะทางสจย.
เมื่อ
แล้ว
กี้
เขาก็พูดถึงเรื่องใช่ครับผมติดภารกิจสอนผมฟังยังไม่ทันหมด แต่ใจความตอนที่ผมไปฟังตอนแรกเนี่ยก็คือเขาบอกว่ายิ่งการเพิ่มภาษีเนี่ยมากเท่าไหร่เนี่ยจะยิ่งจะลดอัตราการตายได้ มากเท่านั้น ผม
มันไม่
ก็
ใช่ดิ
มานั่งคิดดูเดี๋ยวก่อนนะ คุณเพิ่มภาษีแล้วคุณไม่คิดถึงหรือว่า แล้วเวฟที่มันไม่มีข้อมูลออกมาเลยว่ามันตายหรือเปล่า ซึ่งมันไม่มีมันไม่ตายทำไมคุณไม่เอาอันนี้ขึ้นมาทำไมไม่ดันตรงนี้ขึ้นมามัวแต่ไปดันเพิ่มภาษีอย่างเดียว ผมว่าอันนี้มันก็ไม่โอเคเท่าไหร่ ซึ่งจริงๆแล้วเนี่ยผมมองว่าในบริบทของเมืองไทยเนี่ยยังล้าหลังในอีกหลายๆประเทศอีกเยอะมากๆเลย แบบ
เขา
ว่า
ก็ภูมิใจมากเลยนะว่าเขานั่น
เหมือนบริบทของเมืองไทยเนี่ยเหมือนเขาแค่จะก๊อปโมเดลอะไรที่อย่างต่างประเทศเคยใช้มานานอย่างเช่นการขึ้นภาษีนี่มันเป็นโมเดลในการแบบลด tobacco consumption ที่แบบมีมาหลาย10 ปีแล้วและเห็นว่ามันไม่ได้ผลแต่คือเขาก็จะมาแค่มีความคิดมีแบบ perspective ที่ว่าเมืองนอกเขาทำก็คงจะดีก็ทำต่อไปเป็นที่ยอมรับเขาคิดว่ามันเป็นที่ยอมรับของกลุ่ม mainstream หรือกลุ่มใดกลุ่มหนึ่งในการรณรงค์แบบ anti tobacco ในต่างประเทศมั้งคะหรือเปล่าเขาก็เลยยังจะแบบยึดติดกับสิ่งนั้นหรือมันเป็นความเป็นดึกดำบรรพ์ของเขาที่เขาคิดว่าอะไรที่เขาเคยทำแล้วมันดีมันควรจะทำต่อไปแล้วก็ยังจะผลักดันให้ยังยึดติดกับสิ่งนั้นต่อไปหรือเป
คือ
ล่า
จริง
โห
ๆ ถ้า
นี่
เกิด
สุด
ว่าจะ
ย
ยึ
อ
ด
ด
ติด
เดี๋ยว
นี่นะครับ
คอมเมนต์นิดนึงมัลกรีเวฟแบบอุตส่าห์นั่งไป Google Translate มาแน่ๆเลยที่บอกสูบไอช่วยชีวิตฉันผู้สูบบุหรี่อายุ35 ปี 8.5 ปีโดยไม่สูบไอก็คือแล้วก็ probably said vaping saved my life ใช่ไหมแล้วก็he smoked for 35 years and had been 8.5 years without smoking ใช่ไหมทีนี้พูดถึงย้อนกลับไปเรื่องที่คุณเล็กพูดอยู่เมื่อสักครู่ก็คือในเรื่องของความเสี่ยงสมมุติว่าถ้าจะมาเล่นงานบุหรี่ไฟฟ้าซึ่งมันพิสูจน์แล้วนะเพราะฉะนั้นก็คือคุณก็ต้องทำให้อันนี้คือเรามองตามคอนเซ็ปต์เขานะก็คือเข้าถึงได้ยากขึ้นก็ตรงกับประเทศไทยเลยคือแม่งแบนแหลกเลยแล้วก็ทำให้มีกลิ่นรสที่แบบน่าขยะแขยงแม่งแบบเหมือนกับเรากินหมักฝรั่งหมักฝรั่งนิโคตินใช่ไหมแล้วก็ทำให้มันแพงแล้วก็ให้เป็น less consumer friendly คือให้เข้าถึงให้แบบใช้ได้ยากนะฮะแล้วก็ได้ผลทางเภสัชกรรมเนี่ย pharmacologically less effective แล้วก็ไปบีบบังคับ inhibits innovation ก็คือเรื่องนวัตกรรมใหม่ๆนี่ก็คือไปกดขี่รูปเขาก็บอกว่าขึ้นตัวแดงไว้เลยว่า then it causes harm by perpetuating smoking ก็คือแปลว่าตอนนี้จริงๆเลยคือสิ่งที่กลุ่มนี้ออกมารณรงค์โดยเฉพาะอย่างยิ่งมาพยายามมาต่อต้านบุหรี่ไฟฟ้าคุณรู้ไหมว่าสิ่งที่คุณทำคือการสนับสนุนการสูบบุหรี่ because you are perpetuating smoking
ใช่
เหมือนท้ายสุดแล้วมันก็จะบีบให้ผู้ที่ต้องการจะมีสุขภาพที่ดีขึ้นแล้วต้องการที่จะหลีกปลีกตัวห่างหรือเลิกลดละควันบุหรี่สุดท้ายก็ต้องบีบกลับไปสู่การสูบบุหรี่ซึ่งเราเห็นว่ามันก็เคยเกิดขึ้นแล้วหลายกรณีอย่างเช่นในสหรัฐอเมริกาตอนที่เขามี flavor ban กันสุดท้ายคนก็คือคนอย่างบางคนสมมติว่าเล็กเป็นคนที่สูบ Marlboro แดงเล็กต้องการจะเลิกบุหรี่ถามว่า Marlboro แดงมันกลิ่นโทบาโก้แล้วถ้าหากว่าคุณมี flavor ban คุณแบนกลิ่นช็อกโกแลตคุณแบนกลิ่นบลูเบอร์รี่สุดท้ายแล้วเล็กก็จะสามารถที่จะเข้าถึงเฉพาะน้ำยากลิ่นโทบาโก้
ซึ่งมีผลเสียอย่างมากด้วยเท่าที่ผมมองคือเราแทนที่เราจะเลิกจากกลิ่นบุหรี่ได้ไม่ติดกับกลิ่นบุหรี่กลิ่นโทบาโก้เนี่ยมันกลายเป็นว่าเรายังอยู่ในวังวนของโทบาโก้อยู่ซึ่งถ้าเกิดเรามีเฟเบอร์ที่หลากหลายเนี่ยมันจะสามารถห่างแล้วก็ต่อไปเราจะไม่ไปสูบบุหรี่อื่นได้เลยเพราะว่ากลิ่นมันใกล้เคียงกัน
เพราะว่ามันอย่างถ้าในพวกพอร์ตเนี้ยอย่างพวก KS พวกพอร์ตเนี่ยค่ะที่เราสูบมีคนสูบหรือมีคนใช้กันที่นิก50แล้วเป็นกลิ่นโทบาโกอันนั้นมันเป็นเขาเรียกว่าอะไรอ่ะมันเป็นแค่ช่วยให้เขาได้มีเขาเรียกว่าอะไรเหมือน bridge อ่ะการเชื่อมความรู้สึก feeling จากการที่เขาคุ้นเคยกับบุหรี่เพื่อที่จะปรับให้พอเขาเปลี่ยนมาจากบุหรี่มวลมาเป็นอิเล็กทรอนิกส์แล้วเนี่ยอย่างน้อยมันก็ยังมีกลิ่นของโทบาโกที่เขาคุ้นเคยอยู่แล้วทำให้เขาเคยชินมากขึ้นเท่านั้นเองแต่ถามว่าอย่างเล็กเลิกมาแล้ว2 ปีอย่างเงี้ยเดฟมาแล้ว2 จะ 3 ปีแล้วเนี่ยจะอยากจะหยิบไหมก็ไม่เพราะสมัยที่เล็กใช้บุหรี่มวลเล็กก็ไม่ได้ดูดแดงเล็กสูดเย็น
ทีนี้มันมีเรื่องหนึ่งที่แบบฝ่ายหมอเขาชอบมาพูดคลายฟ์เขาก็เอามาชำแหละเหมือนกันที่บอกว่าเอามาเด็ก 27.5% ของนักเรียนไฮสคูลก็คือจำนวน 4.1 ล้านคนเนี่ยใช้บุหรี่ไฟฟ้าคือตัวเลขหลักคือ 27.5% แต่เขาบอกว่าเดี๋ยวไอเนี่ยส่วนใหญ่แล้ว66% เนี่ยไม่ใช่ใช้เป็นประจำนะเขาเล่นไม่แบ่งไงคือเหมือนกับที่เราเคยคุยกันจำได้ไหมบอกว่าเวลาคุณนับสถิติคุณนับยังไงเมื่อคืนนะป่ะที่เราคุยกันเมื่อคืนวานไหมเมื่อคืนวานที่เราคุยกันถึงเรื่องสถิติแล้วมีคนบอกว่าใช้ไม่ใช่เลย
เขาก็นับว่าเป็นการสูบ
คือยืมเพื่อนมาเวฟคำหนึ่งเขาก็ถือว่าคุณเป็น ever use
ใช่
แต่คุณไม่ใช่เป็น frequent use ไง frequent use มันแค่ 9.4% เท่านั้นเองมันน้อยมากๆแล้วก็ที่แบบส่วนใหญ่แล้วpriority of teen vapers ก็คือ have prior tobacco use ก็คือเคยสูบบุหรี่มาก่อนเพราะนั้นมันไม่ใช่ก็คือคุณจะอ้างเป็นเกตเวย์เป็นอะไรมันก็ไม่ใช่อยู่แล้วแล้วผมก็งงกับแบบพวกศาสตราจารย์แพทย์หญิงคุณนายคุณหญิงออกมาพูดมั่วตัวนี่คือแบบเฮ้ยผมไม่โอนะแบบแล้วเอาผมไปโยนเข้าว่าผมทำงานให้กับบริษัทยาสูบนี่เป็นลูกจ้างใช้คำว่าผมเป็นลูกจ้างบริษัทยาสูบนะเว้ยผมก็บอกเฮ้ย WTF หรือเปล่า for English listener for those who can understand Thai I just explain that I've been blamed I'm an employee of Big Tobacco which I'm not okay อาจารย์ไอ้ว่าไงนะครับ
Yeah, it's a defamation
ที่วันนั้นที่เราคุยกันก็คือจริงๆแล้วเนี่ยคนเด็กที่สูบบุหรี่เนี่ยมันมีภาวะความเสี่ยงในการที่จะสูบบุหรี่อยู่แล้วที่ตอนที่มาเวฟเนี่ยแล้วเขาเปลี่ยนจากบุหรี่มวลมาเวฟถ้าเกิดเด็กที่มันต้องติดบุหรี่อยู่แล้วเนี่ยแล้วเปลี่ยนมาเวฟเนี่ยมันไม่ดีกว่าเหรอและไอ้คนที่จะบอกว่าเพิ่งมาเวฟแล้วไม่ได้สูบบุหรี่แล้วจะพัฒนาต่อไปดร.อุ่นกังก็อธิบายไปแล้วว่าคนที่จะพัฒนาต่อไปเป็นนักสูบหน้าใหม่จริงๆที่จะเป็นสโมเกอร์จริงๆเนี่ยเป็นเด็กที่ในส่วนที่เป็นเด็กที่มีปัญหาไม่ใช่เป็นเด็กกลุ่มทั่วไป
ใช่ก็คือเด็กกลุ่มนี้ถ้าสมมุติว่าไม่มีเวฟหรือเลยในโลกนี้กลุ่มนี้ยังไงเขาก็สูบบุหรี่กินเหล้า
หรือไม่ในกรณีนี้สมมุติว่าโอเคเขาคือ previous smoker แล้วก็ได้จับ vaporizer ขึ้นมาแล้วก็ดีต่อสุขภาพเขาระดับหนึ่งแล้วพอมาถูกกดดันถูกบีบให้ไม่สามารถเข้าถึงเนี่ย it's not accessible right so they've been previous smokers and now they've had the chance to use a vaporizer of course they will go back to smoking ก็คือคุณก็สร้างสถานการณ์ไงคุณสร้างสถานการณ์เพื่อให้คนที่เขาควรจะเข้าถึงเวฟเนี่ยเขาวิ่งกลับไปหาบุหรี่และมะเร็ง
When we are working for BT one or the other or probably all of them really Japan BAT RJ what else PMI okay yeah I work for all of them getting paid a lot that's I don't know that's
แล้วอย่างแล้วถ้าเขาจะมาอ้างว่าอย่าง vaporizers it's a gateway right คือพอ พอมันกลายเป็น gateway ขึ้นมาแล้วเยาวชนอย่างเงี้ย like the youth will start picking up smoking or go to smoke cigarettes after they've used a vaporizer. Where's the data?
They don't have real evidence มันไม่มีอะครับหลักฐานที่แบบที่แบบมายืนยันสนับสนุนของเขานี่คือมาแบบมีแต่หลักเทียนน่ะ
And even if there was evidence to contradict this claim, they would only see the evidence that benefits them.
Of course that's how they always did things and will do things
เขาไม่
and
ส
they
น
will
ถึงแม้
avoid
ว่าใช่ไหมถึงแม้ว่า
ใช่
เรามี data มาแย้งละไม่มีนะคะไม่มีจำนวนคุณจะทำลงลึกเลยทำ research ลงพื้นลงชุมชนเลย whatever อย่างเงี้ยแล้วปรากฏว่ามันมีข้อมูลมีหลักฐานมี data ขึ้นมาว่าไม่มีนะคะหรือถ้ามีก็น้อยมากและน้อยและมีเพราะอะไรก็ต้องว่ากันด้วยตามความเป็นจริงอีกต่อมาแล้วปรากฏว่าเฮ้ยมันไม่มีสิ่งที่คุณกล่าวหาเนี่ยว่าวัยรุ่นเนี่ยพอมาจับเวฟแล้วมันก็จะทำให้เขาเปิดโลกไปสู่การสูบบุหรี่เนี่ยพอมันไม่มี data เขาก็ไม่ฟังอยู่ดีเขาก็ไม่ดูอยู่ดีเพราะมันเป็น data ที่แย้งกับเขามันไม่ได้ data ที่สนับสนุนเขาวิธีทำงานของเขาจะเป็นอย่างนี้
Exactly no data no supportive data that is of any scientific value มันไม่มีเลยคือแบบมันไม่มีไงมันไม่มีหลักฐานมีแต่หลักเทียนเนี่ยก็น่าเหนื่อย
แต่เขาบอกว่าการขึ้นภาษีนี่มันเป็นจากกราฟเนี่ยคือเขาถือว่าเป็น evidence อย่างหนึ่งนะครับว่าที่จะช่วยให้ลดคนตายทำให้ยิ่งต้องขึ้นภาษีเยอะๆเมื่อกี้ที่เขาพูดเลยครับ
Yeah they just mentioned that because they raise to have higher tax it will decrease morbidity they will decrease people killed because of combustible tobacco จริงๆถ้าเป็นอย่างนั้นนะอาจารย์ไอซ์ก็นี่ไงเราก็ทำสิ่งที่จะลดอัตราความตายกับลดอัตราความป่วยอยู่ได้เนี่ยเขาไม่ยอมมองตรงนี้ใช่ไหม
ใช่ครับ
ก็จริงๆเรานี่แหละลดอัตราการตายได้
ใช่
ถูกครับ
so they still say that the more people started vaping the government will have to pay for health insurances and health cares and whatnot and มันก็ไม่ใช่ใช่ป่ะเพราะว่าเขาใช้ข้อมูลของ smoker data แล้วก็บอกว่ามี cardio arrest มี cancer มีนู่นนี่นั่นเยอะแยะไปหมดเป็นมะเร็งเป็นโรคทางหัวใจ respiratory
นิวโมเนีย
มันทำให้เล็กนึกถึงคำพูดของคุณหมอที่เป็น panelist เมื่อเช้าค่ะพอดีว่าทำหลายอย่างก็เลยลืมชื่อของเขาว่า like they don't care about the evidence is right there in front of their faces they ask for it we give it to them and they don't care so มันทำให้ชวนให้คิดว่าเราควรจะเอาปัจจัยเนี้ยมา apply หรือว่ามาทำ strategy advocacy strategy ยังไงในเมื่อเขาไม่สนละเราจะโยน evidence ไปให้เขายังไงเขาก็ไม่อันนี้ไม่รู้นะยิงเฉยๆพอดีประดุกมาทำให้
มันยากจริงอ่ะ
ใช่ like how do we move forward with like our advocacy strategy when we have scientific evidence that they asked for themselves but they don't care to see
yeah true Ian said บอกว่า they resort to name calling because they have no ammunition it's probably true too because they are getting less and less ammunition and less fact actually they don't even have real fact with scientific value มันไม่เหลือหลักฐานอะไรทางวิทยาศาสตร์ที่จะมาต่อต้านเราอีกแล้วไงก็เลยแบบงอแงไปถึงแบบว่าอย่างงู้นอย่างนี้มาเล่นงานแต่อันนี้คือแบบ it's not right you know this is calling it's called shaming me in public places
ครับแล้ว
หมิ่นประมาท
ต่างประเทศนะครับที่เป็นลักษณะแบบเราเนี่ยเขาแก้ไขกันยังไงครับ
อะไรอะครับมันไม่มีอ่ะมันมีประเทศไทยมันสุดโต่งอยู่ประเทศเดียวอ่ะปัญหาไหนอะอาจารย์คือประเทศไทยเราแม่งสุดโต่งอยู่แล้วอ่ะ
ยังไงคะปัญหาอย่างเราจะไหน
อย่างที่เราเจอกันอยู่เนี่ย ที่เราเจอคุณหมอที่ไม่ค่อยเป็นหมอเท่าไหร่
เขาก็เจออันนั้นเขาก็เจอเขาก็เอา scientific fact มายันกันอย่างที่เมื่อเช้าที่ผมคุยที่เราคุยกัน4 คนนะฮะแล้วก็มีสุภาพสตรีซึ่งเขาก็คุยในจุดหนึ่งที่เขาคุยเนี่ย from this morning that I mentioned corruption ใช่ไหมที่เขาบอกว่าเขาพูดถึง Bloomberg กันแล้วก็บอกว่าแล้วสมมุติว่าคำถามจากคนมาบอกว่าถ้า Bloomberg เขาเปลี่ยนล่ะก็คือเปลี่ยนจากการต่อต้านเวฟมาเป็นสนับสนุนเวฟแต่ยังมีเรื่องของคอร์รัปชันเกี่ยวข้องอยู่ผมก็เลยตอบว่าถ้าเป็นจุดนั้นน่ะผมกล้าที่จะพูดบอกว่าในโลกเราเนี้ยมันไม่มีที่ไหนที่ปราศจากคอร์รัปชันโดยบริสุทธิ์โดยสมบูรณ์คือยังไงมันก็มีแต่ถ้ามันเกิดขึ้นแล้วมัน benefit people's health มันส่งผลกลับคืนมาสู่ประชาชนอย่างแท้จริงอ่ะบางทีก็แบบแกล้งทำเป็นไม่เห็นซึ่งเมื่อเช้านี้อีกคนหนึ่งผู้หญิงตายแย่มากสมองก็คือที่เขามาค้านบอกว่ายังไงก็เราไม่ควรที่จะแปดเปื้อนผมก็บอกว่าเฮ้ยถูกนะเราบริสุทธิ์อยู่แล้วเราสู้ด้วยใจกันอยู่แล้วอย่าง2 ท่านที่ข้างนี้2 ท่านตรงเนี้ยก็เป็นอาจารย์ทั้ง2 คน these two are professors tutors teachers and just took their time out with passion to advocate for safer alternatives for tobacco harm reduction. So yeah, we have to be clean and we are clean, but sometimes you cannot avoid corruption. มันเลี่ยงไม่ได้ส่วนมันไม่ได้อยู่ในมือของเราแต่ว่าการคอร์รัปชันเกิดขึ้นแล้วมันก่อให้เกิดผลดีกับเราอ่ะผมยังพอรับได้แต่ไม่ใช่ว่าแบบคอร์รัปชันเข้าไปแฝงตัวอยู่ในรัฐบาล within the government right now there's a court ruling going on in Philippines เดี๋ยวก็ this afternoon Peter will appear and we'll probably talk about that ปีเตอร์เขาคงมาพูดเรื่องของการที่บลูมเบิร์กเขาส่งคนเข้าไปนั่งอยู่ในMinistry of Health อะไปมีเทเบิลเลยนะมีโต๊ะนั่งอยู่ในนั้นเลยแล้วเขาก็ถูกจับได้แล้วก็คือไปรณรงค์เรื่องนี้แหละแล้วที่อย่างเงี้ยคุณป้าหญิงทำไมไม่มาพูดอ่ะผมเรานี่ยังหาไม่เจอเบียร์ผมลากออกมากลางถนนแน่แจ้งวัฒนะตรงนั้นน่ะรถแม่งเยอะดีใช่ไหม
นี่ไงฟังแบบนี้นี่ก็ไม่แน่นะครับที่ว่าหมอจังของเรานี่อาจจะมีส่วนหรือเปล่า
อย่าให้เจอกันแล้วกันแต่เขาฉลาดไงเห็นไหมอ่ะมีโพสต์แล้วอ่ะวิธีการ
เขาเป็น puppeteer เขากำลัง putting the strings
ตอนนี้เขาเป็น puppet master เดี๋ยวเขาไม่ค่อยออกหน้าเองแล้วเขาก็โยนข้อความเขานั่นแหละโยนไปให้คนอื่นพูดแล้วเขาก็เอามาอ้างถึงคนอื่นก็หลวมตัวกันใหญ่ยังเดี๋ยวจะได้เงียบกันบ้าง
อย่างเมื่อเช้าก็ชอบแล้วก็คือก็พูดกันในเรื่องของอย่างเปอร์เซ็นต์ของการที่ทำไมหมอแล้วชอบตรงนี้อะค่ะที่มาจากคุณหมอที่เขามาจากออสเตรเลียเนี่ยคือทำไมใช่คอลินว่าทำไมหมอเนี่ยเขาไม่ค่อยมีข้อมูลเรื่องเกี่ยวกับเรื่อง vaporizer เท่าไหร่เขาอาจจะอาจจะแบบโอเคก็ไม่ว่างจริงเนาะก็เป็นหมอไม่ว่างที่จะวิจัยเองจริงหรือไม่ว่างที่จะหาข้อมูลจริงและก็โชคร้ายของเราที่บลูมเบิร์กนี่แหละบลูมเบิร์กฟิลแลนโทรฟีสนี่แหละที่
ไอ้นั่นว่างมาก
แฝงว่างมากคือไปทุกสัดส่วนเลยอ่ะไปการเมืองไปแอบแฝงอยู่ในพรรคการเมืองใดๆอันนี้เรารู้อยู่คือมีแล้วยัดเยียดความ right wing ideology ของเขาทั้งในเรื่องการเมืองและในโดยเฉพาะในเรื่องของสุขภาพในเรื่องของ vaping ด้วยมันก็เลยทำให้หมอก็ได้รับหรือว่าอย่างสหรัฐเนี่ยที่เขาเล่าให้ฟังว่าสหรัฐนี่สวยที่สุดเพราะว่าสหรัฐนี่แบบมุมมองเขาใช้คำว่า toxic เลยมุมมองต่อ vaping เนี่ยมันมีความ toxic มากเพราะmedia propaganda นี้ที่มาจาก funding ของ Bloomberg คือมัน funnel ลงมาเลยอย่างเงี้ย funneling of funds อย่างเงี้ยแล้วเพราะฉะนั้น what right do they have when they come out with claims, for example when they accuse you Faiz, of working for the tobacco industry? I mean come on, that's hypocrisy.
Because of a conflict of interest are so high on their side, not on our side.
ใช่
I mean, if before you say anything, if you have to declare conflict of interest, then I don't think they have anything to say because they can't. Or maybe right here in Thailand ชอบอ้างสิ่งศักดิ์สิทธิ์กันนะผมว่าว่างๆชวนไปนั่งดีเบตกันที่วัดพระแก้ว Really go to a holy place since they are
so holy.
So
whole แบบนี้นะ
they are not holy.
It's kind of whole.
จริงๆที่เมื่อกี้คุณเล็กพูดเนี่ยผมยังมองว่าถ้าเราตัดไฟแต่ต้นลมได้น่าจะดีที่มันเป็นขั้นบันไดลงมาเนี่ยผมว่าแต่ปัญหาคือมันต้องมีคนที่แบบต้องคนที่มันมีกำลังในการฟันด้วยคือมันต้องฟันทีเดียวแบบให้ชัดให้ขาด
ก็อย่างถ้าในบริบทของเมืองไทยอาจจะมองได้ว่าอะไรองค์กรใดองค์กรหนึ่งในเมืองไทยเนี่ยที่รณรงค์เรื่องสุขภาพเนี่ยก็จะเปรียบเสมือนเป็นบลูมเบิร์กของเมืองไทยในเรื่องของคุณเพื่อที่จะสนับสนุนหมอใดๆหรือว่าหมอบางคนบางท่านที่จะออกมา
ผมยังคิดว่ามันอาจจะมีส่วนเกี่ยวข้องกันหรือเปล่าเพราะมันดูใกล้เคียงกันมากเลยในบริบท
เขาก็ทำแบบเดียวกันไง
Of course มันก็แบบเดียวกันเลยมันแบบมัน parallel กันเลยนะคะอาจารย์ไอซ์เพราะว่าพอ Bloomberg ทำแบบนี้มันเป็นเพื่อที่จะ protect แบบเขาเรียกอะไรฝ่ายแบบส่วนได้ส่วนเสียของเขา protect their interests อย่างถ้าในเมืองไทยถ้าเขาไม่ทำเขาก็ไม่มีงานทำเขาก็ไม่ได้รายได้ใช่ไหมจริงๆอันนี้เราก็พูดกันอยู่บ่อยๆว่าทำไมหมอต้องออกมาแล้วก็ต้องมายัดเยียดให้ต้องเคี้ยวหมากฝรั่งต้องมาแปะแผ่น
well the gums ไอ้พวกแผ่นแปะพวก nicotine patches หรือว่าหมากฝรั่ง gums ลูกอมหรืออะไรก็ตามเพราะว่า they have budget because the word budget should be suffice แล้วก็น่าจะพอแล้วก็คือคำว่างบประมาณซึ่งพวกเขาก็เป็นคนจัดสรรกันและการจัดสรรงบประมาณอะไรมันอยู่แค่ไหนอะไรมันไปถึงใครแค่ไหนเราตรวจสอบไม่ได้ด้วยนะที่มันตลกนี่เราพูดถึงได้หรือเปล่ายังไม่รู้เลยเผลอๆนี่เขาเขียนคือต้องยอมรับว่าตอนมีการก่อตั้งสสส.ขึ้นมาเนี่ยเขาใช้มือกฎหมายระดับประเทศที่เก่งมากๆเลยร่างสสส.ขึ้นมาแล้วก็ยื่นเข้าไปในรัฐบาลแล้วก็ซึ่งพอยื่นไปเสร็จแล้วเนี่ยก็พอหลุดเข้าไปได้พอเกิดขึ้นมาได้เนี่ยจะไปแก้หรือจะไปยุบหรือจะไปยกเลิกนี่ยากมากเพราะว่าคนที่ทำขึ้นมาเริ่มต้นเนี่ยมันเก่งมากมันก็เหมือนกับของเรามันก็ just like banning of vaporizers electric cigarettes เขาก็ค่อนข้างที่จะรัดกุมในการเขียนแล้วก็ใช้วิธีโยนข้อหานายกส่งลงมาบิ๊กป้อมดูแลบิ๊กป้อมก็โยนเข้าสภามันถึงยาก
ถ้าว่าง
โอเคครับสวัสดีครับhe has to go back to teach so now there's 2 of us left 3 4 how many of us behind you คุณเล็กไอตัวเล็กกันดุกดิกอยู่ข้างหลังด้วยนะฮะ Where did it go มาแล้วนะฮะก็นี่แหละก็เลยมันก็เลยเป็น this is something difficult that we have to deal with right here มันก็มีตอน summary ของClive นะฮะที่บอกว่าดร. Clive Bates เนี่ยก็บอกว่า summary ก็คือ smoking remains a major burden คือเรื่องของการสูบบุหรี่ยังไงมันก็ยังเป็นภาระนะมันเป็น burden จริงๆมันเป็นภาระใหญ่ แล้วก็ข้อที่2ก็คือตอนนี้มันมี low risk alternatives คือมันมีทางเลือกที่อันตรายน้อยกว่าใช่ไหมฮะแล้วก็ข้อ3คือ good evidence for reduced harm อันตรายน้อยกว่ามันก็ได้รับการมันถือว่ามีความเสี่ยงน้อยกว่าก็จะเป็นอันตรายน้อยกว่าลดภัยจากมันไปแล้วก็มี good evidence for population benefits ผลประโยชน์มันตกอยู่กับประชาชนเป็นภาคเขาเรียกมหาภาคระดับส่วนรวมด้วยนะ long term nicotine market มันก็เป็นการขยายตลาดของนิโคตินในระยะยาวด้วยอันนี้ก็จะพูดไปถึงก็มีส่วนหนึ่งถ้าผมจำไม่ผิดเนี่ยไปพูดถึงว่ามันมีการที่ว่าtobacco farmers เนี่ยมีการเปลี่ยนสายพันธุ์มาเป็นสายพันธุ์ที่มันเหมาะสมแล้วก็ suitable for making nicotine liquid for use with vaporizers like in Thailand คุณ Lex in Thailand the species breed the สายพันธุ์เขาเรียกอะไรครับ strain yeah strain the strain of tobacco planted here in Thailand are not optimal for making nicotine not optimal for extracting nicotine but we have a lot of excesses คือเรามีเหลือเยอะมากตรงเนี้ยที่ท่านชัยวุฒิเชิญแล้วก็เชิญเราเข้าไปพบนะอันนี้ท่านชัยวุฒิเป็นคนเชิญก็คือคุณป้าเนี่ยแกก็จะงอแงบอกว่าเฮ้ยผิดอย่างงู้นอย่างนี้ผมก็บอกว่าจริงๆมันไม่ผิดนะถ้าไปดูแล้วก็จะบอกว่าละเมิด FCTC COP9 บ้าบออะไรอี COP9 เนี่ยเลิกไปเชื่อถือมันได้แล้ว you know COP9 the FCTC COP actually that we just had COP26 that they invite all concerned parties to take place parties means countries or organizations or whatever and because it's conference of parties it's not the conference of agreeable people like COP they should change it to COAP COPE Conference of Agreeable COAP not COP not Conference of Party but Conference of Agreeable People only COPO or something like that and if you are against their policy or their way of thinking then you know you're not invited now update from COP pre-COP all parties and borough agree no substantive discussions or decisions to be taken at this COP which is a good thing yeah thanks H and now anti-vape countries will try to backdoor in discussions and decisions calling on parties to crack that is true คือตอนนี้มันจะบอกว่าจะไม่มีในCOP9เนี่ยนะครับจะไม่มีการพูดถึงเรื่องจะไม่มีการตกลงอะไรกันทั้งสิ้นนะเพราะว่ามันเป็นออนไลน์นะโดยเฉพาะยิ่งในเรื่องของสารต่างๆแต่มันก็จะมีประเทศที่แบบว่าต่อต้านการเวฟมันก็จะแอบไปคุยกันแล้วก็จะมาอ้างของเราเนี่ยเคยเจอมากเลย just like in Thailand Iran sponsored the declaration which will be considered today วันนี้เลยนะครับอิหร่านในเรื่องโควิดกับการควบคุมยาสูบแล้วก็ประกาศเรียกร้องประเทศต่างๆให้ลงมา crack down vape and novel products ก็คือให้ออกมาไล่ล่าจับซึ่งแบบมันก็ไม่ใช่อยู่แล้ว not exactly world leader on tobacco I think ถ้ามีคนได้ดูวันนี้ผมขอพูดตรงๆเลยแล้วกันในฐานะประชาชนคนหนึ่งที่แบบจะต้องพึ่งคนอย่างเงี้ยก็คือคนที่เป็นตัวแทน COP9 representative of COP9 from that represents Thailand พูดได้แบบนั่นเหมือนเด็กประถมมานั่งอ่านหนังสือแล้วแถมยังอ้างอิหร่านแล้วก็แบบแต่เขาไม่ได้พูดถึงเรื่องเวฟเลยนะ he didn't touch on vape he just speaks on tobacco control but oh man ไปหาดูเองนะครับแล้วก็คนอื่นพูด2นาทีกว่าแกพูด5นาทีแล้ว representative ทุกคนจากทั้งโลกเลยไม่มีใครใส่หน้ากากมีประเทศไทยประเทศเดียวใส่ทำไมไม่อยู่ในบ้านตัวเองถ่ายกล้องไกลๆเป็นวิดีโอคอนเฟอเรนซ์ผมเป็นปวดกระบาลมากกับแบบนักข่าวกับ ผู้สื่อข่าวนะแบบอยู่ในไลฟ์ from home อ่ะมึงจะใส่หน้ากากทำบ้าอะไรฟังก็ไม่รู้เรื่องพูดก็ไม่ชัดมึงสื่อจะใส่หน้ากากอีกอันนี้ขอระบายนอกเรื่องนิดนึงคือมัน doesn't make sense อ่ะhere in Thailand we are so doing something so extreme you sitting at home and a newscaster have like wearing mask which when they speak English regularly we couldn't understand what they're trying to say like half of what they're trying to say and now with the mask on it's like
It's
I
muffled.
can understand you like 10% at the most
It's muffled.
ก็มานั่งอ่านแบบมันเหมือนเด็กป .3 อ่ะสิทธิ์อาจารย์สิทธิ์คุณเล็กยังน่าจะพูดได้เพราะกว่าเลยมึง We from Thailand I am representative of Thailand tobacco we think that เนี่ยอย่างเงี้ย Oh my god คือพูดภาษาไทยไปเลยเหอะแล้วก็แบบซีเอาครับ
แล้วก็มีแบบ runner ข้างล่างแปลเอา
Anto that's it agreeable to narrative only here we should change into that really this is a country
only the same narratives are allowed. No contradicting narratives allowed.
ใช่นี่ไงคุณนิว you just saw it right ดูแล้วแบบโอ้โหแบบอะไรอ่ะ
มันเหมือนการประชุมอะไรนะป่าที่มาตอนช่วง like early October or November. Do you remember the conference that I forgot what it's called? IC สักอย่างอ่ะที่เป็น closed เหมือนกันน่ะ closed panels อ่ะแล้วไม่ได้ they don't invite like anyone who has or has previously had any involvement with vaporizers or vaping or the vape industry. Right here in Thailand. ใช่ something I forgot the acronyms.
Something. Actually, they should talk about tobacco control, but mostly they talk about electronic cigarette control, which is really weird since like about 3 or 4 years ago after electronic cigarette was banned and there's a group scientists wanted to do a seminar here in Thailand discuss about the future of electronic cigarettes and the good and the bad and the ugly of the electronic cigarettes and they invited a few of Thailand leading doctors and scientists to participate and also specialists. I was invited, of course I said yes, but all of the doctors that answered yes agree to appear in that seminar was called by this one doctor direct call and say, hey, you cannot go there. It will ruin your reputation and career. If you go, your career and reputation will be ruined.
ใช่อย่างนี้เลยเหรอปะ
คือขู่เลยนะครับ without saying that who will but of course we know who will so of course the doctors they didn't want to risk their reputation and especially their career so they all say no they can't go and denied so this seminar had to fall over and like a month after that these same people held a seminar and they said okay you cannot hold any seminar that has a topic saying electronic or e-cigs in the topic or you cannot have seminar about electronic cigarettes since it's banned but ever since then they have like almost every month discuss about electronic cigarettes which one of that seminar I was invited as specialist and was thrown out of a public building thrown out literally escorted out of a public building with started from like I was
I was doing the registration, showing them the email that I was invited. And this one of his guy at the top of the stair, about like 100 meters away, say, "Get out," in English. I was like, "What?" And he said, "Get out," loudly in English. And another,
Dude.
not even a friend. There's a lady who already got the name tag registered, went in, and she was standing with a friend of mine. Both of them were escorted out, and these two people already had a name tag. But since these two people, they assumed that both these people knew me. They, so all three of us were escorted out. My friend had to drive out of the building. So it was like, how fair is that? Exactly the same situation at COP. What was it? COP 8 in Geneva. That members of the members of the board of INCO were asked to leave from COP meeting. We were there like at the very beginning, and then we were thrown out, and we had to watch the COP via like the live stream thingy, like live cast. I don't think I don't even think it was a live cast, but yeah. So I've got like about 10 minutes left before Mariwa come on and join our live show. คุณเล็กมีอะไรจะคุยไหม so I will I will give us like 5 minutes.
No, I just like to say that this morning's morning here in Thailand, but the previous panelists were quite inspiring with all their experience and insights on the global movement, and it's important to know what's happening around the world in terms of harm reduction advocacy, especially when it comes to vaporizers. So we understand more of the context, and we have more of a tried and tested ways of advocacy methods and what was I going to say? And models and in terms of strategic planning for advocacy, it helps a lot to understand what is happening, for example, with PMTA in the United States, or the insights from Dr. Colin from Australia, right?
Colin
Correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Colin
Mendelsohn.
from us, yeah, Dr. Mendelsohn, Dr. Colin Mendelsohn from Australia, in understanding how health practitioners play a significant part in creating barriers in accessing safer alternatives to combustibles. So I was in the middle of something earlier, and actually I had an acupuncture. I had an acupuncture session this morning, and I actually made it in time for the larger part of the discussions, and some parts I had to record on my screen, so on my phone screen, so I could like go back and really have some time to listen to what the panelists have said. And yeah, so I'm glad, and it's great to see our comrades around the globe in hearing their experiences and yeah, exchanging perspectives and points of views, and so we have a clear view of how to move forward, because the tide is clearly changing in Thailand with more and more people coming out of, so to speak, coming out of the shadows. Because it's been such taboo for the past 7 years since
Yeah,
they
yeah,
made it illegal. It's like, oh, what, you're vaping, or that's disgusting, or oh, that's so dangerous, and the tides are changing, especially with our minister coming out and being um, being an advocate himself, and with a lot of and more people in political parties as well coming out and sharing insights that
yeah,
the public would not normally have access to, and it's being more publicized. And especially these days, it's so easy. I mean, data, facts on the internet is easily accessible, and so the people who are antagonizing the vaporizers or safer alternatives or tobacco harm reduction, it's a losing battle for them. They know that.
oh
That's
yeah,
why
definitely.
they're resorting to their dirty tricks of like discrediting ASA here publicly. Not just discrediting. I can't think of the word right now. It's defaming, right? Defamation.
Yeah, yeah.
That's easily a defamation legal suit that they're asking
Hmm.
for.
Oh yeah,
So, yeah. So I
but
mean,
yeah.
it,
I just want to like have this last minute to shout out to all those who are tuning in and watching us right now. Like we are fighting an uphill battle, but soon it will become the plateau. It's up, but we will reach the top, and it will be easy. But don't expect it to be a smooth piece of cake within this recent times. We still have a lot to go, and look at us. If I know there are a lot of people out there thinking that none of my business, or yeah, it's my business, but how can one voice matters? It does matter. Like, if think of it like this: if everyone, including me and Kunlexia, thinks that my voice doesn't matter, it's just only one voice, then we have no one to fight. But if you think like, if instead you think like us and think like, okay, even one voice does make a difference, then right now we have two voices. Earlier we have Professor Ice, that's not Professor, Teacher Ice, that's three, and we have like 100,000 followers who are thinking the same way. But we need these people, including to come out, including all the audiences to come out, and like earlier there's a hashtag saying louder. We want to be heard, and let's shout out and let's say that, hey, you know we are not just a minority anymore. Even if we are, if we make a loud, if we shout out loud enough, then they will have to listen to us, because we are doing that job for them.
maybe that's what bugs them the most. We're doing their jobs for them, and it's actually working.
Yeah. All right. I think our time is up. Thank you, Kulex, and
ขอบคุณมากค่ะ
thank you all. สวัสดีครับ สวัสดีครับทุกคน I'll
สวัสดี
see
ค่ะ
you
ทุกท่าน
tomorrow. Same bad time, same bad channel. All right. Bye bye.
Bye.
Meanwhile, in Thailand, consumers and advocates run the risk of heavy fines and possible jail time for using safer nicotine products instead of the deadly alternative.
Smoking is bad, but shouldn't we have the right to choose less harmful products? But our rights are stripped away. We are harassed physically, financially, and brutally. Visitors, you are forced to smoke again. Why can't we choose? We have the right to know the truth. Isn't it the government's job to provide the facts to help us make the right decision? But look at what we have.
คำแนะนำของทางการแพทย์นะครับเขาว่าไม่ได้แนะนำว่าให้ไปสูบบุหรี่ไฟฟ้านะแล้วอเมริกาหรือในออสเตรเลียเขาก็บอกว่าไม่ต้องไปสูบบุหรี่ไฟฟ้าออสเตรเลียเขาก็ผิดกฎหมายเขาบอกว่าคุณเลิกไปเลยแล้วเราก็มีวิธีช่วยให้คุณเลิก
Hoax after hoax, lies over and over again.
แม้แต่ในอังกฤษก็ดีในอเมริกาเขาแนะนำให้เลิกเขาไม่ได้แนะนำบอกคุณไปติดบุหรี่ไฟฟ้าแทนนะเพราะบุหรี่ไฟฟ้ามันก็มีอันตรายอยู่มันมีสารนิโคตินนะครับซึ่งเสพติดนะฮะทีนี้เนื่องจากบุหรี่ไฟฟ้าเนี่ยมันใช้มาไม่ถึง10 ปีมันค่อยๆมีรายงานออกมาว่ามีสารก่อมะเร็งพบมากขึ้นผลกระทบเราก็ยังไม่รู้เนื่องจากการใช้ยังไม่นานที่อเมริกาเนี่ยสิ่งที่เขาพบแล้วก็กังวลมากก็คือว่าเด็กนักเรียนที่ยังไม่ได้สูบบุหรี่นะครับเข้าไปสูบบุหรี่ไฟฟ้าเด็กที่สูบบุหรี่ไฟฟ้าเนี่ยนะครับที่ไม่ได้สูบบุหรี่ธรรมดาเนี่ยมีพฤติกรรมเสี่ยงอื่นๆนะฮะกินเหล้าแบบเมาจำเปเลยนะครับแล้วมีพฤติกรรมเสี่ยงเรื่องเพศมีพฤติกรรมไปสูบกัญชานะฮะแล้วก็ยาเสพติดอย่างอื่นตามต่อมาไม่กี่ปีเนี่ยกลายเป็นเด็กที่สูบบุหรี่นะฮะทำไมคุณไม่เปิดโอกาสให้ผมเอาผลิตภัณฑ์หนึ่งของอเมริกาเขาทำที่บอกนิโคติน1 หยดฆ่าหนูได้ที่ความเข้มข้นเท่าไหร่ครับไม่ต้องถาม
Why do we have to keep our mouths shut just because we think differently? Maybe this is why. Can I choose my way?
Hello, good evening. Up next, we have a presentation by Dr. Madawa Glover. I will introduce her and bring her into the room. Welcome, Madawa.
Hi, how's it all going?
It's going. I'm really glad you're here. Now, I just need to clarify with you. Do you want to make your presentation and I'll hang in the background for you and then we'll just come back for question and answer?
Yes, please.
Okay. Have you got your presentation queued up?
I hope so.
Okay, I don't see it. So what you got to do, go down to share.
Share, yeah.
Okay, and you're going to share screen.
And window. Yep.
Okay, and then click it, and it should come up. Okay. And there we go.
And was I going to...
You were going to go up to, if you can see it on your screen, set it to present. There you go. So
But
what
now
I'll
I can't,
do,
now I can't see you guys.
that's okay. What we can do is we can do the presentation. I'll lay back, and then when you're done with the presentation, we can do the question and answer if you want.
No, I'd prefer to interact with people as I go. I don't know that there's like an hour there.
Oh, okay. So we got to make the screen a little bigger then so people can see it, because I'm pretty sure that that's going to be real hard for people to see. Like we did the last time.
Yeah.
I know. Glasses. I feel you. Okay.
Is that better?
I'm asking to see. I don't know if they can see it better or not. Okay, Chugga said she can see it, so we're good. So I'm just going to mute and you go do your thing.
Okay, and I'm on. Am I? Hi, everybody. I presume that I'm live. Nancy, you're going to give me a thumbs up there? Right.
You're live.
Okay, thank you. I needed some kind of count-in. All right. Well, I hope that the session, the whole day has been going really fabulous and everyone's learning a lot and discussing the issues we're facing. So what I wanted to share with you all tonight was the perspective for Indigenous peoples. And earlier on this year, I published a large report, big, thick report on smoking prevalence among all Indigenous peoples in the world. But anyway, first, and I'm going to talk about the relationship of the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, and how the framework FCTC is ignoring the rights of Indigenous people. So I just want to go through that. Now, the way that I would like to do it is if you have any questions or comments, then, throw them up as we're going along. I'll try to keep up with what's there, and Nancy can pop in and let me know if there's anything that I'm missing. So first off, who am I? And sorry. Okay. Thank you. Found my little down button. So I'm Professor Mariwa Glover. I began working in community health in Victoria, Australia, actually, in about 1988, and then ended up coming home and began working in public health and on tobacco control work in 1993. So if you didn't know, New Zealand was the first country to pass a comprehensive smoke-free environments law, and that was in 1990. The Public Health Commission was set up very soon after that as a separate kind of government agency, but with a commission of independent experts reporting actually directly to the Prime Minister at that time. So I was just a junior policy analyst and was put to work on a number of issues. Tobacco control was one of them. I am Indigenous myself, and so it was just wonderful to be able to get to work for our people on trying to improve public health. And tobacco, of course, reducing the harms of smoking, that's one of the biggest killers. At that time, we used to say 450 Māori a year were killed by smoking tobacco, diseases and exposure to cigarette smoke. So In 1999, so this is prior to the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control. In 1999, I was very lucky to attend, on behalf of the New Zealand Ministry of Health, a World Health Organization Framework Convention Tobacco Working Group. Now, these were working groups that were set up prior to the actual establishment of the SCTC in terms of it being ready for any nations to sign it. That working group that I went to was consulting really on how the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control could reduce the harms of tobacco for women and for youth. And that was in Japan. There were over 500 delegates there from over 50 plus states. So it was really quite an amazing conference as such. We worked on sections basically of a draft framework and would work in small groups and then put forward, the hours that were spent sort of not arguing but discussing words, which word should be used. And of course, there were many, many women from marginalized groups, from low-income countries, and it was wonderful to meet them. And I obviously put forward that we need to be thinking about Indigenous people as well. But at that stage, the word Indigenous never made it through into any final wording. At other conferences I went to, world conferences on tobacco or health, in the pre-FCTC days, there usually were sessions, again, consulting, giving people a chance to put their sort of point of view forward in terms of the wording and what the FCTC should do and what we're going to make sure that it does. So again, I remember going to one of those meetings and putting my hand up and saying, Indigenous people. But again, the word Indigenous did not make it into any either summary of these consultations and therefore proposal or recommendations to the Secretariat. It wasn't until much, much later that the word Indigenous got a mention, but otherwise it just got subsumed under the term minority group. So that's a bit of my background, quite a long history in tobacco control, almost consistently full-time, mostly full-time since 1993. And at this point, I want to go over my disclosures, and I have never received funding from any tobacco or vaping product company. Many, many years ago, over 10 years ago, I did receive some fees for consulting with GlaxoSmithKline and I can't remember the other company here around cessation medicines when they were first bringing them into New Zealand, and how could they make sure that the products were accessible for Māori. That was a long time ago. My centre, however, now is funded by a grant from the Foundation for a Smoke-Free World. I have a centre grant, and the study I'm going to be presenting on tonight was funded with my grant from the Foundation for a Smoke-Free World. And they are a US non-profit 501c3, a private foundation set up in the US, and they do accept charitable gifts. They were established with a donation from Philip Morris International, but under the bylaws of that state and the pledge document with Philip Morris International, the foundation is independent from Philip Morris and the tobacco industry as a whole. Under the terms of my grant agreement with the foundation, the work I do is editorially independent of the foundation. That is, the work I do is not commissioned by them. It was researcher-initiated ideas, as I always have in the past, cook up a research project idea, and then I put into contested funds for the money. And in this case, I won funding for those ideas. They are mine and my team. So the contents, selection and presentation of facts, as well as any opinions that I express in this presentation and discussion, they're my sole responsibility, and under no circumstances should they be regarded as reflecting the positions of the Foundation for a Smoke-Free World. So I hope that that is clear. Now, going on with the study that we did. Now, this is a very old picture of the banner up there, the World Health Organization Framework Convention on Tobacco Control. And I know that you have been seeing other presentations, and you may have gathered by now that the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control is not actually a World Health Organization treaty as such. It's a United Nations treaty. And the word convention, if we just break down those words, convention is a treaty. It's a binding international agreement, although there are some things in it that are binding in a general way. That's why the framework part of the title, there are broad areas of action, and countries that become signatories are committing to those broad areas of action. It's not like the detail. There was enough room for countries to tailor those broad sets of actions, which might be you must legislate, bring in law around smoke-free environments to protect people from the exposure to secondhand smoke. Bring in regulations and laws around taxing. So there's a broad area. And then countries had enough freedom to apply that tailored to their own local circumstances and abilities. So, and the protocols, there's different parts of the framework, the actual treaty itself, there are protocols and there are articles. And over the week, I'm sure that you will get to hear about the different articles. Some of them particularly relate to consumers of products, and some relate to, I'll be talking tomorrow about Article 5.3, which I'll talk about tomorrow. So this is generally what the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, and you see you can be forgiven for thinking that it is a World Health Organization treaty, because there's the World Health Organization logo on that report there, and the Framework Secretariat sits within the World Health Organization buildings in Geneva and has. So, it's very easy to think, oh, this is a World Health Organization treaty. When in actual fact, it's a United Nations treaty, which is much bigger in a way. Now, this is in Article 3, the part of the purpose of the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control was to protect present and future generations from the devastating health, social, environmental, and economic consequences of tobacco consumption and exposure to tobacco smoke. And there's more, but then it goes on to reduce continually and substantially the prevalence of tobacco use and exposure to tobacco smoke. I mean, in the earlier, it was all signed off and passed in 2003, so almost 20 years ago. And in the first couple of decades, we were pretty much focused on tobacco smoke. And at conferences, say in India, then obviously there was a lot more focus on harmful use of chewing tobacco. But you see nowadays, in this current, let's say, decade, there's a shift of emphasis from tobacco smoke to tobacco use. And yeah, as I said, most of the harm, it was completely recognized that most of the harm, we're talking like over 90% of the actual harm to health that occurs in relationship to smoking, to tobacco, was from smoking. And what they're now trying to do is completely shift that to the use of tobacco in any form and for any use. You see that? Devastating health, social, environmental, and economic consequences. So in the last, I think particularly in the last decade, there's been a lot more papers about tobacco smoking driving poverty. So that would be an economic consequence. Of course, in agriculture and in low and middle income countries where tobacco growing is very big, there's a whole lot of consequences of the manufacture and use and consumption and exposure to of tobacco use. I guess the distinguishing thing here is still where it says devastating. And of course, in terms of tobacco harm reduction, and things have changed an awful lot in terms of the new low risk products that are now available. Where is the devastation? Where is the devastating health, social, environmental, and economic consequences of people using these low risk products? So, moving on to talk about my study, and this really came, it was part of what I wanted to do with the center, focus on Indigenous people worldwide. And the first thing you're going to do, right, is, well, who are they? Where are they? How much do they smoke? And that's what we began to look at. But it was a pretty big job, so it took us a while. There are about 6% of the world's population are Indigenous. That's about 476 million people. So it's not a small thing. I mean, just in New Zealand, Māori are around, a country of 5 million, and there are about 750,000 Māori. We make up about 15% of the population, so that's actually quite large. Whereas Australia, the Indigenous and Torres Strait Islander population make up about 2% of the total population. And that all goes to how hard it is to fight the invisibility of Indigenous people. So there's about 6% of the world of population are Indigenous, about 476 million people, and disproportionately overrepresented among lower income and marginalized groups. Not everywhere, but it's a common thread. So just want to talk to you now about the findings in my report. Just to define Indigenous people, what do we mean by Indigenous people? We're referring to tribes or ethnic groups who were living and holding sovereignty in a particular geographical area prior to another group moving in and gaining dominance politically and taking over the governance of that region or country. I can't tell you this, I mean, obviously it was going to be of interest to me, but I really think and encourage you to have a look at my report, because apart from it's being quite easy to read, it was fascinating. There are just so many countries where colonization has occurred. And in New Zealand, we just tend to talk about Māori being colonized in Australia and the First Nations peoples in Canada and the Native American people. So there's kind of like this group of 5 countries that talk about being colonized in a very similar way. But in my report, I give for each country, there's a 2-page spread with details about where in the world the country is, the location, how large a geographical area the country takes up, generally what the climate is, and the population, who the indigenous peoples are. But then there's a little paragraph which is about this, you know, were they colonized, like who was there first, and then who moved in and who took over control, what kind of government exists, and political system. I think that's important for determining how policies get made. There you go. I've found another way to change the slides by touching the mouse. And then I tried to put the smoking prevalence and also whether or not the country has ratified the framework or is a signatory or ratified the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, which is why this study is important to the topic of your scope over these next few days. Where do you stop? You know, this is a question that's been raised for me. How far back did we go? So we went back, I guess, as far as around the time of the Ottoman Empire, so around 1500, and came forward from there. And studying the whole world like that, I got a very good picture for how boundaries expand and contract. So the Ottoman Empire grew and took over more and more land and surrounding areas, and then you know, people revolt against that, fight back, regain their land, etc., and it contracts. So in recent times, we obviously have seen this with the Russian Federation. So they were growing and taking over more and more areas and then contracting. Right now, we see, I guess, China is in that expansion mode. And you just get a feel, well, I hope you do, from the report. If you read through and you read that little paragraph about who came in and when they came in and took over, there's different forms of colonization as well. So sometimes they didn't just completely take over. In New Zealand, we had a treaty, not that that stood for very much at the beginning and over the years, but it gives us some base to fight back now. So constantly boundaries are changing as well. Yeah, and like in the entire African continent. And so you can't just show a map. So here's a map, a global map from National Geographic. You can't really apply current country borders because over history those change due to war and merging, and especially with war, where the winning countries then divide up the spoils and give some to, well, you can have that bit and we'll have that bit. So it's just fascinating. Many indigenous peoples and right across the world. And I do kind of feel that it is a struggle to capture any kind of interest in this. I suppose because in many countries, the indigenous people are a small minority group. And I think that there's just a constant sort of fighting of invisible, but we're just rendered invisible constantly. So I see there's thanks, Paul and Hinaj. Now, so obviously Indigenous peoples around the world have organized and have fought for hundreds of years, and it's just an ongoing, and you'll see that in that section for each country. And please even just look at the country you're in and what's in my report. So they fight back, and we have our own treaty, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. Just going to refer to it as UNDRIP from here on. Now, that's it was very hard to find a definite or agreed upon number for how many Indigenous peoples there are in the world, and there are different definitions. When we searched, I'll just tell you about the UNDRIP first. So that's all about, there's quite a little booklet here, again setting out all of the articles. It's similar, you know, it's a United Nations treaty, so it has a general principles, I guess, and similar to the Framework Convention. And then there are articles of how the different principles are to be enacted upon. So generally and briefly, Indigenous people have the right to maintain their traditional ways of life, just as you have the right to maintain your way of life or your cultural way of life. And you have the right to develop your culture and enjoy your particular waltzing Matilda or type of dance, Scottish Highland dancing, whatever it might be, and so do Indigenous people. They also have the right to improve on their economic and social conditions, just as you do, including improving their health. And the states that have taken over and hold political dominance in the countries where these Indigenous people resided and still do reside, not in all cases, the states have a responsibility to assist Indigenous people in that development and in pursuing their desires. Now, information and sovereignty over that information, data, is an essential need. And that's recognized within the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control. In fact, it's part of that Empower, the Bloomberg framework of how to implement the FCTC, monitoring, collecting data, reporting. Every country has to put in a report. These are all online, and you can, that's where I got a lot of the information that's in the report. You go to the Framework Convention, World Health, their website, and you can look up the actual report that all the countries put in, which is very interesting. It's a bit of a tick box, but they're supposed to say the prevalence and how many, they even now say how many people use smokeless. They may now be asking about other harm reduction products. So that's one place to look for the data that you might be interested in as well. Now, so we looked for where all the people were, what countries, who they are. There are just thousands and thousands of tribes, so that became a very huge job. I think in Australia there are over 500, and you know, in First Nations there's over 600 tribes. I didn't really think about that when I started out, because in terms of Māori, I mean, we are a tribal people, and you know, my tribe is, say, Ngāpuhi, from up north of New Zealand, but we tend to be referred to collectively as Māori. So there are many, many tribes. I kind of went, well, I'm happy to find any data on smoking prevalence for Māori or for Australian Aboriginal people collectively, or First Nations people in Canada. So that was the first step, to look for smoking prevalence data. There wasn't much. And I've just recently submitted a paper to a journal, which is quite interesting. And they said, oh, I thought that this was going to be telling me about what's the smoking prevalence of Indigenous people in the world. That's kind of would be interesting. Oh, and it didn't. It's like, well, yeah, that's what the paper's about. Where is the data? And then the reviewer said, because there was no data, then it wasn't worth publishing. And this is this invisibility that you know, I've constantly had to fight against. So I couldn't get the paper published because I didn't have the data. How am I ever going to get the data if I can't publish about this issue? This is an example of what's in the report, so I hope you can see that even though it's a big report, it's actually not that hard to read. This is Costa Rica. It shows you where in the world on the globe Costa Rica is. It's a little visual, the location in text terms, the size of the country in square kilometers, the climate. Now, why is the climate interesting? To me, you know, the climate does have an impact on what tobacco or nicotine products might be used, may have been able to be accessed, or what was used there by Indigenous people prior to, you know, the commercialization and mass manufacturing of tobacco and nicotine products. For instance, way up in the top of Norway, Sweden, Finland, and into Russia, where the Sami people are, well, they've used Swedish snus or snus type products for hundreds of years. And you know, when you have like minus 50 degrees outside, it's pretty hard to go outside and have a cigarette. Not that everyone went outside, and they had pipes in those days, but it was just easier to keep the snus, for instance, is moist. So imagine trying to keep dried tobacco for smoking dry in that kind of environment. So actually climate is kind of important. And in very, very hot areas, you may find that the smoking pattern or the pattern of use is quite different than in temperate zones or cold zones. So I was interested in that. The size of the population, who the indigenous tribes are or peoples, they all have different terms, and then about Costa Rica and the colonization of Costa Rica. And I bold what country colonized each of the countries we look at. Now, this is very interesting, even if you got the report and you flicked through it, like one of those movies we used to make, you know, out of paper. You flick through and you watch those bold terms of countries that colonized. Very, very interesting, coming from New Zealand and down under, where we were colonized by the British. I don't think a lot of people think of, say, Italy or Germany or the Dutch as, maybe yes, the Dutch, but those European countries, it was like all on. They were all into it, right? And I think a lot of that is forgotten, which countries took over. And this also impacted on the spread of tobacco, or what I call the dispersion of tobacco around the world. Now, I also put the economic status. As you know, you know, tobacco consumption around the world varies greatly, and of course access to cessation or switching or alternative products is going to vary greatly by income level and of the country as well. The political system makes a big difference. Obviously, if you have a dictator, then what they say goes, you know, whether if it's a democratic republic. And then we look at the smoking prevalence. I put the smoking prevalence for the average for the whole population, and then for the indigenous people. You can see for Costa Rica there's no data for indigenous people. And they ratified the FCTC in 2008. And this is a common story, regardless of whether they have ratified or signed the Framework Convention. They don't disaggregate their data for different groups. They just tick box and put into the report that goes in, which you can all see. All right, so one of the things that's often said about Indigenous people, even among our tobacco harm reduction community, it's kind of like a smoking prevalence is disproportionately higher among marginalized groups, LGBT, homeless people, people with mental health conditions, Indigenous people. Hold on, hang on a minute there. Actually, do we know that for sure? That is not actually confirmed. Just because it's disproportionately higher for Māori in New Zealand, Australian Aboriginal people in Australia, the First Nations people in Canada, the Inuit in Canada, you know, just because smoking is disproportionately higher among 4 or 5 indigenous people in the world. I've just showed you how many there are. Actually, we don't know that. I don't think that it's if you're going to say that, then pin it down to we're talking about 5 countries colonized by the British. What about Latin America? We know nothing about what's happening there for indigenous people. Okay, so we actually identified 105 countries who have indigenous people using our definition, and we classified it. There are 5 categories of how smoking prevalence is being monitored. So I'll just go through each of those one by one now. So suppression of data. 8 countries suppress data, reporting of data by ethnicity. So China and Myanmar, they have a forced assimilation policy. So you can't have your own ethnicity. So from time to time, some countries will do that in their expansion mode. Some countries refuse to recognize the existence of indigenous people. And there are still some indigenous peoples who are at threat. Yep. Some have been killed off already around the world, and some are still at threat. In Finland and Sweden, this is a very different issue. They don't report. I think Sweden does collect data by ethnicity sometimes, but they don't report it. And the supposed reason for doing that is to prevent the stigmatization by ethnicity. So, for example, if one group are always or committing crime more than other groups, and then it's reported in the paper, and then that leads to everybody stereotyping them as criminals. So Finland and Sweden tend to not report by ethnicity. I think they do have some of the data. So that's a problem. How are the indigenous peoples in these countries supposed to know what their smoking prevalence is if it's not collected, or reported? So the next category was that there just is no data on smoking prevalence. And that was 66 countries. Yep, many are low income, and they clearly just lack the capacity to routinely collect data. Many of them still are signatories to the Framework Convention or have ratified it and fill in those reports. How accurate they are, though, and those reports are used by the Tobacco Free Initiative to create their Tobacco Atlas report, and they're used by the World Health Organization to say this is how many people smoke or use tobacco in the world. I'm not sure that I'm not sure of the accuracy of a lot of that data. Nepal has 59 recognized indigenous peoples, but there are many countries in there with hundreds of indigenous peoples. There's not even a kind of like we have Māori. We don't have how much each of the tribes in New Zealand smokes, although we have had a report in the past that did that, and it is possible to do that from our census data and national data. But even saying, well, of all of the indigenous people grouped together in Nepal, how many? No, it's not there. In some countries, there was sporadic data reported by researchers. So some researchers has gone, oh, I think it would be really interesting to know what the smoking prevalence rate is among that tribe. So in Russia, and my colleagues in Russia and I, we did a systematic review of the research, and that paper is published. And in Russia, there's 47 recognized indigenous peoples. There was research we found over a few decades, so there's no way to figure out a pattern. They focused on different tribal tribes in different areas of Russia. They don't ask the same questions. Sometimes it was really, really high for men and women, and in other areas they would report a lower rate. There was no consistency, and we just can't say. So, so some research is done, but again, it's just small studies here and there. Now, in 17 countries, the indigenous people are a substantial majority. You could say, well, why did I include, say, Samoa, for instance? But we looked at countries that had been colonized or heavily influenced by, say, America or Britain. And this is the thing, in some countries where they were colonized, the colonizers didn't actually want to go there. They don't actually want to live there. They just want to suck all the resource out, whether it's sugar cane or use that country and the peoples to grow something. And you just have a small kind of colonial outpost. Now, Taiwan is a very interesting one to read about because of its strategic position in the world, in the sea. So that was interesting. So there are 17 countries where there is smoking prevalence reported, and it's indicative because 94% or something of the population are Samoan, so pretty much that's the smoking rate going to be for them. Okay, so here's Samoa. 90% of the population of Samoa are Samoan, and in 2018, in the 18 to 64 average smoking prevalence rate was 32.3% for males and 13.9% for females. I suppose what I was very interested in, you clearly have the influence of a colonizing or helping nation. And these colonizing nations, tobacco was at the forefront of that colonial push into a country. Alcohol and tobacco. These were primary products. They were that the colonizers could trade with. Plus, they happened to have a good return rate, like trade with this. Oh, and they like it, and they're going to keep coming back. Yeah, and just fascinating how tobacco and alcohol particularly were used in the colonization of countries and in trading with indigenous peoples and what they traded for. Now, just on that point, in tobacco control, most of the focus and of the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control was that it's the tobacco industry. The tobacco industry did this. The tobacco industry created that big machine that made mass manufactured cigarettes and spread it all around the world. And they did that with marketing and advertising, and they hooked people in. And so the whole story within tobacco control is that it was the tobacco industry. But actually those companies, those multinational huge tobacco companies, which are really overshadowed by, say, China tobacco, Japan tobacco, so state monopoly, state-owned tobacco companies, they were actually relatively new. If you start going back to 1500 and looking at, and we've just seen recently a report of research projects saying that tobacco dates back, human use of tobacco dates back over 12,000 years. So in my research for this report, I found 8,000 years, and now there's research suggesting it's over 12,000 years. Well, I'm sorry, Philip Morris and British American Tobacco, they haven't been around that long. And so there's a very, very interesting story of how tobacco dispersed from tribe to tribe, from indigenous people to another indigenous people. And there's a fascinating similarity between what, say, indigenous groups or tribes deep in the Amazon who use tobacco, and then you find, hey, they're doing the same thing way over here in another part of the world. We don't know. It's a long time ago, but there's clearly a pattern of dispersion and sharing of a item of trade, how to use it, way before tobacco companies came along. There'll be another kind of radical thing that tobacco control won't like me putting out there, I suppose. Now, there are only 5 out of 105 countries have regular government-funded monitoring of smoking prevalence collected by ethnicity. Only 5. New Zealand, Australia, the United States, Canada, and Fiji. Fiji's had a lot of, sibling support from Australia and New Zealand, foreign aid. They come under the wing of Australia a lot, and which many of the Pacific Islands do. So it's kind of like, do as we say. We're here to help you. We're here to help you. In other words, here's the playbook. Sing our song. That's how it goes. And that's these regions. So the World Health Organization, the Framework Convention Tobacco Control have regional, they work through the World Health Organization regional offices. So only 5 countries had stats, and the inset box was what I could find for Australia. Daily smoking rates for 18 years and over, 46% for 2019, 46% of males smoke, 41% of females. This is Indigenous and Torres Strait Islander people in Australia. But that smoking prevalence is averaged over more than 500 tribes. And there's actually quite a big difference between remote areas of Australia, tribes in remote areas in Northern Territory, right over in the top of Western Australia, and those that live closer to the city centres. I'm going to enjoy reading all this chat about, Philippines imported a few Cuban. Yep, and that's right. I mean, there was a lot of trade across before just British American Tobacco or RJ Reynolds or any of those American companies and British companies established. So the FCTC is failing Indigenous peoples in a number of ways. The first one is that it's in there that the countries that are signed up, they should be collecting data and they need to be disaggregating that for the groups. What they should be doing should be having an equitably beneficial effect for all groups within the country. But that clearly is not happening. So smoking prevalence is declining generally across, particularly high-income countries, but the decline is not occurring equitably or at all among some Indigenous peoples. And then I talked about this process of just making us invisible, not collecting data or reporting data on Indigenous people, not saying the word. It just doesn't come up. And you could say the same for other marginalized groups, but it's a particular problem for us. Now, in New Zealand, what I always argued was that the focus needed to be reducing the inequity between the smoking prevalence among Māori and non-Māori. That should be the first thing, like bring the smoking prevalence rates into alignment, not by increasing the smoking in one group, but if there is a group, Aboriginal people in Australia, their smoking prevalence rate, can I go back to that? You have 46% for males, 41% for females. And how many, what are they claiming in Australia for daily smoking prevalence? They're like claiming 12%. across the country. Excuse me, what's going on? There's like a 30-something percent, 34% difference. What should be happening is bring that down first and foremost. Bring it down. Whatever you do, all of the resource should be on bringing that down. Then you go forward and make sure that your policies have equitable effects for the different groups in society. For Indigenous people and for varied cultural groups where you have massive cultural differences, there needs to be culturally appropriate interventions and smoking cessation programs or switching programs. But the FCTC sort of says that, it says you should tailor, to the country, and you should, and there in my notes I've got, they say they're deeply concerned about the high levels of smoking and other forms of tobacco consumption among Indigenous people. But the countries aren't doing anything about reducing that inequity. Even in New Zealand, the policy, it's always because we have our own treaty. So it's always said, oh yeah, Māori are a priority. We must reduce smoking among Māori. But you take our Smoke-Free 2025 policy and to reach 5% by 2025, Māori aren't going to get there. What are they doing which is extra or reparative to reduce that? No. And the other thing that happens, of course, is that the unintended negative effects of tobacco control, they often experience disproportionately more by Indigenous peoples and people who are on low income. Now, I think I'm going to run out of time. To be consistent, now, all of the treaties, you can't have one treaty over here and another one over there that actually one undermines the other. The United Nations treaty should be working together, not undermining each other. For the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control to be consistent with the UNDRIP, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, the framework should only focus on that commercial mass manufactured tobacco products, not traditional. Traditional ways or traditional uses of tobacco should be exempt from the framework focus. Otherwise, it's a colonizing tool. It's a way of destroying and eliminating traditional ways of life and culture and songs and dances around tobacco and uses of tobacco that wasn't smoking, that was for healing or other uses. That's another study. The signatories and the countries that ratified the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control need to respect the rights of Indigenous people. There needs to be regular monitoring, disaggregation of the data by ethnic group, sex as well. It's not always, very, very different rates of tobacco use by men, between men and women, and also by age and living condition, urban versus rural and remote. Harm reduction programs, like reducing the harm, that's what the focus should be on, need to be determined, designed by and run by and for Indigenous peoples, and you can say the same for other minority groups. They need to be culturally appropriate. Otherwise they're not necessarily going to be effective. And you must look at the inequitable cost of the unintended negative effects, the higher extraction of tobacco taxes from particular groups, Indigenous people, and fines and criminalizing people and then incarcerating them. So that's a big problem for us as well. Okay. Nancy, do you want to come back? Have I got some?
I'm here. I've just got to figure out how to turn my camera on. Hi there. I have 2 questions for you, believe it or not. Okay. First question, it was from Chugga. She mentioned this earlier, and I wonder if you can explain it. Why do you think that the WHO and the UN don't make it very clear that the treaty is actually a UN treaty?
I think that maybe the World Health Organization, 20 years ago, had more, more, you know, the United Nations obviously has a lot, but this was the first health treaty, the first treaty to address a health issue. They were sitting within the World Health Organization. The Tobacco Free Initiative that Derek Yak was part of was a World Health Organization program. So lots of interconnection and interdependencies there, I think.
Okay, makes sense. Second question. A lot of indigenous communities and cultures use tobacco as a ritual. Do you think that that may have something to do with the way it's not reported?
Indigenous peoples, and I have another whole study which I just need to get written up, but it's a really huge area if you look at the history of Indigenous people's use of tobacco. So there were many, many uses, even for food, agriculture, and there are many products and many uses. So it was used in healing ways. It had uses for spiritual uses. So yes, it was used in rituals, spiritual or cultural rituals, for cleansing, for warding off evil, for protecting people from viruses. It was used in lots of different ways and by different people within the tribe as well.
Yeah, no, I know that because I have a friend who's First Nations, and she used to explain to me about, her grandmother would make concoctions, and that there was ritual around the use of tobacco. And I always wondered, when you think about these, I hate to say it, establishment tobacco control treaties and things like that, they don't take that into consideration. They just, oh, it's bad, just like you were saying.
Yeah, this is one of the reasons why there have been very few Indigenous people involved in tobacco control. So it used to be that all of the Native Americans were like, no, we do not agree with you. We do not agree with the FCTC because you're out to eliminate tobacco, and we have and tobacco is a sacred plant to us, and we use it in particular ways. So you have to change your, what you're doing, and the framework wouldn't do it. It's been dominated by white Western Europeans, Americans, and British people. They wouldn't do it. So I've been going to world conferences since 1993 and hardly ever see any Indigenous people. The one in Chicago I did, but this was a real sticking point. So even today, a lot of the Indigenous people who are involved in tobacco control, the Framework Convention or the SRNT, the Society for Research, Nicotine and Tobacco, they are, they have to agree to they sign up to that white Western colonizing agenda, and they push it, and they're hurting their own people. Either they don't know, they're junior like I was, and there have been times, there were 3 centers of research focused on Indigenous smoking, one in Canada, one in Australia, my one in Auckland, and we all lasted around about the same period of time, and then suddenly, just strangely, we all got shut down at around the same time. Very weird. Funding issues.
Yeah.
But it's as soon as you start saying Indigenous or treaty or no, actually we don't want, no, our people actually don't agree with tax. No, this is actually harming our people. As soon as you do that, you're out. And so not many people in Indigenous in tobacco control worldwide, and the few that have been in there don't last. And the ones that are in there now, if they're accepted, it's because they're doing the job. You all had your words and your cultures for the Indigenous people who were recruited into the wars against their own, I'm sure.
Okay, last question. Well, second to last question I have for you. We've got a little extra time. Do you think that the former colonial powers that colonized these countries and perhaps created issues should have helped to address the issues of the indigenous peoples?
Sort of. No, it's a kind of like harm reduction, where people who use tobacco say nothing about us without us.
Right.
So there are very similar things. I would say be like Indigenous and say, no, we want to do it for ourselves. You can help, but basically you need to, they need to hand over the resource, and they need to develop your capacity, like Chugga's got her master's and she works with us as a researcher, and you guys need to develop your own capacity to do your own research. That's what Indigenous people want to do. We want to do our own research. We don't want a white professor from the UK coming here and telling us what to do, but that's exactly what's happened. And they won't ever let us, all we get are, like we said, we have a saying, like, we're sick of pilots, when do we get the plane? So we'll get a little bit of funding to run a pilot here and a pilot there. It doesn't matter how many times we prove that our program we designed is way more effective with our own people if we designed it and we run it and we work with our own people.
Yeah.
We never get to roll it out. I mean, I actually have got to roll out some programs, but then they just took it away and gave it to a white woman to run. And she crashed it. She crashed the plane, And then, of course, that feeds that stereotype. Oh, well, it always fails.
Well, the thing is, it's very disempowering to develop something and then have somebody hijack it from you when they have absolutely no understanding of where that program came from, why it was, developed. It's colonization again, like, it's colonization, and it's so insidious that, trying to buck that is just like, it's an ongoing battle. Last question for you. If you had the opportunity to say something to the delegates at the COP9, what would you say?
Resign.
Okay.
Just stop. It's a junket. I put my hand up many years. I was like, you need someone to go to the FCTC, to the COP? I'll go. Some years it was like, who wants to go to the COP, around the Ministry of Health and that. It was a lot of the time it was just a chore, and then they'd look around like, oh, who should we send to the COP? And it was also a way of giving a bit of a, what's it called when you get something, not a treat.
At a girl, like a treat. Yeah. I
You
know
know,
what you're
like,
saying. Motivation. I know what you're trying to say.
A perk. So you want to, whoever's in charge wants to hand out some perks to a particular favored worker at the time, or someone who's an up and coming or on the rise, and it'd be like, oh, why don't you go to the COP for New Zealand this year? You can be our delegate. And then, for many years, they just hired the same consultant and he went and did it, an ex-policy analyst for the ministry. I kept putting my hand up, oh, can I go? Can I go? I never got to actually go to the COP. But I did see that it was seen as a chore, and I do think it's a bit of an insult to put a very junior person representing New Zealand. Why couldn't it have been Ashley Bloomfield? I know our Director General for Health. I know he's very busy, but he actually, and I'll talk a bit about the history some more tomorrow, he went and did a stint at the World Health Organization working on the Framework Convention And I think it would carry a lot more weight if he actually presented New Zealand's position. And sometimes, don't recall if any politicians went, but sometimes it's a bit of a junket for them as well to get to go to Geneva. At the moment, of course, it's all online, so no perks and travel and Switzerland
And
holidays.
chocolate and things like that. Thanks, Manu.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank
you. I'll
you.
see you
Thank you for
tomorrow.
letting me be part of your scope.
Thank you for joining
You
us.
guys, it's a pleasure.
Thanks. See you tomorrow.
Yeah. 10 o'clock,
Okay.
same time.
Same time, same channel. Well, different channel, but yes.
Yeah.
Thanks, Madawa.
Okay. Bye.
Bye.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today, as part of our contribution with the Scope event featured by CAFRA, we will give you a sneak peek of how it is in the life of a Filipino vapor. What are the motivations behind switching from smoking to vaping, and what are the struggles that they had to go through. So today, we'll be hearing from two Filipinos who regularly purchase and use vape products in hopes of further gaining perspective on vaping and its role in helping smokers quit. First off, one of the members of Vapers PH who will share her experience is Miss Francine Rivera.
Hi. Good evening.
Good evening, Francine. How are you?
I'm good. Okay naman. Ikaw, how are you?
Ito, it's been a while since I've last seen you personally. It's good that we have avenues like this. Let me just introduce our other guest. He has stopped smoking for the last 2 years, and I know for a fact that he has struggled a lot in his transition. So I'd like to welcome Mr. Seth Galarosa. Hi, Seth.
Hi. Good day, everyone. Good evening, Peter.
Seth.
Hi, Francine.
How are you guys? How are you guys coping with the pandemic? Kamusta naman?
Missing the outside. Yun, yun ang masasabi ko. Miss ko na yung labas.
Yeah, but okay naman kasi pababa na yung cases, so we're getting there.
I really can't wait for the day that we will be able to meet again in person. We have a lot of things to catch up. But for tonight, we have viewers all over Asia and all over the world. I'd like to give them a preview, or at least realize and see what are the struggles of Filipino vapers. Let me start off with a few questions. So let's start with ladies first, Miss Francine. No? So can you just tell us, were you a smoker before, and how long? And possibly, also, can you include what motivated your decision to start vaping and quit smoking? And when did you realize that you had to make that switch?
Yeah. I started really young, actually. High school pa lang. Second year high school, I started smoking na. At first, syempre, may bisyo ka, tapos nasa high school ka. So, syempre, gusto mo, sikat ka, di ba? So, all the cool kids dun sa school namin noon, smoke na. So, parang ako, as a person who wanted to belong, nag-start din ako. Pero kahit hindi pa ako ganun ka runong nun, kahit hitbo-hitbo lang, hit-hitboga ka lang, at least nakapag-smoke ka. But siguro talagang nag-worsen siya for me nung college kasi natuto na ako how to do it properly. At the same time, syempre stress ng ACADS, nag-work na siya together. Tapos it was really bad to the point na mahina sa akin yung 1 box a day. As in, automatic yun, bibili ako ng new box the next day. I slow well I had to kumbaga, start well switch to vaping when I got pregnant. Well, after I got pregnant. Of course, when I found out I got pregnant, I had to stop at like for all of it. But uh, after I gave birth, it it still had the feeling that I needed to um, do something. Parang there's still a mannerism sa akin. So I tried vaping for my friend's sake and of course my baby. And after that, it stopped na. I didn't go back to smoking na after that.
Galing. That's very good to hear. How about you, Seth? How long have you been smoking, and what are your motivations? Bakit ka nag-switch?
Right. I actually started around 10 years ago. It was I was second year college, a sophomore in college, and I started because of stress from schoolwork, and just so happened that I had really low grades that sem, so all the cool kids were doing it. So as well as the upperclassmen. So they told me that it relieved stress. So I tried it and it felt good. It did relieve my stress for a while. But fast forward 10 years and the pandemic happened. I was, and I found myself in a night shift at work. And I found myself finishing up to like 2 boxes a
Wow.
day up to that. So I thought of stopping, and thankfully the people around me were vaping, and they suggested vaping as well, and it
Okay.
felt better since the I couldn't smell the cigarette smoke anymore, and I could work out after. That's actually the biggest motivation for me because I lost a lot of weight because I was able to work out from vaping.
That's great. I've been vaping for a while, but I have not lost as much weight as you did. So I hope that it will have the same effect on me also. I mean, I've known you for a while, so when I have seen your changes in you, at least physically, no. Um, well, bottom line is, I think both of you were really hooked to cigarette smoking because of stress and because of schoolwork and work and all that. This is a very quick question, really. Let's start with Seth. Have you completely switched to vaping, or do you still use combustible cigarettes from time to time? And I know you've shared earlier your experience with vaping and with and with combustible cigarette smoking. Um, if you could just also compare the experience, what do you think are the pros and the cons of since you made the switch?
Yeah, well, if you ask me, there are, if you compare vaping with smoking, I think there are no cons because ever since I started vaping, I was able to exercise more. I was more social because I wasn't embarrassed of the smoke because cigarette really does have this certain foul smell that sticks to your clothes.
Right.
So without that, you can approach people more. And yeah, I haven't switched. I haven't switched back. Yeah, I can attest to this that I haven't smoked a single cigarette ever since I started vaping because it. I remember the feeling of being drained from the stick.
I see. Um, Great. I mean, from my perspective, the main reason I made the transition or the switch from smoking to vaping is that um, when I had kids, I remember vividly. I was working in a call center before as a manager,
And like what you said earlier, there's tremendous pressure to deliver the numbers, keep performance indicators, to manage the outliers, all that stuff. Um, Mind you, I was never a coffee drinker, but when stress caught up, I always pair uh, iced coffee with combustible cigarettes. That was my outlet. Whenever there's a big decision I had to make, I get all agents out of the smoking area and I'll just go there. And my boss knows if he doesn't see me for like 30 minutes on the floor, on the operations floor, he already knows I'm mulling on something. So he'll go there. Um, but when I had kid, my eldest son, um, I know almost everybody now has alcohol, right? Because of the pandemic. But during that time, I had alcohol in my car. I had to, like take a bath in alcohol before I go back home. And I didn't realize the foul odor. I couldn't, when I get home, like 8 a.m. in the morning, I'm not allowed to hug my kid. It's either I take a bath first, or even if you put alcohol in your hands, the smell is still there. And I realized that when I made the switch to vaping, because a few months in, I could no longer tolerate the lack of taste of combustible cigarette. It's like burning paper. That was my experience. And then, just to be honest, 1 to 3 months into vaping, out of curiosity, I just lit a cigarette to see if I can still enjoy it. And I just really can't. And the smell on my fingers, I think, stayed there for minimum of 2 days. I can still smell it. And I have this rule. When I was still smoking combustible cigarette, I never ever lit a cigarette inside my car. I never did because I know that my wife will eventually ride there, my kid. So to me, that's the biggest motivation. And I have not smoked a combustible cigarette for at least 8 years. How about you, Francine? How do you
Uh,
compare your experience with vaping and cigarette smoking?
yeah. I wish I had this thing to like say that I haven't smoked a cigarette for, well, since I started. Pero it's really hard. Well, it's for me. It's a really big struggle having that. It was something that I relied on for a very long time. But I'm proud to say that I only do it when, first, when my vape doesn't have battery anymore, and all my friends who there don't have battery anymore. So that's the only time that I'm still drinking. That I have to do something to lower the alcohol. But that rarely happens, especially now with the pandemic. I don't go out drinking as much as before, and when I drink, at times. I always carry an extra vape with me, so I lessen the smoke. Yeah, I completely agree with the kids and the smoke, the odor. I have a son. He's 3 years old now, and at first it was really hard. Going home to your son and actually taking care of him. At the same time, the people around me and myself, I could smell the odor coming off of me, and they would tell me that I reek, that I really smell like I smoke. So it was hard for me. But with vaping, it really, I'm not as um, I'm not as shy anymore when I go home after just 2 minutes after vaping. It's fine. I would smell like strawberries and Yakult all the time. Those are the go-tos. So yeah.
Okay, I think just to summarize what you both said, I think the main driver really, from what I gathered from you and based on my own experience, is we have switched from smoking combustible cigarettes to vaping. I think because of love. In Seth's case, the love for himself, being able to exercise. Of course, the smell is not there to physically transform to a much fitter person today. As to me, the love for my family, and I think also for Francine. I think bottom line is people can change. We can do better if the motivation is really strong, such as love, as in your case. Now let me transition to, I think, a very relevant question. And let's make it a bit more fun. Walk us through, and I hope Francine can answer this first. Walk us through on the very first time that you purchased your vape products. How was it? How easy was it? Why did you choose such product? And if possible, can you compare it now? I mean, we're at the pandemic. Are you still able to buy the vape products that you need? I mean, just walk us through. Just give us a snapshot of how it was before and how it is now.
I remember my first vape. It was a pink Caliburn, the original one, the rose gold. I actually didn't buy it. I actually asked for it from my cousin because he was using it. Um, I didn't want to spend money. I thought it was expensive. I didn't want to maintain the device. I just really had bad thoughts about it because it it seemed expensive compared to like cigarettes, right? So he told me that he'd give it to me for free, but I had to stop smoking, especially
Mm.
when I was with him. So he gave me that, and after that, I just it 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 kept evolving because I think the thing that draws me to vaping is, well, one factor would be the look of it. Like I could buy it in color pink. That's the thing.
I'm
Once
wearing
yeah, it's, well, anything that's pink, it glows well, in my eyes. So it it lasted me for about a month. Then I bought my very own. I bought a Nord Smock Nord. Then it evolved to many more vapes. And the last vape I actually purchased was just yesterday. I
okay.
bought yeah, I bought Ursula Mini. That's still in pink, with matching red juice. So when you look at it, it's just red and pink. So, well, realizing it now, from what I expected to be expensive and to maintain, but at the same time now I just keep buying it and I can't stop, and it was really actually fun for me because again I can customize it as much as possible. So yeah.
But are you still able to buy your vape needs nowadays, given the pandemic?
Yeah. Well, I still can buy. I know shops near my place that I can purchase but at the same time, a lot of the shops around me have deliveries now. They actually give the option of deliveries.
Okay, that's
So
good.
yeah, so it's much easier for me even if I don't go out of the house. They can bring it to me instead.
Okay, that's great. That's good to hear. How about you, Seth? Walk us through. I mean, give us a snapshot of your first purchase of vape
Yeah,
product,
it's
and why did you decide to buy that particular product? Because Francis was saying it's more of fashion. If it's pink, I can customize. For a lack of a better term, no, so girly, di ba? But it's just right. But how about you, Seth? I hope it's not pink.
it's actually a similar story to Francine's. When I decided to quit smoking, I was just borrowing my older brother's relax, and I kept borrowing it. And then one day he just, out of frustration, he gave it to me because I was using it so much. Yeah, I was using the original relax for a while. I really liked it because it was so handy. It was so small, and you can just replace the pods. I think I've used that original one for the first 6 months, and then I had to go home to my province, to Sorsogon. Um, just for context, my province is 12 hours away from Manila, so it's a really far flung place. And I was surprised that when I inquired among my friends if there's a seller for vapes, they told me that there was one, and I was able to get my fix for vape for the next 6 months again because I made friends with the seller there. In terms of ease of buying and availability, it's really available because it's so popular now. I think cigarette smoking is frowned upon even in my province because so many people are vaping.
Uh, that's a very good point, Seth, that you raised. That the vaping nowadays is very popular,
Yes.
and I think what comes with that popularity is the responsibility of consumers, the responsibility of the business owners in the vaping community, and the bottom line, the responsibility of the state, our government, to take care of its constituents, vapors and non-vapors alike. I'm sure you've heard that there's a lot of what you call this laws being passed nowadays. There's a move to regulate vapor nicotine products, whatever your fix are. Um, like you said, even your province, which is 12 hours away from the metropolis, they still have vape shops. You can get your fix pretty much from everywhere, and they do online. Let's start with Seth. What do you think about these regulations that you're hearing? Are you against it, or do you support it, and why?
Well, as a vapor, I see the benefits of creating laws that make vaping more available to people because I think about the experience that I have had, and I want other people to experience it as well. The change in lifestyle, the increase in energy. So I think laws that can make vaping more available and less restrictive to employees such as myself, to mothers such as Francine, and to family men like yourself can be very beneficial to society.
Okay, that's a great point. How about you, Francine? Do you support it?
Yeah, I think, yeah, I do naman. Siguro, well, for me, it does give a chance for, well, smokers to actually make the change. Instead of prohibiting everything, especially now, well, you can't just smoke everywhere. Um, with that, a lot of people, I think, see the hassle of it, but at the same time, find it difficult having to abruptly stop. But with vaping, if well, when the law allows it, it's easier for them to make the switch, and uh, at the same time compromising for their switch. Yeah, I guess that.
I totally agree with what you both said. That there really has to be a balance between the regulation and for the consumers. I I I just really hope that a bill or a law gets passed that is amenable to all the parties involved. Because hearing your stories, the things that both of you have gone through, the transition, doing it for family and all that, I think there's a benefit with it. Um, I just hope that everybody is as responsible as you guys are. Because again, I go back. You did the transition from smoking combustible cigarettes to vaping altogether because of love. And I remember an old movie saying that it's the one thing that connects the world. It's love. So there. It's a final question to both of you tonight. There's two things. Number one, maybe Francine, you can take this. Would you say that you are spending lesser now when you're vaping as compared when you were buying regular combustible cigarettes before? And do you see yourself quitting smoking or vaping altogether in the near future?
Well, for the first question, totally. Again, as mentioned a while ago, I smoke a pack a day before. So a pack now would go up to 150 a day. Well, a box. But with vaping, I only spend 250 on juice. That would last, well, minimum, I guess, a week. But it's still a huge difference with the prices. Um, I do see myself stopping completely. Oh, I'm trying. I hope I do. I'm trying my best to. Uh, it 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 will come. I guess I'm compared to before. It did come. But hopefully I do completely stop.
Okay, how about you, Seth?
Yes, same with Francine's. I found myself again. I found myself smoking around two boxes a day before, but then I discovered vaping. I mean, the relax pods can cost up to about 250,
Okay.
and that can last me around 3 or 4 days, maybe even a week if I'm not that stressed with work. So it's really a huge saver for me. And good thing is there are bulk purchases, the boxes that it
Mhm.
comes in, so I can really save a lot if I purchase the box of 10. In terms of quitting, I think yes, it is very possible because I think I've lessened smoking since quitting cigarette and then transitioning to vaping, and exercise helps as well because it's more available for me now, and I don't find myself craving it as much.
I totally agree with you guys. I myself, um, I used to pack, I used to buy at least one pack of cigarette or two packs of cigarettes per day when I still used to work in my call center. I was one of the managers, so you can imagine. I start my day with coffee and probably two sticks of cigarettes. And whenever my boss wants to discuss something, it's the same thing. Um, I have no idea how much. No, it's been that while. I don't have an idea now how much a stick of cigarette costs. Do you guys know?
Eight
Any
pesos
sense? 8 pesos per? I
per
remember
stick.
during my time, it was like 1 peso and 50 centavos. And these are the expensive ones already, ah. Because when you just buy it really from the local store, it's more cheaper. When you buy it in schools during my time, it's about 1 peso and 50 centavos, and I couldn't even afford it. So now it's 8. So that's a lot. So if you do one pack per day, it's about 160 pesos. So definitely there is benefit with in terms of cost, and of course for our loved ones. And finally, I agree with what you guys both said, that hopefully we can all quit in the future for our loved ones. Any parting words before I close this, Seth?
Thank you for having us, Peter. It's really great to talk about vaping because it brought such a huge change in my life, honestly. From being overweight before, from cigarette smoking and switching to vape, I really attribute my weight loss, a huge percentage of it, to switching to vaping because I was able to be freer with myself and with other people. So thank you.
Francine?
Yeah, like Seth, thank you for giving me a chance. I hope with what we shared today, we inspire someone to actually make the switch, and hopefully we can all switch if possible, right?
Thank you for that. I hope I can lose as much weight as Seth does. And I also hope I get as much love as Francine is getting from his loved ones. But altogether, we've seen the benefits, um, what what we can get or what we had when we made that transition to combusted to vape from combustible cigarettes. And I thank you guys, Seth, Francine, thank you
Thank
for
you.
sharing your experience and sharing it with our viewers and our friends. Finally, in a perfect world, I think solving the tobacco smoking pandemic would be as simple as just putting an end to the consumption of tobacco products altogether. However, immediate cessation, what we call a cold turkey, I don't think that it is feasible or sustainable for everyone. Effectively addressing the issue definitely requires a more complex and strategic approach. Um, for the lack of time, I think, you know, we also have preference in juices, certain flavors that we adhere to. You know, I think that's also part of the solution. So the use of alternatives such as vaping, I think really assists smokers in quitting the habit. It will never be a perfect solution. To me, I don't think that there's a perfect solution to any problem. However, the approach to the problem must be in a pragmatic manner. We have to take into consideration our personal experiences, our personal biases, and I think when we do that, we stand to provide more long-term and sustainable benefits for smokers and non-smokers alike. So again, I thank you, Seth. I thank you, Francine,
Thank you, Peter.
and we hope to have more discussions about this in the near future. Good night,
Yeah.
everyone.
Good night.
Good night. Good night, everyone.
Well, hello. How's everyone doing? Selamat malam. Kita ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kerana sudi untuk menghadiri sesi skop yang dianjurkan pada malam ini. Dan sebelum saya mula, saya ingin perkenalkan diri saya dulu. Nama saya Samsul Kamal dan actually sesi malam ni is being broadcast all over the world in all languages. Tapi sesi kita specifically untuk audience di Malaysia, so kita akan conduct kita punya sesi in bahasa Malaysia. Tapi sebelum itu, saya akan perkenalkan kawan lama saya yang akan mengendalikan sesi kita pada malam ini dalam bentuk interview. Kita ada kumpul banyak soalan-soalan yang datang daripada our followers, vapers di Malaysia, dan they have a lot of questions. Mereka ada banyak soalan yang mereka ingin tanya kita secara terus, and sebab there's been a lot of development that is been going on, positive development in Malaysia. So I think diorang nak tahulah actually what is going on. So saya akan menjemput rakan lama saya, saudara Irwan Suhaimi, daripada Harm Awareness Association untuk menyertai sesi kita pada malam ini sebagai orang yang akan menyampaikan soalan-soalan tersebut kepada saya. Welcome brother, how are you?
Good. Thank you, Sam. Thank you so much for welcoming me. Well, nak kita mula terus ke ataupun cek dulu?
Okay lah, kita boleh cek je. How are you? How have you been doing?
Okay, I'm good so far. Tired lah, dah malam ni pun kan.
Yeah.
So, Sam, kita teruskan lah kot dengan soalan yang pertama.
Silakan.
Ramai kot yang nak tahu pasal apa yang kita buat malam ni. So, sebelum kita mula, mungkin Sam boleh kongsi sikit tentang latar belakang MOVE dan juga HAA.
Baik. Dan sebelum tu sikit saya nak tekankan bahawa sesi kita ni kita buat secara live. It's not pre-recorded. So kalau ada sedikit kepincangan ataupun misquote tu, excuse us lah because it's time live. Okay. Okay, so berbalik kepada soalan Encik Irwan Suhaimi. Apa soalan tadi?
Kita kongsi sikit tentang latar belakang MOVE dan juga HAA ni.
Okay, baik. Okay, kita cerita tentang MOVE dululah. This is a very interesting story, Encik Suhaimi, Encik Irwan, saudara Irwan. Cerita ni sangat-sangat menarik. Alah, you pun tahu dah cerita ni. I think about lebih kurang 8 tahun, 9 tahun lepas, di mana Kementerian Kesihatan Malaysia mengumumkan they have announced that they are going to do a blanket ban on vape. Itu adalah satu pengumuman yang dikeluarkan oleh Menteri Kesihatan kita pada masa itu, Dr. Subramaniam. So, kita ni nak berhenti merokok and kita nampak vape ni sebagai satu alternatif yang boleh membantu kita berhenti merokok. So, bila kerajaan mengeluarkan kenyataan bahawa dia orang nak ban vape ni, kami sekumpulan kawan saya, termasuk Encik Irwan, we got together and kita pun susun strategi bagaimana untuk kita atasi keputusan yang akan dibuat oleh kerajaan Malaysia ni, sebab ianya melibatkan kesihatan diri sendiri, not only on a national level punya health condition but on a personal level. On a personal level, kita nak berhenti merokok dan kita nak teruskan dengan ambil alternatif yang lebih baik, iaitu vape. So bila kerajaan Malaysia mengumumkan bahawa mereka nak mengharamkan vape, saya dan kawan-kawan saya got together. Tapi sebelum tu memang saya dah aktif dalam the local vape industry lah, aktif dalam segi online lah. Kita ada banyak community online kan, vape ni. So ramai kawan-kawan saya yang berada dalam community vape online ni, we got together, termasuk saudara Irwan, dan kita susun strategi bagaimana untuk kita overcome this statement. Dan pada masa itu juga kawan-kawan saya yang lebih berpengaruh, termasuk saudara Eddie dan juga Datuk Jeff, memberikan sokongan dan memberikan kepercayaan kepada kami untuk teruskan memperjuangkan perkara ini, kerana this is something important. This is not just about business, this is about kesihatan kita sendiri. So we got together and kita incorporate MOVE pada masa itu untuk kita berdialog or engage dengan pihak berkuasa. Sebab pada masa itu kan, 8 years ago, saya rasa ramai orang tak tahu lagi tentang vape ni. Bila cerita vape, semua orang kata vape ni, kan, betul tak Irwan? Vape ni mendatangkan masalah, vape ni adalah satu social problem. So we take the position that kita tak nak melawan government. Boleh menang ke kalau nak lawan government? Tak boleh kan? So kita take the position of we want to engage them in a very friendly manner, not to be a pressure group, so that kita boleh sama-sama bagi diorang lihat bahawa this is a solution, satu penyelesaian kepada mereka yang nak berhenti merokok. Itu MOVE lah. Kemudiannya we became more organised. Mula-mula kita tak organised. We had no funding, we had no proper association, kita tak ada proper job delegation, kita cuma ada ahli which was very loosely assembled dalam MOVE. Dan kemudian MOVE ni sebenarnya adalah satu pergerakan online, a social online movement for consumer, dibentuk khas untuk consumer. Dan kemudian we became more organised. Kita bekerjasama dengan HAA, dan juga HAA adalah badan yang juga bekerjasama dengan KEPRA. KEPRA ni ialah satu NGO yang operate throughout the Asia Pacific region. So we became more organised, we became more clear on the direction that we are moving on. Kita lebih jelas kepada arah yang kita nak tuju. So kita susun strategi kita dengan lebih baik di peringkat nasional, di peringkat Malaysia dan juga di peringkat international. dengan bekerjasama dengan HAA, iaitu Harm Awareness Association, dan juga MOVE. Sedikit penjelasan tentang HAA jugalah. HAA is a more spektrum dia lebih broad daripada segi harm awareness, termasuklah environment dan sebagainya. MOVE lebih khusus kepada tobacco harm reduction. Alright, HAA lebih kepada harm reduction as a whole, tetapi MOVE lebih kepada tobacco harm reduction, dan pergerakan kita lebih kepada online. So we have about 60,000 ahli yang dah jadi ahli di Facebook kita di online lah. So basically itu sedikit sebanyak, tapi banyak lagi cerita yang interesting dalam penubuhan MOVE ni, as you know kan. Ada satu kali tu bila Menteri Kesihatan mengumumkan bahawa dia orang nak ban vape, we got together and then kita ada mesyuarat, kalau tak silap saya, di KLCC dekat kafe je pun, di mana semalam kerajaan mengumumkan nak menghalalkan vape, tapi selepas mesyuarat kita di situ dengan orang-orang yang tertentu, dengan orang-orang yang berpengaruh, besoknya perkara itu dibawa dan dibincang bukan di peringkat kabinet tapi di peringkat parlimen, di mana mereka overturn, telah tukar keputusan yang nak ban vape tu kepada let's not ban it first. Tidaklah nak dia orang cakap dia orang nak meluluskan, tetapi mereka cakap okey, kita tak nak ban dahulu. So ini semua adalah usaha-usaha yang kita lakukan, saya dan kawan-kawan saya, a whole group of people yang datangnya daripada kumpulan vapor, kumpulan profesional, kumpulan yang berpengaruh. We have a group of people yang ada kepakaran dalam bidang masing-masing. Kita ada orang yang pakar dalam tobacco harm reduction, kita ada pakar orang yang dalam undang-undang yang terlibatkan tobacco control, kita ada orang yang pakar dalam bidang pembuatan, kita ada orang yang pakar dalam advocacy. So now we are very organised lah. So basically itu sedikit sebanyak cerita tentang MOVE dan HAA dan latar belakangnya. So MOVE ni dah di-incorporate saya rasa hampir 9 tahun dah.
Betul. So apa pula kita punya objektif malam ni? Anjuran skop ni, apa dia punya objektif dia sebenarnya?
Okay, good. Ni soalan yang baik. Scope ni sebenarnya adalah satu huge event. This scope is a huge event yang basically focus on consumer, the voice, suara consumer. Okay, yang dianjurkan dan dibicarakan dalam semua bahasa, yang dianjurkan dan dikendalikan di seluruh dunia, is all over the world. Even sebelum ni, masa you dekat backroom tadi, you dapat tengok kan, semua superstar vape tengah berbincang.
Kagum
kagum kan. So you pun kena kagum dengan diri you sendiri lah, sebab you pun terlibat dalam acara scope ni. So my point is, this is a global event. Now kenapa kita kendalikan scope ni, is because pada masa yang sama COP9 nanti saya akan ceritakan tentang COP9 ni. COP9 ni ialah satu badan di bawah WHO, di mana COP9 ni ialah Conference of Parties, di mana mereka they get together and they formulate or make decisions on tobacco control and banyak isu lain. So kita nak kena patahkan apa yang diorang nak bentuk di situ, Irwan. So apa saja cerita-cerita ataupun polisi-polisi yang ingin mereka push forward during COP9, kita kena patahkan. Sebab salah satu cara untuk patahkan diorang punya direction, that is when kita cerita pasal WHO, direction dia cuma prohibitive, menghalang. So kita kena patahkan apa yang diorang cuba sampaikan ni. Macam mana kita nak patahkan? Satu cara saja. Okay, sebenarnya dua cara lah. Satu is the volume, suara kita. Our voice cannot be stopped. Sebab kita diwakili oleh berbilion vapers seluruh dunia ni. So even though diorang ni bureaucrats, diorang ni datang daripada badan institusi WHO, SDTC semua ini, tapi pada pendapat saya kita ada dua kekuatan. Nombor satu, we have the voice. We have the volume of voice yang mewakili pengguna, yang saya rasa mereka tak boleh dengan senang-senangnya, lenangnya nak keep us quiet. They cannot keep us quiet. Dan number dua, we have the science behind us. Kita ada fakta yang menyokong kita. So dua perkara ini adalah objektif kenapa kita kendalikan skop pada malam ini, sebab kita nak bagi dia orang tahu. We want them to know. We want the institutions to know. WHO, FTC, COP, yeah, that we're not going to keep quiet. We're not going to take this lying down. We have the voice, yeah, and we know we are right, yeah, because kita ada evidence, kita ada science yang back us up. So this is the objective of us organizing live stream untuk scope ni, yang macam saya cakap tadi, dikendalikan di seluruh dunia lah. Is actually a big event yang dikendalikan di seluruh dunia.
So adakah benar vape lebih selamat daripada rokok? Kalau dia betul, kenapa sukar untuk diterima sebagai alternatif untuk berhenti merokok?
Inilah soalan yang selalu ditanya daripada dulu lah Kalau dulu kan Encik Irwan bila dia orang tanya kita soalan ni, susah kita nak jawab sebab there is no empirical evidence, tak ada scientific data untuk menyokong kita. There's no data to back us up, betul tak? Jadi sebelum tu saya nak tanya, Encik Irwan dulu merokok ke?
Merokok. Kuat
sekarang
lah.
Kuat merokok
dulu kuat. So sekarang kita dah beralih pada vape, kita tahu fakta yang vape tu lebih selamat kan bila kita cuba. Dan benda tu kita boleh rasa sendiri perbezaan rokok dengan alternatif merokok ni.
Okey, bermaksud you dulu merokok, sekarang you dah tak merokok?
Tak merokok, tukar kan pada vape dan juga heat or burn punya produk.
Okay, so you are a vapor lah sekarang ni?
Ya, full time.
Boleh saya full time vapor. Boleh saya katakan selepas you vape, you dah berhenti merokok. Can I say that?
Ya. Boleh sebab tak tentu rokok lah sama vape dia kan.
Okay, so kita nampak lah benda ni memang boleh membantu kita untuk berhenti merokok kan. Tapi itu baru satu evidence lah. Dulu bila kita sampaikan cerita macam ni kepada Kementerian Kesihatan, dia orang cakap, itu there is no scientific basis to say that actually vape ni lebih selamat. Sekarang, saya nak ambil masa sikit untuk sampaikan kepada saudara Irwan data-data yang memang dah banyak dah dalam dunia ni, dan saya akan petik satu persatu. So give me some time sedikit di sini because all this data is very very important. First, saya ingat dulu about 5 years ago bila saya dipanggil untuk appear on live TV. Ingat lagi Encik Irwan di mana saya berdebate dengan Presiden of the Doctors Association So ni bukan orang kecil, ni Presiden Association Doktor Malaysia So saya quote kepada mereka, ni satu quote yang bila kita advocate tentang keselamatan vape, ini adalah satu quote yang pastilah kita akan quote, iaitu Public Health of England, PHE. Ni research yang dijalankan oleh Public Health of England yang mengatakan secara konklusif iaitu vape 95% lebih selamat daripada rokok. Dan jawapan yang saya dapat daripada doktor dalam masa kita debate on live TV masa itu, dia kata, itu baru satu kajian. Ada kajian lain tak? Pada masa tu memang tak ada kajian lah. Memang tak ada tapi sekarang ni dah ada banyak kajian yang kita dapat kendalikan, kita dapat ketengahkan bahawa vape ni adalah sebenarnya lebih selamat daripada merokok. Dan macam Encik Irwan cakap tadi, sebenarnya bukti dia ialah kita sendiri. Kita sendiri, we are the evidence. Kita dapat berhenti merokok dan kita dapat rasa kesan kesihatan selepas kita merokok. Saya dulu, the reason why saya berhenti merokok ialah about 8 years ago, bila saya nak dokong anak saya tak larat, out of breath, because saya merokok. Macam you lah kan, kita merokok tapi saya berhenti merokok immediately pada hari pertama saya vape, iaitu about 8 to 9 years ago. Saya berhenti merokok dan saya terus vape sampai hari ini, dan saya tak pernah pegang sebatang rokok, hisap sebatang rokok pun, dan I dapat rasa the health benefits of vaping. Dan kemudiannya I continue on sebab dah rasa sihat sikit. I continue on with a very healthy lifestyle. Saya bersenam, saya buat meditation, saya buat yoga, dan bila saya ukur saya punya biological age, bukan saya punya umur sebenar, tapi umur biological yang boleh diukur. Saya sekarang dah berumur 49 tahun, ya, hampir 50 tahun. Tapi bila saya ukur saya punya biological age, umur saya secara biologi ialah 32 tahun. Okay, tak mungkin ya kita boleh dapat biological age yang begitu jauh daripada kita punya actual age kalau kita merokok. There's no way. So ini salah satu bukti dalam bentuk individu yang saya boleh katakan memang vape ini lebih selamat. Nah, soalan kedua you tadi, kalau benar vape ni selamat, kenapa susah sangat nak dapat dibenarkan, betul tak?
Betul.
Ya, this is your other question tadi kan? Ya, sebenarnya saya pun heran lah kalau betul kita dah boleh buktikan secara data, secara research, secara empirical information, vape ni lebih selamat daripada merokok. Kenapa susah sangat nak dapat for it to be regulated? Kenapa? Sebab saya rasa institusi ni lebih institusi ni termasuklah Kementerian Kesihatan, kerajaan negara-negara masing-masing, ya, WHO, FCTC, semua mengambil jalan mudah, ya. Why not? Why take the risk, ya? They don't have enough political will, ya. They are not open to this. Dia orang tak nampak bahawa kita ni nak menyelesaikan masalah perokok. Dia orang cuma nampak ni vape ni sebagai masalah baru. They do not want to look at it from our point of view. Sebenarnya salah satu solution yang saya dah mula nampak sekarang ini, bahawa semua orang dah mula ubah fikiran di mana both of us lah, kedua-dua pihak, kami yang mewakili advocacy of vapers ni dan juga pihak institusi kerajaan ataupun WHO, we have to meet somewhere in the middle lah. Mereka harus lihat our point of view, kita pun harus faham their point of view lah. Tapi perkara ni dah mula sedikit sebanyak. Sebenarnya sekarang ni makin majulah perubahan bahawa they are willing to open and look at it from our point of view. So this will lead to other things that I will say later on in terms of the development of regulation in Malaysia lah. Ya.
So, kita cakap pasal development, apa you rasa potensi untuk industri vape kat Malaysia ni?
Potensi industri vape di Malaysia? Okay. Now, saya tak terlibat dalam industri vape secara langsung lah. I've been an advocator, penggerak NGO, dan saya tak terlibat dalam penjagaan vape. Tapi kawan-kawan saya ramai yang terlibat dalam penjagaan vape ni. Dan sebelum ni tak ada data, Irwan, tak ada data tentang size industri ataupun berapa banyak orang yang terlibat dalam industri ni. Yang sekarang dah ada data, there are data that shows that industri Malaysia sekarang ini is a $2 billion industry, 2 bilion ringgit punya industri sekarang ni, tanpa sokongan kerajaan, dengan tekanan yang diberikan oleh pihak-pihak tertentu, dengan funding yang masuk daripada luar negara untuk menentukan vape ni terus diharamkan, dengan tekanan yang diberikan, tanpa apa bentuk sokongan pun, budak-budak kita ni mampu membentuk industri ni untuk menjadi industri yang bernilai 2 bilion ringgit. So itu pertama yang kita harus lihat lah. So without any support, this industry has grown up to a 2 billion ringgit. Dan industri ni sebenarnya yang ramai terlibat ialah budak-budak kita lah, golongan bumi putra muda, yang saya nampak mereka very inovatif, dan sangat entrepreneur dalam membentuk industri vape ni. Satu ketika dulu kan Irwan, Malaysia berada di peringkat top 3 when it comes to liquid, when it comes to device, we were among the best in the world. Ingat lagi tak zaman tu kan?
Ingat.
This is about
Dahsyat
what?
tu
Dahsyat berapa tahun lepas? Berapa tahun lepas tu kan?
5 years.
5-6 years ago, we were among the best of mod producers, we were among the best of liquid producers. Tapi because the pressure, tekanan yang diberikan oleh pihak-pihak kerajaan dan juga pihak luaran, makin lama dengan kena rate lah dan berbagai kan. So industri tu makin mengecil, walaupun dah mengecil, tapi sekarang ini dia punya saiz tetap dalam 2 bilion ringgit, dan saya nampak based on data, industri vape ni akan terus berkembang. Now, why do I say that? Kita tengok data daripada segi prevalence of smokers dan juga prevalence of vaping. Orang yang take up smoking makin lama makin menurun. Dan orang yang take up vaping makin lama makin meningkat sekarang ni. Ni bukti ini berdasarkan data. So data di Malaysia. So kita dapat lihat industri yang 2 bilion ni sekarang dengan berbagai bentuk tekanan, tak ada sokongan, semua pun boleh dalam bentuk 2 bilion. Bayangkan besok bila dah dikawal selia, dah ada proper framework, saya rasa industri ni akan terus berkembang dan saya estimate the logical natural size of the Malaysian vape industry should be about 10 billion in the years to come, in the next maybe 3 or 4 years. This industry should be a 10 billion ringgit industry. Now, why do I say that? And also Malaysia can be a dominant global player when it comes to vape. Ada sebab saya cakap ni. Pertama, Malaysia kan dikenali, kita kan semiconductor producers. Kan? Malaysia kan pengeluar barangan-barangan semiconductor. So, kita dah ada infrastruktur daripada segi semiconductor. Bermaksud, semiconductor ni bolehlah keluarkan device vape, sebab kita dah memang into the electronic punya device. Malaysia adalah pengeksport barangan-barangan semiconductor dan barangan-barangan elektronik. So for us to go into the production of vape devices, saya rasa tak nampak masalah sebab we are not starting from zero. We have the infrastructure. Dekat Penang, Kuala Lumpur, Selangor penuh dengan kilang-kilang semiconductor, betul tak? So itu first point. So we are really primed to be the major player of vape globally. Number two, baik kita cerita pasal liquid pula. Kita kan pengusaha palm oil. Dan kita kan pengusaha kelapa sawit, betul tak? Kita pengeluar kelapa sawit antara yang terbesar di dunia.
Yang terbaik.
Yang terbaik bukan saya terbesar, produk-produk kelapa sawit kita adalah yang the highest grade of palm oil products, betul kan?
Betul.
So, apa kena-mengena palm oil dengan vape? PG dengan VG tu kan dibuat daripada minyak kelapa sawit, kan? Betul tak? So, betul. You see, nampak tak? Daripada segi device, we have the infrastructure to be the major player of vape globally. Daripada segi liquid, we have the infrastructure to be the major player globally. So saya nampak industri ni bukan saja akan berkembang dalam bentuk penggunaan secara lokal, that means an increase of local user, tapi Malaysia juga prime to be a major player in terms of producing vape products and to be a major exporter of vape products, quality vape products. That's the thing. The only lacking now apa tahu, Irwan? Apa yang kekurangan sekarang untuk kita capai benda ni? Regulation.
Ya,
a proper regulation framework untuk kita dan support lah untuk kita capai tahap untuk Malaysia untuk jadi a major global player. Tapi itu daripada segi penjagaan lah. So itu menjawab soalan you, apakah potensi vape, industri vape di Malaysia ni. Dan satu lagi, kita lihat dulu bila saya jumpa Datuk Seri Ismail Sabri, sekarang dah jadi Perdana Menteri Malaysia lah. Dulu bila saya jumpa Datuk Seri Ismail Sabri, Encik Irwan pun ada sekali kan masa tu kan. He's very supportive dan saya bagi tahu dia YB Menteri, apakah masa tu dia Menteri Pembangunan Luar Bandar, saya tanya dia, namakan saya satu industri di mana anak Melayu kita we are the champion in the industry, tanpa sokongan, we are among the best in the world in the industry. Dia fikir-fikir, dia kata, mana ada Samsul? Sebenarnya ada. At that time, 6-7 years ago, budak-budak kita, budak-budak Melayu adalah among the best producer of vape device and vape liquids in the world. So there is no other industry yang our youth are among the best in the world except for the vape industry. So instead of menekan mereka ni, kita patut memberikan mereka more support. So I'm very happy to see the recent development. I'm very happy, this is a big news. Tapi sebenarnya all this should have happened 4-5 years ago, then we could have really benefited. But still, it's okay lah. Apa yang dah jadi tu jadilah But we are still not too late. We are moving towards a very positive development sekarang.
Okay, my next question. Mengapa perlu industri vape dikawal selia? Kita dah ada dekat dalam grey area ni dah lama.
Ya.
Kenapa tak diteruskan dalam keadaan grey area tu, ataupun kenapa tak diharamkan je?
Okay. Ya. Ada orang tanya soalan ni Ada orang tanya Okay, saya rasa sebab mungkin lah setengah-setengah producer, pengusaha, peniaga lebih suka dalam keadaan grey ni sebab mereka boleh terus menyaga tetapi kan tanpa a proper regulation kawal selia, kalau you sebagai seorang peniaga kan sentiasa rasa tak senang. How are you going to expand your business kalau tak ada proper regulation framework? Takut betul tak tak tahu bila nak kena rate and then you nak invest, kata nak expand your business, berani tak you letak more investment to expand your business? Because there is no proper, it's not a proper business, it's an illegal business. Dia satu perniagaan yang tak sah, yang haram So itu daripada segi perniagaan lah. Pada saya yang lebih penting, kenapa kita kena kawal selia perniagaan ni ialah untuk kesihatan. Kita wakil pengguna, kita nak make sure produk yang kita guna itu, ni produk masuk dalam badan ni, make sure that it's safe. Kita kena tentukan produk itu selamat. Kita kena tentukan produk itu diuji. Kita kena tentukan produk itu dibuat dengan cara yang betul. Kilang yang manufacture produk-produk ni mempunyai satu piawaian yang baik. Because this is a product that goes into your body. So inilah sebab mengapa ianya harus dikawal selia. Kalau nak terus grey pun saya rasa susah lah, ataupun kalau nak haramkan lagi lah tak boleh sebab saya rasa ini adalah satu perkara yang melibatkan kesihatan. They cannot take that right away from us. Let us decide sama ada kita nak menggunakan vape atau tidak, itu adalah keputusan kita. Janganlah keputusan ini diambil. Don't take away these rights away from us untuk menentukan kita nak vape atau tidak. Kalau anda tak nak vape, anda rasa vape ni tak baik, it's okay. Tapi don't take that rights away from us dalam bentuk polisi, dalam bentuk undang-undang. So this is why it's very important for this industry to be regulated, terutamanya untuk consumer. Sebab barang ni masuk dalam badan. Macam satu kawan saya selalu kata, racun rumput pun ada alamat diletak di dalam botol, dekat botol racun rumput. Mengapa produk-produk vape tak ada alamat untuk dikenal-pasti siapa manufacturer dia? Ni barang masuk dalam badan ni So this is why we need to regulate. Kalau kata tak nak regulate, then illicit produk akan terus berleluasa barangan underground, illicit produk, black market, yang produk yang tak dapat ditentukan sama ada ini selamat atau tidak. Dia orang buat kat belakang dapur, dia orang buat dekat bawah tangga. So I think this is not what we want for the industry, from the consumer point of view. We want a product that is tested. We want a product that is safe. We want a product that is manufactured properly. Kita nak ada a proper regulation framework daripada segi manufacturing. Kita nak ada proper framework daripada segi distribution. Kita nak ada proper framework daripada segi retailing. Kita nak ada proper framework daripada segi consumer usage, bermaksud the do's and don'ts. Sekarang ni, kalau kata saya nak vape dalam bangunan pun, ada ke undang-undang kata tak boleh vape dalam bangunan? Tak ada. Dalam undang-undang kita ada kata tak boleh merokok dalam bangunan. Vape tak ada. So kalau tak nak regulate, then you tak dapat kawal semua ni. What is the do's and don'ts about all this kan? So I think the logical and the thing that makes more sense to do lah dari segi kesihatan, dari segi perniagaan, is for us to really regulate it. But kita kena regulate it dengan cara yang betul. Kita nak regulate it dengan cara yang lebih consumer friendly. Kita nak regulate it dengan cara yang tak over-regulate. Over-regulate maksud, okay, kita dah minta regulation, then dia orang over-regulate pula. Bermaksud nak kena beli, kena pergi farmasi. That's over-regulation. That's not what we want also. Kita nak benda ni diregulate yang memudahkan kepada consumer. I mean, come on. Kita nak berhenti rokok ni, Irwan. Kenapa nak menyusahkan kita untuk berhenti rokok? Betul tak? Betul. Adakah the powers that be, kerajaan ni, menggalakkan kita untuk merokok dengan menyusahkan kita untuk mencari alternatif untuk berhenti merokok. Kan, betul tak? Dia harus mudahkan, dia kena buat pendekatan ataupun accessibility kepada produk untuk membantu kita berhenti merokok ni lebih mudah. Bermaksud, we want a more consumer friendly punya regulation framework lah. So, my point is kepada soalan you, ialah of course we have to regulate untuk kesihatan dan juga untuk make sure that there is a proper guideline untuk producers dan juga distributors dan juga consumers. Yeah.
Okay. So, apakah status regulasi di Malaysia sekarang?
Status regulasi di Malaysia, this is very interesting. I think dalam 3 bulan lepas ke 4 bulan lepas, no, ni bulan 11 dah I think about tahun lepas dalam bulan 10 ke bulan 9 tahun lepas, kerajaan ada memutuskan bahawa mereka nak regulate vape. So semua orang pun ada rasa macam lega sikit tetapi malangnya bila kita kaji balik, dia orang nak regulate cuma liquid yang ada zero nikotin, yang tak bernikotin, liquid zero nikotin. Now, pada saya that is just satu tindakan yang counterproductive lah sebenarnya. Sebab kalau kita tengok daripada kajian, the numbers of vapers yang vape zero nicotine liquid are negligible. Sebenarnya kenapa harus wujud zero nicotine liquid? Kita fikir balik sebenarnya kalau kita fikir balik, zero nicotine liquid ni boleh mendatangkan lebih kemudaratan daripada kebaikan. Saya terangkan kenapa. Pertama, zero nicotine liquid tidak membantu untuk orang berhenti merokok. Betul tak?
Betul.
Tak membantu orang untuk berhenti merokok. Sebab kita nak berhenti merokok, sebab kita nak dapat the nicotine fix tu dan kita nak berhenti merokok sebab kita nak menjauhi daripada the damage, health damage yang disebabkan oleh merokok, iaitu the tar and all the 3,000 jenis kimia racun yang terdapat dalam merokok. Sebenarnya yang membahayakan kesihatan bukannya nikotin. Yang membahayakan kesihatan ialah tar dan juga kimia 3,000 jenis racun yang terdapat dalam merokok tu. So kita masih nak cuba manage kita punya nikotin intake dengan cara yang lebih selamat. Vape ialah cuma satu platform untuk delivery nikotin saja. It's a way of nicotine delivery. So kita ambil vape ni sebagai satu alternatif yang lebih selamat. So kita tak nak kita tak nak terus merokok. So ini berbalik kepada soalan you, apa status regulasi Indonesia sekarang ni. Saya nak tekankan bahawa tindakan untuk regulate zero nicotine ni mendatangkan lebih banyak kemudaratan sebab ianya tak membantu orang untuk berhenti merokok. Sebab kita yang nak berhenti merokok ni tidak akan vape liquid zero nicotine. Jadi, Irwan, siapa yang akan vape liquid zero nicotine? Budak sekolah. Betul tak? Tak nak vape dia ikut trend kan. So dia orang tak nak vape liquid yang ada nikotin, dia vape liquid yang zero nikotin. Tidakkah ini mendatangkan lebih masalah? Ini masalah pertama yang saya nampak. Budak-budak yang bukan perokok, mereka just nak ikut trend, dia vape liquid yang zero nikotin. This is number one. Number two, ada juga yang kalau kata okey dah berluasa dah dijalankan untuk vape liquid yang tak bernikotin. Ada yang pandai, ada yang banyak cendik pandai pergi campurkan nikotin sendiri dalam liquid tersebut. Tak adakah ini akan mendatangkan masalah?
Lagi bahayalah.
Lagi bahaya kan?
Betul.
You kena ada kepakaran dan juga latihan. You have to be trained untuk mix nikotin dalam liquid tu. So kalau kata you pergi pandai-pandai campur nikotin dalam liquid, kalau terlebih, you kena faham nikotin tu boleh serap dekat kulit. Dan nikotin ni bukan sesuatu yang boleh dihandle oleh sesiapa saja. Kalau nikotin ni kalau you terminum, ia mendatangkan kemudaratan boleh mendatangkan kematian. So kita tidak mahu keputusan untuk buat zero nic ni mendatangkan banyak masalah lain. So to us, it's just lose-lose situation. Nobody is going to buy the zero nicotine liquid. Ia mendatangkan banyak lagi masalah lain. dan akhirnya orang yang nak berhenti merokok juga tidak akan menggunakan zero nicotine liquid, dan juga kerajaan juga tidak mendapat pulangan dalam bentuk cukai daripada mengawal sedia liquid yang zero nicotine, because nobody vape zero nic. Almost negligible amount. Hampir tak ada orang yang vape liquid zero nicotine. So itu adalah the development that was happening last year. I guess when the government look at the situation, bila government tengok keadaan, kita nak regulate liquid zero nic ni tak mendatangkan apa-apa hasil pun, alhamdulillah they are more open to see that they need regulation liquid with nicotine. And I guess kalau if I may speak openly, boleh saya cakap secara terbuka?
Yeah. Why not?
Boleh
Silakan.
Saya nampak COVID mendatangkan banyak cabaran kepada negara-negara lain, kawan-kawan advokasi saya di negara lain, ya, di Philippines, di New Zealand, di Australia, di Thailand, ya. COVID mendatangkan banyak cabaran kepada mereka sebab when they want to fight for the regulation of vape punya isu ni dah jadi sesuatu perkara yang tak penting. Perkara yang penting kepada kerajaan negara-negara ini, termasuk Malaysia, ialah COVID. Betul tak?
Betul.
Kita nak cerita pasal COVID, kerajaan nak dengar ke? Irwan, kami ada banyak lagi masalah lain yang kita nak cerita. Kau nak cerita pasal vape, nanti tunggu dulu. Okay? So, I think the COVID pandemic became a big challenge for all us advocacies untuk push the regulation for vape. Tetapi, di Malaysia, kita study keadaan ni, kita lihat kawan-kawan kami di Kepra, di MOVE, di HAA, termasuk Encik Irwan sendiri, kita duduk dan kita fikir. Now, kita boleh gunakan situasi COVID ni untuk bantu kita. Now, how did that happen? Kita lihat bahawa dalam keadaan COVID, ia menjejaskan ekonomi, betul tak? Ekonomi negara terjejas. Kemudian, bila ekonomi negara terjejas, kita selama ni kita pergi jumpa Kementerian Kesihatan. Kita cerita pasal Public Health of England punya research, kita tunjuk dia orang data, kita even bawa Dr. Fasalinos untuk berjumpa dengan wakil Kementerian Kesihatan. Ya. We think that we are doing the right thing. This seems to be the right thing lah, which is we want to engage you with facts. Tapi selama 7 tahun, tak ada apa-apa yang berlaku. Bermaksud kita ketuk pada pintu yang salah. Kita ketuk pada pintu Kementerian Kesihatan. Yang ini saya nak cerita secara terbuka lah. Sebab macam mana kita engage them dengan fakta, dengan bawa prominent scientist, dengan tunjukkan semua kajian daripada seluruh dunia, it didn't work. Tetapi dengan COVID dan bila Malaysia berhadapan dengan masalah kewangan, masalah ekonomi, kita ketuk pintu lagi satu. Kita ketuk pintu Kementerian Kewangan. Okay? So bila kita ketuk pintu ke Kementerian Kewangan, kita cakap vape mampu bantu masalah kewangan yang Malaysia sedang hadapi sekarang. Okay? Iaitu industri ini bernilai 2 bilion ringgit dan it is growing. Daripada you terus tak regulate, you biar je. Ni adalah satu kebocoran, leakages of collection of tax. Why not you regulate this? Why don't you regulate this industry so that it can help to assist the country in terms of tax collection. So dengan approach ini, dengan mudah sebenarnya kerajaan telah buat keputusan, okay, this makes sense, this will help a lot of people, this will help the economy, this will help the health of people. They became more open untuk lihat bahawa vape ni boleh bantu. So vape ni salah satu objektif kita kendalikan skop ni juga ialah untuk kita berkongsi perjalanan, our journey, bagaimana kita menyusun strategi dan tindakan daripada kita akan diharamkan kepada mana kita telah diluluskan, how we change our strategy daripada kita rasanya buat something yang betul, and we think seemingly we are doing the right thing, to the what we are doing now which is more effective. We cannot just go on talking about health. Of course it's important, but at the same time we must talk in terms of from their point of view. we must talk their language. Their language is, their point of view is, you cannot just talk about health. What about some financial returns? Okay, so bila Ministry of Finance nampak perkara ni, saya nampak benda ni expedited, dipercepatkan ya. So saya rasa kedudukan situasi daripada segi industri regulation Malaysia sekarang, it will be implemented by January 2022. So that is the situation that we are at right now. So we are very happy lah. Okay? Dan saya dah nampak dah sedikit guideline yang dikeluarkan oleh Kementerian Kesihatan, and they are very open lah. Kita ada meeting dengan mesyuarat dengan Menteri Kesihatan YB Khairi Jamaluddin last week ya. Dan he was very open and he was very forthcoming. So kita nak ucapkan terima kasih ya kepada Kementerian Kesihatan sekarang ini kerana you are very forward thinking, you are very progressive to look into resolving this issue. Dan kita nampak apa saja pandangan yang kita kemukakan, they were very receptive. They were not just receptive just because nak entertain kita, they all memang genuinely receptive. Okay? They take notes of what we say because we drive the point that we want this to work. Okay? Kenapa kita jangan buat satu framework yang mana it will fail. Macam dulu dia orang buat framework tergesa-gesa nak buat regulation untuk zero liquid, it did not work. Yeah, so now why not make this time something that works. Dan nak regulate Malaysia sekarang ni tak susah. Dulu kita tak ada blueprint untuk kita ikut dengan negara lain. Betul tak kan?
Betul.
So sekarang tak susah kalau kata the bureaucrats in the Ministry of Health, the experts in the Ministry of Health katalah kurang faham macam mana nak bentuk framework of regulation kat Malaysia, we can always refer to UK. You know, we can always refer to many other countries yang dah buat regulation Malaysia, regulation di negara mereka dengan sangat berjaya. So at this point, the status is that we will be regulated and the framework of regulation seems somewhat very open and they have not decided yet on a few things lah. Nicotine level dia orang belum decide lagi. Sama ada dia orang akan regulate open and closed system, dia orang belum decide lagi. But as I said, they are very forward thinking. They somehow nampak macam embracing innovation and we are very grateful. Amat terima kasih. Saya nak ucapkan saya punya deepest gratitude dan terima kasih saya kepada Kementerian Kesihatan dan terutamanya kepada Menteri Kesihatan iaitu YB Khairi Jamaluddin.
Okey, Encik Samsul, apa peranan WHO dalam proses ni?
Wish, peranan WHO dalam proses ni. Okey. Saya kena cerita sikit tentang what is WHO lah ya. WHO ni kan dia satu badan yang dibiaya oleh World Bank ya. Dia dibentuk sebagai satu institusi yang sebenarnya tak ada apa-apa they don't have any bidang kuasa ya untuk menentukan negara ni buat apa, negara tu tak boleh buat ni, tak boleh buat tu. Dia orang tak ada bidang kuasa tu. Tapi dia orang ada pengaruh. Okay, they have the influence. So peranan WHO sangat besar. Ya. Di bawah WHO ada FCTC iaitu di Tobacco Control punya federation So bawah FCTC ni dia orang punya kerja dia terbagi kepada dua pula. Bawah FCTC ada secretariat dan juga ada COP. Ya, COP ni ialah Conference of Parties di mana dia orang berjumpa dan dia orang buat keputusan. COP ni ialah wakil-wakil daripada 90 lebih negara duduk dalam mesyuarat ni untuk bentuk polisi untuk negara-negara yang terlibat. So ini peranan WHO. Tetapi apa saja keputusan yang dibuat oleh FCTC tidak boleh dia tak boleh mengarahkan negara-negara lain untuk mengikut keputusan tersebut. Ya, tetapi they have influence. Mereka mempunyai pengaruh dengan cara macam ni dia orang pengaruh. They have a lot of instruments untuk mempengaruhi polisi yang dibentuk oleh negara lain. Dan sekarang ni pula ada satu lagi fenomenon, ada satu lagi pengacau yang datang daripada US, iaitu mereka yang mendermakan bilion ringgit kepada WHO untuk menentukan vape ini diharamkan. So Ini datang, ada bukti lah, ini datang daripada Bloomberg ya, untuk menentukan bahawa polisi-polisi negara-negara ini dibentuk mengikut apa yang dia nak. Dan cara dia buat ialah dengan membiayai WHO. So ini nampaknya satu perkara yang sangat bahaya di mana hak kami ni tidak lagi diwakili oleh kita punya delegates, tetapi dipengaruhi oleh elemen daripada luaran. Perkara ni berlaku di Brazil, perkara ni berlaku di Philippines, perkara ni berlaku di Thailand dan Encik Irwan, perkara ni berlaku di Malaysia juga. Okey, berbilion ringgit diberikan kepada institusi-institusi, kepada universiti untuk mengeluarkan kajian-kajian yang untuk menunjukkan bahawa vape ini memudaratkan kesihatan, kajian-kajian yang tak berasaskan apa-apa scientific reasoning langsung ya, tetapi cuma untuk mencapai satu objektif, iaitu untuk membentuk satu persepsi bahawa vape ini memudaratkan kesihatan. So peranan WHO ni meluas ya, daripada bentuk pengaruh. Dan kalau katalah Encik Irwan adalah seorang health professional dalam Kementerian Kesihatan, katalah you adalah kita punya Director General of Health dalam Kementerian Kesihatan, you will always look at WHO sebagai guideline. Betul sebab ia satu institusi yang besar kan. So ini peranan dia. Mereka mampu mempengaruhi polisi kesihatan, health public policy yang dibentuk oleh negara-negara. Contohnya di India, di mana bila India ban vape ya, WHO memberikan anugerah kepada Menteri Kesihatan India. So when they do that, dia menunjukkan bahawa WHO is saying this is the right thing to do. Bila you ban vape, kami beri anugerah kepada Menteri Kesihatan anda. So ini message narrative daripada WHO untuk mengatakan kepada seluruh dunia, we are against vape. Their position has always been prohibitive, ya, menghalang, ban. Malangnya kan, saya cerita sedikit pasal WHO lagi panjang lah sebab I'm very passionate and sometimes angered by this ya. So WHO sebenarnya peranan mereka, STTC sebenarnya peranan mereka ialah untuk membasmi penyakit. Betul tak Cik Irwan?
Betul.
Peranan utama WHO ialah untuk membasmi penyakit, ya, the eradication of disease, iaitu utamanya non-communicable disease termasuk sakit jantung, kanser, sakit respiratory. Ini tugas dia, ya. Ini tugas mereka. This is the work of WHO, ya. Dan penyakit-penyakit ini disebabkan oleh rokok, ya. No, bila ada satu alternatif yang boleh membuatkan orang berhenti merokok dan juga boleh menurunkan kadar-kadar non-communicable disease seperti sakit jantung, kanser dan sakit respiratory ini, why not WHO take a more open view and be more receptive dalam segi why not kita tengok vape ni boleh tak bantu untuk orang menyelesaikan masalah ni, because this is their responsibility. WHO punya responsibility ialah untuk mengurangkan penyakit-penyakit ini. Dan kalau ada satu penyelesaian, why not they are more open to see how this alternative boleh membantu untuk mengurangkan penyakit-penyakit ini. Why not? Where else they are only taking the position of prohibitive. Halang, halang, halang. Ban, ban, ban. I don't understand why they are taking this stand. In fact, kalau you tengok dalam dia punya direktif ya, FCTC punya direktif 1 bracket D, satu kurungan D ya, dalam direktif FCTC mengatakan bahawa they have to embrace tobacco harm reduction. Mereka harus embrace, harus look into tobacco harm reduction sebagai salah satu penyelesaian kepada non-communicable disease. Ini dalam direktif dia. But operatively, they are not doing that. Secara praktikal, mereka tak lakukan. Mereka cuma take into the action of prohibition. Prohibition. Nah, apa masalah dengan prohibition? Kita dah tengok banyak masalah terutamanya kalau I quote India where they ban vape. Banyak negara lain ada data menunjukkan when you prohibit, what happens? Kadar smokers naik dan juga kadar illicit produk untuk vape naik. Ya. So kadar penyakit orang yang ada non-communicable disease naik. So this is prohibition is not helping. Dah ada bukti menunjukkan. So I just don't understand kenapa WHO terus memainkan peranan untuk be very prohibitive. Kalau they just take a more open stance untuk melihat bahawa if their responsibility is to make sure that they eradicate ataupun mengurangkan masalah jantung, masalah kanser, masalah respiratory, if this is genuinely their objective, why not at least sekurang-kurangnya considerlah alternatif yang mungkin boleh membantu. Betul tak Encik Irwan?
Betul.
Ini dia keep prohibiting. So I don't understand why. Sebenarnya I tahu why. Actually I tahu. You nak tahu Encik Irwan why they are like that? Because they've been funded by the wrong people. Yeah? They said information that is misleading, that is not based on science, and they have been funded by the people who are just against faith. So kita dapat lihat WHO, SCDC can be seen, perceived, or based on their action to be very anti-tobacco harm reduction, to be perceived as a very anti-innovation. Dia orang sangat anti-innovation. If they are not anti-innovation, if they are pro-innovation, they should at least be open about the solution about vaping untuk quit smoking. Yeah, and of course they are very anti-industry lah. So ini adalah masalah vape. Satu lagi saya nak tunjuk kalau kata saya dapat sampaikan perkara ini kepada WHO. Kita kalau dapat lihat negara-negara yang diperkenalkan kepada vape, kita dapat lihat data dalam these are all data, facts. Kita tengok data daripada segi populasi. Bila vape diperkenalkan kepada negara itu, kita dapat lihat jumlah perokok turun dan jumlah vapers naik. Itu daripada segi populasi. Daripada segi data pasaran, kita dapat lihat bila vape diperkenalkan kepada negara itu, kita dapat lihat bahawa jumlah jualan rokok turun dan jualan produk vape naik. So we have seen that, and of course there's so many research yang menunjukkan bahawa vape lebih selamat daripada rokok. I just don't understand sampai sekarang kenapa WHO takes a very prohibitive, very anti-harm, tobacco harm reduction stance, very anti-innovation stance. I just don't get it. Satu lagi soalan yang saya disampaikan oleh viewers Encik Irwan. Satu soalan lagi yang ini mungkin belum ada dalam list you, tapi ini disampaikan oleh viewers. Saya bacakan soalan ni. Dia kata, adakah bukti tak bahawa vape mampu membantu seseorang itu berhenti merokok? Ada bukti tak? Okay. So, saya nak ambil soalan ni dan saya nak terangkan secara fakta. Now, soalan ni selalu ditanya oleh Kementerian Kesihatan dan juga semua institusi. Bila kita berhadapan dengan mereka yang latar belakangnya doktor ataupun medical professionals, they will ask, okay, you're talking about PhD punya research, but ada ke bukti yang vape mampu bantu orang berhenti merokok? Dulu kita tak ada fakta ni, sekarang kita ada fakta ni. Saya akan bacakan sebab this is important. Now, antara tahun 2006 hingga tahun 2018, kajian ni dijalankan daripada tahun 2006 hingga tahun 2018 kepada 18,929 responden, hampir 19,000 responden. Kajian ni dijalankan ke atas 19,000 perokok yang ingin berhenti merokok dan menggunakan vape. Okay, so dalam 19,000 orang yang nak berhenti merokok ni dan menggunakan vape, 95% daripada mereka mampu berhenti merokok. Saya ulang balik, kajian yang dijalankan bukan untuk jangka masa yang pendek, tapi jangka masa yang sangat panjang daripada tahun 2006 sampai 2018. Ke atas hampir 19,000 responden, iaitu perokok, mereka ingin berhenti merokok, mereka menggunakan vape. 95% daripada mereka mampu berhenti merokok. Itu tak cukup bukti ke bahawa vape boleh berhenti merokok? Ada lagi. Itu kajian yang dijalankan di luar negara. Kajian yang dijalankan di Malaysia oleh Universiti Malaya. Kajian yang dijalankan pada tahun 2016 dapati bahawa 88% perokok menggunakan vape sebagai cara yang efektif untuk berhenti merokok. Itu tak cukup bukti ke bahawa vape boleh berhenti merokok? Ada lagi. UK Department of Health and Social Care menganggarkan antara 16,000 hingga 22,000 perokok berjaya berhenti merokok dengan menggunakan vape. jika dibandingkan dengan mereka yang menggunakan alternatif lain seperti nicotine patch dan nicotine gum. Bermaksud bila mereka gunakan nicotine patch dan nicotine gum, mereka tak berjaya berhenti merokok. Bila mereka menggunakan vape, ya, UK Department of Health and Social Care dapati bahawa 16,000 ke 22,000 perokok mampu untuk berhenti vape. Dan last kali daripada Cochrane Review pada tahun 2020, dia dapat melihat kajian yang dijalankan 50 kajian yang dijalankan di US, di UK, di Italy, Australia, New Zealand, Greece, Belgium, Canada, Poland, South Korea, South Africa, Switzerland, Canada, Poland, South Korea, South Africa, Switzerland, Turkey. Semua negara ni menjalankan kajian ini, 50 kajian dapati bahawa perokok mampu berhenti merokok untuk sekurang-kurangnya 6 bulan selepas menggunakan vape. So itu saya nampak bahawa cukup bukti. Kalau dulu dia orang kata tak ada bukti vape boleh bantu orang berhenti merokok, sekarang we have extensive empirical data all over the world yang menunjukkan bahawa vape mampu untuk membantu kita berhenti merokok, dan saya adalah satu bukti bahawa vape mampu kita berhenti merokok. Encik Irwan sendiri adalah satu bahawa vape mampu untuk kita berhenti merokok. Cuma mereka cakap that's not enough, itu you seorang saja. But now we have research from all over the world that boleh membuktikan bahawa vape mampu untuk membantu kita berhenti merokok. So itu yang saya rasa itu data yang sangat penting.
Okay, dah banyak dalam yang kita cakap-cakap tadi, saya tengok ada banyak sangat cabaran-cabaran yang datang daripada segi peranan WHO dan sebagainya. Apa strategi MOVE dan HAA untuk tangani cabaran-cabaran ni?
Okey, pertamanya kita nak delegates yang pergi ke COP9 ni kan, bila mereka bentuk polisi di COP9, delegates ni datang daripada Malaysia dan mereka akan buat voting di sana. We want this delegate from Malaysia represent kita punya hak, mewakili hak kita, mewakili hak kita di Malaysia. So strategi MOVE dan juga HAA ialah kita very guerrilla lah, you know what we did kan. So kita pergi jumpa the members of parliament, wakil-wakil rakyat yang kebanyakannya wakil rakyat Malaysia ni perokok. Okay, so diorang pun sebenarnya nak berhenti merokok, but they maybe not exposed to other alternative. So kami pergi jumpa diorang, we became close to them, we became friends to these members of parliament, dan diorang ni perokok, dan kita bagi tahu diorang, YB, why not you cuba vape? Kenapa tidak you cuba vape? And diorang cuba, and bila diorang cuba, diorang mampu berhenti merokok. So this is our strategy. Sebenarnya kan Encik Irwan, strategi untuk advocacy lain di negara lain pun samalah. Mungkin you kena tailor-made sedikit strategi you, tapi ini strategi kita di Malaysia. Kita tak payah tengok benda-benda yang teknikal sangat. Kita tengok kepada siapa yang mereka ini yang buat keputusan. Who are the policy makers? Akhirnya benda ni bukan isu kesihatan kepada mereka. Isu ni ialah isu politik. Isu ni tertakluk kepada mereka yang buat keputusan. Tapi bila kita boleh meyakinkan mereka yang buat keputusan secara peribadi, when we can convince the policy makers at a very personal level, bermaksud mereka perokok, they want to quit, kita tolong dia orang berhenti dengan memberikan mereka vape dan dia orang berhenti. So I think this is a very strong strategy. And we have to understand one thing, di Malaysia, members of parliament ni orang yang sangat berkuasa. They are political warlords. So when they want something, they will voice out. So here, this is what's happening in Malaysia. All these members of parliament from both sides of the aisle memang dah pro vape because they themselves are the evidence. Kita ada satu gerakan di MOVE dan di HAA di mana kita tak mau cerita benda yang teknikal sangat. We just want to talk about we are the evidence. Kamilah bukti yang vape ni baik, mampu untuk berhenti kita merokok. And then here in MOVE we go one step further di mana kita jadikan policy makers, kita jadikan MPs, members of parliament, wakil rakyat sebagai the evidence that vape mampu untuk berhenti merokok. So when they are the evidence, the policy makers themselves are the evidence, mereka then mula be on our side. So dia akan pergi cerita dengan wakil yang akan pergi kepada COP9, dia akan cerita kepada mereka yang duduk, birokrats yang duduk dalam Kementerian Kesihatan, bahawa this is what we want because it can really help. It has helped me on a personal level. Bila saya, Samsul Kamal Arifin, pergi cakap kat Kementerian Kesihatan, this is the evidence, I am the evidence, dia orang tak dengar. They don't want to listen. Saya siapa? Who am I? Tapi bila members of parliament pergi cakap kat dia orang, I am the evidence that vape mampu untuk berhentikan, buat saya berhenti merokok, they listen. So this is where we see that there seems to be a tipping point where they are more open and they are more receptive towards regulating vape. So this has been our strategy at MOVE and HAA.
Baik, okey, Cik Samsul, akhir kata, apa harapan Cik Samsul dalam isu-isu yang kita bincangkan malam ni?
Okay, of course lah, kita pun dah habis masa dah, we are given 1 hour je kan. Saya cakap banyak, Encik Irwan tak cakap apa pun. Yeah, but because I'm very passionate about this lah, okay, so my hope over what's happening now is that kita over 8 years, 9 years that saya dah usahakan benda ni kan, Irwan, there were times that it became very frustrating sebab kita buat benda ni sendiri. You pun tahu kan, we are one team kan, we are just a small group of people and we are not being paid. Kita buat benda ni sukarelawan. We take our own time and our own effort to bergerakkan benda ni because at times when it became very frustrating, but we carry on, kita teruskan sebab we feel that this is important. Kita rasa benda ni penting. We feel that this is not just about getting products yang selamat untuk consumer. We don't just think that this is about making sure that mereka yang terlibat dalam bisnes ni boleh terus kembangkan bisnes ini. We feel that this is about life. Ini adalah about menyelamatkan nyawa. This is about saving lives. So this is the last point that I would like to make lah. So I would like to invite everyone as my last point before we end today's session, that semua di Malaysia yang mendengar ni, kalau anda adalah seorang vapor ataupun ahli keluarga anda adalah seorang vapor, it is good that they are vaping daripada dia orang merokok. So untuk kita teruskan perjuangan kita untuk jadi lebih kuat, supaya our voice have weight, ada suara kita ni didengar, diambil kira. Saya minta semua yang mendengar malam ini, sama-samalah terlibat dalam pergerakan MOVE, dalam pergerakan HAA, untuk kita sama-sama membentuk satu masyarakat yang lebih progresif, lebih forthcoming, lebih forward thinking dan lebih sihat. Because what we do here is very, very important, tuan-tuan dan puan, because ianya menyelamatkan nyawa. That is my last point for tonight.
Okay, terima kasih banyak Cik Samsul Arifin daripada MOVE. Keep on fighting for us, for all the vapors dalam Malaysia.
One more point. One more point. It is just not about me, Encik Irwan. Ini bukan saya seorang saja. Pergerakan ini adalah disokong oleh Encik Irwan sendiri dan juga ratusan kawan-kawan di belakang. Saya ni cuma, I'm just a face that voice out what the message that is coming from thousands of people behind me. I'm just the face, just the voice. Tapi sebenarnya kami disokong oleh ribuan orang yang datang daripada golongan profesional, golongan vapers, golongan yang tahu, they know what they are doing. So keep on supporting us, and that's the best way for us to move forward lah. Because as I said, what we do here is important. So that is my last point for tonight. Okay, so dengan itu saya rasa kita akhiri sesi kita pada malam ini. Saya ingin ucapkan terima kasih kepada semua yang sudi untuk mendengar kita punya sesi. I think we've been very passionate about delivering our points. Saya ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada Encik Irwan Suhaimi daripada Harm Awareness Association. Thank you very much. So I think that's all. Again, I would like to wish everyone a very good night. Assalamualaikum dan kekal sihat dan jaga SOP. Sekian, terima kasih. Thank you very much.
Good night.
Yeah, good night.
Meanwhile, in Thailand, consumers and advocates run the risk of heavy fines and possible jail time for using safer nicotine products instead of the deadly alternative.
Smoking is bad, but shouldn't we have the right to choose less harmful products? But our rights are stripped away. We are harassed physically, financially, and brutally. Visitors, you're forced to smoke again. Why can't we choose? We have the right to know the truth. Isn't it the government's job to provide the facts to help us make the right decision? But look at what we have.
คำแนะนำของทางการแพทย์นะครับเขาว่าไม่ได้แนะนำว่าให้ไปสูบบุหรี่ไฟฟ้านะแล้วอเมริกาหรือในออสเตรเลียเขาก็บอกว่าไม่ต้องไปสูบบุหรี่ไฟฟ้าออสเตรเลียเขาก็ผิดกฎหมายเขาบอกว่าคุณเลิกไปเลยแล้วเราก็มีวิธีช่วยให้คุณเลิก
Hoax after hoax, lies over and over again.
แม้แต่ในอังกฤษก็ดีในอเมริกาเขาแนะนำให้เลิกเขาไม่ได้แนะนำบอกคุณไปติดบุหรี่ไฟฟ้าแทนนะเพราะบุหรี่ไฟฟ้ามันก็มีอันตรายอยู่มันมีสารนิโคตินนะครับซึ่งเสพติดนะฮะทีนี้เนื่องจากบุหรี่ไฟฟ้าเนี่ยมันใช้มาไม่ถึง10 ปีมันค่อยๆมีรายงานออกมาว่ามีสารก่อมะเร็งพบมากขึ้นผลกระทบเราก็ยังไม่รู้เนื่องจากการใช้ยังไม่นานที่อเมริกาเนี่ยสิ่งที่เขาพบแล้วก็กังวลมากก็คือว่าเด็กนักเรียนที่ยังไม่ได้สูบบุหรี่นะครับเข้าไปสูบบุหรี่ไฟฟ้าเด็กที่สูบบุหรี่ไฟฟ้าเนี่ยนะครับที่ไม่ได้สูบบุหรี่ธรรมดาเนี่ยมีพฤติกรรมเสี่ยงอื่นๆนะฮะกินเหล้าแบบเมาจำเปเลยนะครับแล้วมีพฤติกรรมเสี่ยงเรื่องเพศมีพฤติกรรมไปสูบกัญชานะฮะแล้วก็ยาเสพติดอย่างอื่นตามต่อมาไม่กี่ปีเนี่ยกลายเป็นเด็กที่สูบบุหรี่นะฮะทำไมคุณไม่เปิดโอกาสให้ผมเอาผลิตภัณฑ์หนึ่งของอเมริกาเขาทำที่บอกนิโคติน1 หยดฆ่าหนูได้ที่ความเข้มข้นเท่าไหร่ครับไม่ต้องถาม
Why do we have to keep our mouths shut just because we think differently? Maybe this is why. Can I choose my way?
All right, so welcome to London in the United Kingdom with Inco, and we're very happy to join CAFRA and our friends in Asia and around the world, because I know people are watching this in many countries, including Norway and all over the world. So we're all excited to be here. We're going to have a conversation using an open conference concept that I've used in the past. We have a table. I'm the facilitator, so I'm Charles Gardner with Inco, and we have 5 people at the table and 1 empty seat. So we'll start a conversation. I will randomly think of some question and see if we can get a conversation going. In my experience, this crowd has no problems speaking, and it's hard to shut them up. And but speak, and then at any point in time, anyone in the audience can come up and sit in the empty chair. When that happens, someone who's been at the table before needs to politely and respectfully get up and leave. And it's amazing how well that works, because we're all polite. And you know, inevitably somebody says, "Well, okay, I've said enough," and off we go. So so we can start. We can start. Frank, why did you make this journey all the way to London?
I make this journey all the way to London because
my biggest concern is all the people who smoke today, and that makes me worry. It's even take my sleep away when I think about what the WHO are doing. My experience so far is that WHO is Philip Morris' best friend. They help Philip Morris sell more cigarettes to kill more people. And I would try to avoid that. That's why we had taken a trip from Norway to London to speak to WHO, to speak to the delegates at COP9. As you all know, we try to speak to the delegates from Norway that is participating at COP9. They listened to what we told them, but they didn't believe us. They were very polite. We had an hour conversation with them. We said our arguments, and they answered, "We don't believe you." And that scares me. That take my sleep away, actually. And yeah, that's why I'm here.
Okay, and tell us your full name and your organization, just so everyone knows.
My name is Frank. I stick to my first name because my second name is so crazy that no one would believe what it is. So I'm Frank, and I represent NDS, the consumer group from Norway. And we came down to London with 6 persons from our board and one of our members. So yeah, that's us.
Okay, great. Anybody want to jump in?
Yeah, sure. Okay, Richard Proen, and I represent Safer Nicotine Wiki. The reason I came here was basically to try and get the message across to the COP9 delegates that they need to take tobacco harm reduction seriously, and tobacco is killing 8 million people a year, and it doesn't need to be that way. We've got some pretty good solutions now with tobacco harm reduction, vaping, snus, heat not burn, and I just believe that we can make a real difference to people all around the world, even in low and middle income countries where the WHO are saying they should be banning tobacco harm reduction. That's just ridiculous. It's like has been said before, it's literally killing people. It's unbelievable. You wouldn't think that in the modern age such a thing could happen. Anyone else?
Here.
Yeah, well, I'm here just because I think
Your name and your organization.
yeah, of course, Nina, and from Norway and representing NDS. I think the work that INCO is doing is very fine. So I wanted to come to support the stuff that you're doing here now. Yeah, just that.
Good.
And Claude Bamberger, I represent French vapers, and I came to London first to say how grateful we are to England, because a lot of people from the administrations, from the research here, have done a great work. The other thing is when you watch the Eurobarometer, you've got 2 countries in Europe, extended Europe, that have twice the number of new ex-smokers, twice the success against tobacco smoking than the rest of Europe. And those 2 countries are the most tolerant around vaping. They work on
tolerant. Tolerant? Is that...
Yeah, because for example, in France, vaping is accepted. We've got a lot of vape shops. We've got a lot of vapors and ex-vapors as well. We now have far more ex-smokers, ex-vapors than vapors. It's a continuum, and often people forget to count those who quit smoking, then quit vaping. And that's the aim, just to help people quit
Have
smoking.
you seen a ranking of countries by their rates of smoking decline or increase? I've found that's very difficult to find.
Well, those figures I have to calculate them by myself, because
we think smoking is plummeting in Norway.
It is.
Yeah, right. And we know it has gone down in Sweden.
Yeah.
So you're saying it's falling faster than average in France?
Oh yeah, it's falling like it didn't for the last 20 years.
It's accelerated.
Yeah, it's huge. Of course, we have the example, the grandparents of Sweden. We have the success of Norway. We have some other countries that are doing great. But we don't take indicators. We don't take figures correctly in the common used papers around how to reduce smoking. It's like how to reduce the number of cigarettes bought in shops. That's not an indicator. That's a relative proxy, not very interesting. The important thing is to see how people stop smoking.
And the other country where smoking rates in Europe are falling fastest is the UK.
Yeah,
it's
even in. It's difficult to calculate exactly, but it's going down faster than France, at least, because other efforts already took place before.
The World Health Organization gives out awards for the countries that are most compliant with their recommendations. So Empower recommendations, FCTC recommendations. How different would it look if they gave out awards for countries that had the fastest rates of smoking decline?
Yeah. That's a tricky question.
And why don't they?
Why don't they? Yeah.
Japan would be there.
Of course.
Of heat not burn or HTPs. Korea, and yeah. So I think we'd see a very different.
Would probably be right up there as well.
Mm-hmm.
Just from the amount of people I've seen myself.
Anecdotes. Oh, yeah.
Just because of the amount of people I've seen myself switch from smoking to vaping, most smokers out there, given the chance of a safer alternative, will switch. There are some hardened smokers who just like smoking, and that's that. But given the opportunity of something 95% safer, or 95% at least safer, then most smokers will actually take the opportunity to give it a try at least. And the number of people I've seen switch from smoking to vaping is quite astounding. And we've not seen the uptick in youth vaping. There hasn't been any real uptake in vaping of non-smokers either. So all of this panic that seems to be going on at the moment seems to be completely unfounded. It's just FUD. Fear, uncertainty, doubt.
Yes.
Anyone else?
Did you want to name and...
My name is Trond Meyer. I'm chairman of the NDS, Norwegian Union of Vapers. We are here to show COP9 and the WHO that vaping works, with examples from UK. We also want to show our Norwegian Health Department that the proposed ban on flavors and the age limit, 25 years, is wrong. And yeah, that's why we pulled 6 people here to join you.
Okay, great, thank you. Claude, I interrupted you. Did you want to complete a thought? We'd have yes? Okay, so we have a question from Skip Murray. Now, who the heck is that? My dear Skip, we are so happy you're watching. And the question is simply, what was the turnout in London? I would, if anybody wants to correct me, but I'd say that by the time we had additional people coming through the day, probably at 25 or 30. So, and many of them are here in the room today. So it's 3:00 in the afternoon here in London. This evening we have an event with a member of Parliament coming, a BBC commentator, and a reception. And Skip, an award will be given to the Safer Nicotine Wiki team for their contributions to the field of tobacco harm reduction. And I'll give it to this guy.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I just want to say hi, Skip.
Hi, Skip.
Hi, Skip. Nice seeing you.
Hi, Skip. We love you.
Skip's our hero.
Jeez, that's great. So Atakan has joined. And okay, Tron goes. Thank you for your contributions. What
Right.
do you want to say?
Well, I just wanted to chip in on the notion of the indicators that Claude was talking about. And I'm Atakan Befritz. I'm from NNA Sweden and also have the honor to serve on the Secretariat for INCO, Global INCO. I think we've seen that for quite a long time. And I would argue that a lot of the blame for this actually is to be blamed on my country to begin with, because the indicators for what is effective and what isn't effective in terms of outcomes is something that we have studiously avoided doing at all for the past 35 years in Sweden. So there's no culture of what kind of questions should we be asking in our surveys. What are good proxies, indicators for outcomes? And we don't have that. We don't have any practice in doing it. So none of the other countries that are going about this now actually have anything to stand on, anything to go by in terms of an easy copy paste.
So you're saying that, for example, the Karolinska Institute has never sat down and tried to figure out what is the relative risk of snus versus smoking a cigarette?
No, I would say that's probably one of the worst problems that we have and that can be attributed to this, is that there is no real calculation or estimation of the relative risk of smoking and using snus.
There are some, right? There's the Australian study. Anyway, where we have these graphs where they're relative risks, but
Sure, there are, and if you use them, we sort of also end up with snus at 3.6%, something like that, of the risk of smoking, which then would mean we have 30-odd thousand zombies in Sweden, people that are actually dead, but just who aren't dead because they aren't dead.
Somebody should tell them.
Yes, roll over and go away. Exactly, but that's a real issue, and not having that pinpointed as well as possible is egregiously bad, according to me, because we started in the UK in 2015, I think the first one came, and they are fine-tuning where the needle goes for vaping. And it hasn't changed outside the range of at least 95%, likely much more, is what I've gotten since then. That needle we should have had in Sweden from circa 1985, and we should have fine-tuned that to perfection by now. And the only thing we say is we don't have enough science.
Public health is very, very conservative, especially when it comes to harms. And so one of the things that occurs to me is that if you just go back in history 30 years or so, you get back into the 1990s, and HIV/AIDS activists, in some ways, I mean, nicotine is a lot more benign than HIV/AIDS, right? Let's just state that. And they're different, but there are a lot of similarities. But I want to point out that one of the top items on the agenda for HIV/AIDS activists was changing the research priorities.
Yes.
We don't think very much about that. So there are research questions that actually we would like to know about the relative risks that aren't not being really asked, or about benefits as well that aren't being asked. They're just ignored.
Absolutely, and that is part and parcel of the problem, that we are also not really questioned, we that are experts in as consumer laymen, experts in how to quit, what happened to us and what happened to our friends. We are not asked by scientists to join in, weigh in, and we have probably the best material in the world, from mainly Claude and some other notables did a fantastic job. We have 37,000 replies from consumers, of which 35,000 are in the EU, and that is material that is free to use. And I don't think we've had very many questions from science asking, can we use your raw data?
No, we proposed them.
So what we think, how we feel, what we do, and what works just seems to be of absolutely no consequence whatsoever, except for here in the UK.
I will point out that HIV/AIDS activists actually succeeded in getting a voice in the setting of research priorities, having a seat at the table on research decision making in actually many high-income countries. One drug harm reduction person pointed out to me at the first GFN I went to that your problem is nicotine just isn't harmful enough to capture that much attention, which I always go back and think about. But they succeeded. I think that needs to be part of our priorities.
Agreed.
Changing research
priorities
is our priority.
Agreed.
But the problem is when we talk to politicians and civil servants, and what we always meet as an argue against us it's the nicotine. We don't want to talk to you. We don't want anything to do with you. And you ask why? It's the nicotine. And they always compare the nicotine that's in their eyes tobacco.
Definitely.
We find that's the bigger problem we have, at least. They can't see the difference.
Take the thingy.
I'm not speaking.
I'm giving it to Frank. Oh,
yeah. As I said, the biggest problem is that politicians don't see the difference between nicotine and tobacco. They when we try to say safer nicotine, they almost laugh at you and ask, what is safer nicotine? What are you talking about? Nicotine is tobacco, period.
Yes.
I found that very difficult and very problematic.
And you explain there are nicotine patches and
yeah. I mean,
nicotine gum.
Yeah.
Those don't
Let me say one thing about Norway and nicotine pouches. A company, I won't name the name, tried to start selling nicotine pouches in Norway a few years ago. And our government said, no, that's not allowed to sell. But if you put tobacco in it, then you are allowed to sell it. Because we have a law, I don't remember the exact year, but it was in the 70s. They said that in 1972, there is not allowed to get a new nicotine product into the market in Norway. So when they tried to start selling nicotine pouches, they said, no, but put nicotine in it, then you will be allowed to sell it. Tobacco in it.
Make it a homeopathic level of nicotine, diluted 10,000 times. That would work.
Yeah, that would work. Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Yeah.
Problem solved.
Yeah.
Again, on that note, I think that has been a strategy working in different ways all around Europe and all around the world. So you have had most of the current producers of nicotine pouches have had versions of them that are mainly tobacco, a little bit of something else, mainly something else, and a little bit of tobacco, or then as now going all pure, extracting from tobacco fiber and injecting into wheat fiber or whatever else kind of plant fiber that you like, and then suddenly, simsalabim, you've created something new. And I mean, we talked about that at GFN in 2016, and I think I referred to it as loophole surfing. And that is good for public health in terms of getting it into the market and allowing people, those who know, to switch, but not so very useful in terms of easing concerns from the regulators, from the nations, from the governments, and that's understandable. And that's a goal conflict that we have all the time, trying to get the product in because that's what companies do, and you have to have them in for people to be able to use them. But at the same time, if you then cut corners when you're doing that, that in itself creates a new set of problems that we also really don't need to have.
Everyone sitting at the table here is from a high-income country.
Yes.
What are the, I mean, just reflect on the possibilities of nicotine pouches and snus for low-income countries to help, you know, displace smoking.
I suppose that one.
I mean, I've spoken to several people from low and middle income countries. Joseph Mangaro, for one, Mogero, sorry, for one, and for them, e-cigs aren't really an option because they're too expensive. The cost of actually buying the gear out front is too much. But nicotine pouches are cheap to produce, they're easy to produce, they can be made locally. That could be a game changer.
That is one of the problems that I see with them. So just a minor addition, and I really hope there's a way for industry to come up with a solution to this problem, because that would be good. I would applaud that. To my knowledge, and I did this a few years ago with Carl Phillips from the US, looked at what could actually be made financially possible for every single person in the world who today can afford to use some form of toxic tobacco, right? And that would actually be basically cottage industry-sized production of snus made from real tobacco, which you could have cottage-sized, local, in the different, you know, perfectly adapted to the different palates and tastes all over the world, and that can be produced to price points that anyone who can afford to smoke can afford to use, and that's the only one. The pouches, the plants you need to, when you get up to scale, fine, then they are dirt cheap, but then you only have a few producers that are up to scale, and then they own or control that market, and there isn't very much budget pouches around the world as of yet. It's all pretty much premium, and I would imagine shareholders demanding of larger corporations that they should concentrate on those markets first in the LMIC. So, you know, Lahore, the bigger cities where you have huge populations of middle income people.
Yes.
But we're not going to see it trickle down to the poorest of the poor unless we make it dirt cheap and dirt simple, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I mean, I can see, and we've tried at Safer Nicotine Wiki to kind of take the benefits of nicotine and separate them from the harms of smoking. And we've got pages of information there on the possible benefits that nicotine, I mean, as somebody who's neurodiverse myself, I use nicotine to treat my symptoms, and there are lots of people who do the same thing. It's important that we kind of get away from the conflation of tobacco with nicotine. We need to separate the two somehow, and I don't know how we go about doing that. As others have said, it's really difficult to kind of get people to talk about nicotine without them thinking tobacco, and we need to do something about that. I don't know how we do.
Well, Judy Gibson from the INCO Secretariat. Hi, Skip. Richard, you're absolutely right. And actually, it's exactly what Frank said. is this idea. And yet, actually, it's the idea of any form of addiction at all that's a problem. It's the word addiction as opposed to dependency. And so when you look at the people who are particularly anti-e-cigarettes, what they're saying is, we are literally letting young people be a slave and an addict to nicotine. So in that sense, the problem isn't whether you call it tobacco or nicotine. In that sense, it is the idea that it's so heinous that you would actually keep enjoying something in a reasonable quantity that is relatively harmless. That's not the point. The fact that you enjoy it and keep wanting to do it is the problem. Coffee is fine. Alcohol in moderation is absolutely fine.
Do you have any thoughts on the issue that Richard raised on neurodiversity and the argument that many smokers are self-medicating?
Well, I mean, I'm neurodiverse as well. I mean, I've had ADHD, well, presumably all my life, but, I wasn't aware of it at the age of 1. But I think I've just got a little note here from Atagan. Not fun enough.
Nicotine.
It's not fun?
It's not fun enough.
Oh, no, you mean as opposed to like all going out to the pub and having a drink and saying, getting slashed.
Unfortunately, nicotine doesn't intoxicate.
No.
Right? It's a really lousy drug. Yeah.
In fact, you don't actually change. People.
Nicotine in and of itself is just as dangerous as smoking, and it's not even fun. So
no.
Poo on you for being such a bad person and costing the world lots of money.
But okay, coming back to this point, are we talking enough about the kind of this concept of therapeutic nicotine?
No,
and I think no, we're not. And the fact that there are so many. I mean, people say, there's a real problem and it is a problem, but that in psychiatric hospitals and mental health places, in prisons, where, as we know, at least 50% of the community, if not more, actually suffer from some form of neurodiversity. It could well be 70. And it's not that because they have a gene to be bad, or in fact they happen to have it. It's actually they smoke because it helps in some way. And nobody's put the two together because they say, well, no, that's just because of their sort of bad living or the fact that they have mental health problems, so they don't know the difference. I mean, it's scandalous.
It actually just occurred to me that many people watching English may not be their first language, and this concept neurodiversity is relatively new for some English speakers too. So we're talking about adults who are living with attention deficit disorder, autism, bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, Tourette's syndrome, a variety of mental health conditions that people can be very high functioning.
Perfectly high functioning and on a spectrum.
And even sitting at this table and all of these conditions, people are smoking at much higher rates than the general population. This has been known for decades, and it's much harder for them to quit because nicotine helps them. Okay. And the idea that it just turns nicotine on its head. It's a demon drug because it's addictive, or it's a therapeutic with a nicotine patch, for example, because most of the studies that show this are anyway. So
I'm just agreeing with you, really. I sometimes do not, but on this occasion I agree 100%. I would actually just like to say, because I was listening to the introductions as to why people came here and everything else, and the wonderful Norwegians, and I think I must say it isn't. I mean, we had 25, but to say we had 25 people when we're in a COVID situation with things rising all the time, there are a lot of people that didn't come simply because they couldn't, because they were with elderly relatives, or they had elderly relatives living, or because, frankly, or because the government, the UK government, didn't recognize the vaccine they had had. Or there was a visa problem. We would have had somebody from Thailand come. Asa would have come. We would have had people from Africa. And I'd just like to say thank you, as the member director for INCO. Thank you so much for the people that did come, because I think it was a big give. And all those vaccinations, the second day tests and the filling in forms, they don't make it easy. I know. So I'd like to say thank you. That's my bit.
Yeah, agreed. And there were many, I don't need it actually, I have a clippy thing. Okay. There were many more people who wanted to come and either couldn't get the COVID test or the visa or the, whatever. So if it wasn't for the pandemic, we would be a larger crowd, but I think we've done pretty well with the conditions. We all had to come in and get tested immediately after entry, and a lot of documentation because of the pandemic.
Just like to go back to the point about nicotine not being all bad. There's a couple of hundred studies, I think, on Safer Nicotine Wiki, our page on nicotine benefits, and somehow we need to hammer that home, that nicotine isn't all bad, that outside of tobacco smoking, it helps people, it makes people better, it makes them feel better, it makes them able to interact better. It certainly helps me to interact better with other people when I've got some nicotine in my system, because it treats the symptoms of my autism and ADHD, and it makes me able to focus and concentrate and actually lead a better life. Somehow we need to make that point more clearly.
I've been to that page. Which of you would like to go? I've been to that page of the Safer Nicotine Wiki, and I can recommend it highly to anyone who wants to take a look at and just do the search for nicotine benefits. And it's really quite astonishing. And it's not just the ADHD and autism and so on. It's also for Parkinson's disease. It's for rheumatoid arthritis, and it's like, it's a kind of a, in a way, it starts to look like a wonder drug the same way people claim cannabis is a wonder drug, right?
Yeah, but perhaps depending on the countries and the tobacco consumption background, we have different ideas of the benefits, because, of course, in countries where very few people smoke, especially the young population, perhaps it's difficult to understand that new people could use nicotine. But for example, in France, basically vaping also reduced smoking in teens, and basically smoking in teens is so common. We are 25% of daily smokers at the end of high school, 25%, 50% of teens have smoked. So basically, talking about we must protect them from nicotine is we must protect tobacco, because half of them will use tobacco. And perhaps we could, that's basic logic, that if they know, just know, that there is something else, if they know that there are condoms before the first time, if they know there are safer nicotine products, of course, there is vaping, but not only, this could avoid the first 100 cigarettes. After 100 cigarettes, the statistics in the past, because there weren't a lot of alternatives, but people were going to smoke for the rest of their lives, in majority. Saying we can cut this 100 is also and should be one of the major targets in reducing smoking. Reducing from the start, and then reducing the rest, because it won't work for everybody, and we see that in all solutions. It does not work for everybody. Let's add a new door out of smoking. The first one is not entering anyway, but there is also not entering smoking, which changes a lot of things, and we observe that in which make the story, because that's a story of plan to addict young people. What we see in the stats, it will be the worst marketing ever when you see how many teens try and how many continue. Basically, we are at less than 1% non-smokers in France after 10 years, and a general availability of vaping. And it's the same for the youth. There is no more, there is even less young people vaping, and 99.x% are ex-smokers already, because we forget that we have ex-smokers that are 15.
Mm.
And it's huge.
Your point on the condoms, actually, maybe Rob wants to speak to it first. I think he had a hand up first. But your point on the condoms is interesting because making them available to school children in the United States was a subject of a previous moral panic, because that would obviously cause teen sex. And it didn't. Yeah, it didn't. I mean, there is teen sex. I mean, that happens, but it didn't increase it. But the same arguments were made there. I think about in traditional tobacco control, there's this assumption that if a new product comes into the market, even if it's a safer product, that will just increase overall nicotine use and tobacco use. Whereas that's a failure to understand the product substitution. It's more like a zero-sum game, right? Like the assumption is, we have more variety of products, that's going to lead to more use. And it's not the case. Anyway, sorry, Rob.
Clinging to the gateway effect.
Oh my God, how long is that one going to hang on? How long is that going to hang on, Rob?
I will introduce myself. Rob de Lange, from ACVODA, the Dutch consumer organization. I hold the chair there, and I also have the distinct honor of serving as vice president for the governing board of INCO. The problem, I think, stems from the fact that tobacco control has always come from sort of a moral high ground. They weren't about facts, they were about morals. And nicotine has been their scapegoat forever. And it worked for them. It really worked. And everyone, well, almost everyone in the general public thinks that nicotine is bad for you. Now we know, and we've known for a long time, that it isn't the case. Because nicotine was prescribed in patches and gums and longines, and somehow it magically became safe. Except when used in tobacco. And now we've got an alternative, not based on tobacco, and now they've got a problem. Because now they've got to admit that, well, actually, maybe they choose the wrong scapegoat. And tell people who want control and who are in power that they should come out and say, well, sorry, we got it wrong. It ain't never going to happen. So eventually, maybe they will look at it a bit different. But they never, in my opinion, will never own up to the fact that, well, maybe they got it a bit wrong.
In early 2018, the Food and Drug Administration in the United States they announced that they were developing a public service announcement campaign that would inform the public that nicotine does not cause cancer, heart, or lung disease. It was part of Gottlieb's plan to shift to a zero or nearly zero nicotine combustible deadly cigarette, and then still have the e-cigarettes, and people would shift. Then the data came in from the National Youth Tobacco Survey, which by June of 2018, they knew the data and they decided that there was a teen vaping epidemic. So they canceled that plan. So it was a plan to correct gross misperceptions in the public and physicians, and they decided not to implement the plan. So think of the logic of that. Just ethically, how is that working out?
On a smaller scale in the Netherlands, we've got exactly the same problem. We've got a flavor ban hanging above our heads, and all the signs are on green that it will go through. We even now got the list of the 31 supposedly permitted chemicals, flavoring chemicals that can be used, and all the others can't be used. And that will come into legislation somewhere, probably before the end of this year. And what we...
Wait a moment. Let me ask a question about flavor. They say that they're going to ban flavors.
Yeah.
You're going to only have tobacco.
Yeah.
What is tobacco taste made of?
They actually...
Flavors?
They identified 31 flavor compounds. So the individual compounds that had something to do that were associated with the flavor of tobacco. And those 31 are the supposedly allowed flavorings. And they had 4 criteria to select. And I'll tell you, it's insane when you hear it, but it's true, and I can show you the documents. The flavoring compound had to be used in at least 0.5% of all liquids sold in the Netherlands, which were claimed to be a tobacco flavor. That was one of the criteria. And I see everybody shaking their, but yes, it's just insane. And there were a few other...
Can you produce a liquid with just one of those flavors or 3 of them and call it a tobacco flavor? I mean, you can call it anything, right? But whether it tastes actually like a stinky cigarette or not is a different matter, right?
And the compounds they now have on the list, and you can create liquids with them, and they would be considered tasting like tobacco liquids. There's no guideline on how much of each can be used and how many you can mix and match and whatever.
Yeah.
If I gave you guys sitting around the table, I put a bottle of tobacco flavor on the table, and I ask each one of you to smell it. I can guarantee you that you will tell me 5 different flavors. Some of you would say chocolate. I smell chocolate. I smell vanilla. So I ask, what is tobacco flavor?
Beats me. The strange thing is with this is that what it really boils down to, and I think we all as vapers and ex-smokers made that journey. The first thing we did when we switched to vaping, well, at least let's talk for myself. I searched for a tobacco flavor. I wanted something that tasted exactly like the cigarettes I was smoking.
Yes, but it can't
Yeah.
be
Did
done.
any of you find that one? Nobody did, because you're searching for the taste of burning tobacco, of the smoke out of burning tobacco. You're not after the taste of tobacco, because no one is chewing their cigarettes or well, doing other nasty things with them. They're lighting them and they're inhaling the smoke. So the taste of tobacco. And what is it? You've got Virginia tobacco, Latakia tobacco. There are so many forms of tobacco. And a lot of tobaccos have flavors added to them.
Yeah,
of course.
Right.
To make it more palatable. Or
Now, one of the myths that used to be out there was that flavors, and that's, I always put it in quotation marks. So what they really mean by flavors is fruit or dessert or candy flavor, but the flavors are added to mask the harsh taste of nicotine.
Yeah.
That's rubbish. Nicotine doesn't taste of anything.
No.
Okay. But so there's an assumption there that the molecule nicotine itself has a tobacco flavor. And I wonder how, I haven't seen that argument made recently, except in one place a couple of weeks ago, but specifically because I was searching for that particularly stupid statement. And so it's not so common anymore, but I wonder if it's still in the back of people's minds that nicotine must taste like tobacco.
Doesn't taste of anything. I will share the list. It's public now, so it can be shared. And the danger we see, and that's why I came here, representing the Dutch customers. If the Netherlands adopts the flavor ban, all the other European countries will follow suit, just like a game of dominoes.
Mm-hmm.
Spain is waiting, and some other countries are just waiting for us to come out and try it out. And if it succeeds, then they will do it. And the only narrative they've got, because we've fought them as hard as we could on every argument they had against nicotine and against vaping, and all the arguments were dead. And there's the one thing you know when they're up against the wall is when they begin complaining about the risk for children. It's always been the same with every campaign. It's the children. Oh my God, it's the children. In the Netherlands, 0.04% of the smokers who are 18 years younger are vaping, 0.4%. So we're protecting 0.04% of youth vaping, and we throw 20,000 deaths yearly of smokers under the bus. It's insane.
Smokers, but I insist also youth that will smoke.
The thing we that is insane for me is when you have public health experts that you take in front of you lying, saying science is false when you've got decades of science. I talked to experts, nicotine from multiple continents. All of them told some elements. Some say that science as well. There are doubts on this effect or that effect or that positive or negative effect. But there are consensual things about nicotine that are certain, especially that it doesn't cause cancer. And when you get public health experts telling all the delegates of the COP that it causes cancer or it causes heart disease, which is totally false on a scene, like a hard science, what do you think of their role in the global field of public health? What else is wrong? And when they say, let's protect the kids, at least in countries like France, where we've got a lot of teens smoking, and not only tobacco, because in France we have a gateway effect, but from cannabis with tobacco to smoking cigarettes. Basically, we are throwing those teens under the bus.
Yes,
Those teens that didn't smoke, if we let time, 25% of them will become daily smokers, and that's an issue. And what's proposed for the moment won't get to a level where 5% or 2% or whatever smoke. It's just not conceivable with the vectors, the data, the real indicators we have.
Quick word about the young and the children. We had a woman asking young kids about vaping, and she found out that the kids at 7 and 8 class degree, what you call it? Grade. They try vaping, and she asked them why, and they said it's cool. It's cool to make clouds. It's cool to make circle on the table. She asked them 2 years later, are you still vaping? They said, no, that's stupid. And it's expensive. But did you use nicotine? No. No, we don't want nicotine. That's dangerous. We just want to have fun with it. But 2 years later, they all quit. At the same time, they checked how many young people in Norway are smoking. And it's 1.4% of the population between 16 and 24 are smoking. So let the young and the children smoke, but they have to stay away from the vape. That's dangerous. What's the sense?
There's an interesting comparison from a study a couple of years old now that compares the US and the UK and Canada, I believe. But just looking at the US and UK numbers, total teen nicotine use is almost identical.
Yeah.
And obviously the vaping rate at that time, this is two years ago, was higher. So in the US, the vaping rate was much higher and much lower in the UK. But the smoking rate among teens in the UK was 3 times higher than in the United States. And
Yes.
so you look at that picture, the same amount of nicotine. By the way, there is new data now that shows that, at least in the United States, the amount of nicotine consumed by teens is now less than half what it was 20 years ago. We're all in a panic about this new generation addicted to nicotine, and it's dropped by 55% actually.
Yeah.
But the smoking rate among teens in the UK is really...
That's one of the things I wanted to say was I'm really disappointed that more teens haven't tried vaping.
That would be illegal,
That
Richard.
would be illegal, of course, but
Oh.
rather than smoking, because I live...
Which is also illegal.
Yes, yeah, that's illegal too. But when's that stop teens? If they want to get hold of something, they will. I mean, I live not too far from school, and it's on the route that the kids walk past, and I see far more of them smoking.
Cigarettes.
Yeah, actual cigarettes.
Wow.
Than I do vaping. There are you see the occasional one or two with an e-cig, but the vast majority of them are actually smoking. And if they're going to do something, it's much better off if they could pick up vaping without nicotine, so much the better, because they then wouldn't potentially become, I mean, I won't call it an addiction anymore, because vaping, you're not addicted. It's at worst a dependence like caffeine, because there isn't really any harm outside of inhaling burning plant material.
And some potential benefit that never gets
counted. Yes.
I have one solution. If you're going to stop the young and the children from vaping, we can do like to do in Burma or in Tibet, close down internet. Then it will stop the young and the children from vaping.
No, even that won't work.
Oh, yes, it will when you look at it from the outside.
Yeah.
But there's one thing I want to add, and then want to pass the mic to Stefan next to me. The flavor ban is there to protect the kids because the flavors attract the children. That's the narrative, at least. Like adults don't like flavors or something like that.
Flavors attract adults.
Yeah, too. Yeah. And the strange thing is, the teens that will pick up vaping, because teens try everything. And the more it's forbidden, the more it's interesting to do it.
Of course.
Yeah,
Of course.
and to...
You can pick up cherry-flavoured small cigars in any tobacconist and in most supermarkets in the UK, and those are probably the worst thing you could possibly ever smoke.
The logic of that is bizarre in so many ways. It's like people have not thought this through, right? So 8 in 10 teens vape flavors in the United States, okay, but 8 in 10 liquids are flavored, right? So if manufacturers made bicycles and only 8 in 10 bicycles are red, and it turns out that 8 in 10 teens are riding red bicycles, would that imply that the color red causes bicycle riding? But no. So it's a convoluted thing. Stefan, you wanted to speak, and thank you for joining us.
Oh, thank you. Am I holding this right? Yeah. Well, I'm Stefan Matheson. I'm from Sweden. I run a paper called vapecolon.se, and I'm really here to just meet people, I think, within the tobacco harm reduction movement, and to ask a lot of questions, because I try to write things. So, yeah, I do have some questions. I wanted to
I have to warn you that we seem to have we can continue the conversation, but we're going to lose our Ethra feed in 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
In 2 minutes.
So quickly then. I think what I hear when it comes to nicotine and youth use and everything with nicotine, some people say this is a moral issue for a lot of people within tobacco control and stuff like that. But I do think that there's something else going on. And I think it's rarely addressed within the tobacco harm reduction movements as much as it should be. Is that who benefits from this narrative? Really, who benefits? If it's not a moral question, a moral issue, really, because that could be the case. But is there any industry or anything that actually benefits from this discussion? Like when it comes to nicotine, safety, and all that? Is it the tobacco industry? Is it the pharmaceutical industry? Who's benefiting from this? Because I think that's a real important issue.
Okay.
Follow the money. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me just say we're going to continue this conversation because it's interesting and others may want to join. And we're just at the end of the feed into SCORE with our friends around the world, and we're happy that you joined us, and we're happy to join you. And we thank you for your contributions and your activism and your advocacy toward saving lives. And these are, we can joke, we can laugh, but these are very serious topics on the other hand, and we have a lot of work ahead of us, and we will win, but it's going to take time. And so thanks again for joining us.